Welcome to Alexandria Vox, where written memory finds its voice. Today, we present
Breaking the Spell by Dennett. Part 2. More recently, and chiding in the opposite direction, Stark and Finke expressed dismay at the atheistic views of John Shelby Spong, the Episcopal bishop in Newark, whose God is not anthropomorphic enough. In his 1998 book, Why Christianity Must Change or Die, Spong dismisses the divinity of Jesus, declares the crucifixion barbaric, and opines that the God of most traditional Christians is an ogre. Another eminent Episcopal cleric once confided to me that when he found out what some Mormons believed when they said they believed in God, he rather wished they didn't believe in God. Why won't he say this from the pulpit? Because he doesn't want to let down the side. After all, there are lots of evil, godless people out there, and it would never do to upset the fragile fiction that we are not atheists. Heaven forbid. 2. God as intentional object. The fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. Psalms 14:1. Belief in God makes people reluctant to acknowledge the obvious, that much of the traditional lore about God is no more worthy of belief than the lore about Santa Claus or Wonder Woman. Curiously, it's all right to laugh about it. Consider all the cartoons depicting God as a stern, bearded fellow sitting on a cloud with a pile of lightning bolts at his side. To say nothing of all the jokes, bawdy and clean, about various folks arriving in heaven and having one misadventure or another. This treasury of humor provokes hearty chuckles from all but the most stuffy Puritans, but few are comfortable acknowledging just how far we've come from the God of Genesis 2:21, who literally plucks a rib from Adam and closes up the flesh with his fingers, one imagines, before sculpting Eve on the spot. In A Devil's Chaplain, Richard Dawkins offers some sound advice, but knows in advance it will not be heeded, because people can see the punchline coming. Modern theists might acknowledge that when it comes to Baal and the golden calf, Thor and Wotan, Poseidon and Apollo, Mithras and Amun-Ra, they are actually atheists. We are all atheists about most of the gods that humanity has ever believed in. Some of us just go one god further. The trouble is that, since this advice won't be heeded, discussions of the existence of God tend to take place in a pious fog of indeterminate boundaries. If theists would be so kind as to make a short list of all the concepts of God they renounce as balderdash before proceeding further, we atheists would know just which topics were still on the table, but out of a mixture of caution, loyalty, and unwillingness to offend anyone on their side, theists typically decline to do this. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, I guess. This double standard is enabled, if not actually licensed, by a logical confusion that continues to defy resolution by philosophers who have worked on it. The problem of intentional objects. In a phrase, which will prove unsatisfactory, as we will soon see, intentional objects are the things somebody can think about. Do I believe in witches? It all depends what you mean. If you mean evil-hearted spell-casting women who fly around supernaturally on broomsticks and wear black pointed hats, the answer is obvious. No. I no more believe in witches than I believe in the Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy. If you mean people, both men and women who practice Wicca, a popular New Age cult these days, the answer is equally obvious. Yes, I believe in witches. They are no more supernatural than Girl Scouts or Rotarians. Do I believe these witches cast spells? Yes and no. They sincerely utter imprecations of various sorts, expecting to alter the world in various supernatural ways, but they are mistaken in thinking they succeed, though they may alter their own attitudes and behavior thereby. If I give you the evil eye, you may become seriously unnerved, to the point of serious illness, but if so, that is because you are credulous, not because I have magical powers. So it all depends what you mean. And does it ever? About 40 years ago, in England, I saw a BBC News programme in which nursery school children were interviewed about Queen Elizabeth II. What did they know about her? The answers were charming. The Queen wore her crown while she hoovered Buckingham Palace, sat on the throne when she watched telly, and in general behaved like a cross between Mum and the Queen of Hearts. The Queen Elizabeth II, the intentional object brought into existence as an abstraction by the consensus convictions of these children, was much more interesting and entertaining than the real woman, and a more potent political force. Are there, then, two distinct entities, the real woman and the imagined queen, and if so, are there not millions or billions of distinct entities, the Queen Elizabeth II believed in by teenagers in Scotland, and the Queen Elizabeth II believed in by the staff at Windsor Castle, and my Queen Elizabeth II, and so on? Philosophers have argued vigorously for the better part of a century about how to accommodate such intentional objects into their ontologies, their catalogues of the things that exist, with no emerging consensus. Another eminent Briton is Sherlock Holmes, who is often thought about even though he never existed at all. In one sense or another, there are both truths and falsehoods about such mere intentional objects. It is true that Sherlock Holmes, the intentional object created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, lived on Baker Street and smoked, and false that he had a bright green nose. It is true that Pegasus had wings in addition to 4 ordinary horse legs, and false that President Truman once owned him and rode him to the White House from Missouri. But of course neither Sherlock Holmes nor Pegasus is or ever was real. Some people may be under the mistaken impression that Sherlock Holmes actually existed, and that Conan Doyle's stories aren't fiction. These people believe in Sherlock Holmes in the strong sense, let us say. Others, known as Sherlockians, devote their spare time to becoming Sherlock Holmes scholars and can entertain one another with their encyclopedic knowledge of the Conan Doyle canon without ever making the mistake of confusing fact with fiction. The most famous society of these scholars is the Baker Street Irregulars, named after the gang of street urchins that Holmes enlisted for various purposes over the years. Members of these societies, for there are many Sherlockian societies around the world, delight in knowing which train Holmes took from Paddington on May 12th, but know full well that there simply is no fact to be learned about whether he faced forward or backward in the train, since Conan Doyle didn't specify it, or anything that would imply it. They know that Holmes is a fictional character, but nevertheless they devote large parts of their lives to studying him and are eager to explain why their love of Holmes is better justified than some other fan's love of Perry Mason or Batman. They believe in Sherlock Holmes in the weak sense, let us say. They behave very much like the amateur scholars who devote their spare time to trying to figure out who Jack the Ripper was. And an observer who didn't know that the Holmes stories are fiction, whereas Jack the Ripper was a real murderer, might naturally suppose that the Baker Street Irregulars were investigating a historical person. It is quite possible for a mere intentional object like Sherlock Holmes to obsess people even when they know full well that it isn't real. So it is not surprising that such a thing, if it's right in the end to call it a kind of thing at all, can dominate people's lives when they believe in it in the strong sense, such as the people who spend fortunes hunting for the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot. And whenever a real person, such as Queen Elizabeth II, dominates people's lives, this domination is usually accomplished indirectly by setting up a manifold of beliefs, giving people an intentional object that is featured in their thinking and the decisions they make. I can't hate my rival or love my neighbor without having a pretty clear and largely accurate set of beliefs that serve to pick this person out of the crowd so I can recognize, track, and interact effectively with him or her. In most circumstances, the things we believe in are perfectly real, and the things that are real we believe in, so we can usually ignore the logical distinction between an intentional object, the object of belief, and the thing in the world that inspired/caused/grounds, anchors the belief. Not always. The morning star turns out to be none other than the evening star. They are not stars. They are one and the same thing, namely the planet Venus. One planet, two intentional objects? Usually the things that matter to us make themselves securely known to us in a variety of ways that permit us to track them through their trajectories, but other scenarios do occur. I might sneak around thwarting your projects, or, alternatively, giving you good luck, dominating your life one way or another without your ever suspecting that I existed as a person or a thing or even a force in your life, but this is an unlikely possibility. In the main, things that make a difference in a person's life figure in it as intentional objects one way or another, however misidentified or misconstrued. When misconstruals occur, problems arise about how to describe the situation. Suppose you've been surreptitiously doing me good deeds for months. If I thank my lucky stars, when it is really you I should be thanking, it would misrepresent the situation to say that I believe in you and am grateful to you. Maybe I am a fool to say in my heart that it is only my lucky stars that I should thank, saying, in other words, that there is nobody to thank. But that is what I believe. There is no intentional object in this case to be identified as you. Suppose instead that I was convinced that I did have a secret helper, but that it wasn't you. It was Cameron Diaz. As I penned my thank you notes to her and thought lovingly about her and marveled at her generosity to me, it would surely be misleading to say that you were the object of my gratitude, even though you were in fact the one who did the deeds that I am so grateful for. And then suppose I gradually began to suspect that I had been ignorant and mistaken, and eventually came to the correct realization that you were indeed the proper recipient of my gratitude. Wouldn't it be strange for me to put it this way? Now I understand. You are Cameron Diaz. It would indeed be strange. It would be false, unless something else had happened in the interim. Suppose my acquaintances had become so used to my singing the praises of Cameron Diaz and her bountiful works that the term had come, to them and to me, to stand for whoever it was who was responsible for my joy. In that case, those syllables would no longer have their original use or meaning. The syllables, Cameron Diaz, purportedly a proper name of a real individual, would have been turned, gradually and imperceptibly, into a sort of wild card referring expression, the name of whoever or whatever is responsible for. Whatever it is I am grateful for. But then, if the term were truly open-ended in this way when I thank my lucky stars, I am thanking exactly the same thing as when I thank Cameron Diaz. And you do turn out to be my Cameron Diaz. The morning star turns out to be the evening star. How to turn an atheist into a theist? By just fooling around with the words. If God were just the name of whatever it is that produced all creatures great and small, then God might turn out to be the process of evolution by natural selection. This ambiguity has been exploited ever since the psalmist sang about the fool. The fool doesn't know what he's talking about when he says in his heart there is no God, so he's ignorant in the same way as somebody who thinks that Shakespeare didn't actually write Hamlet. Somebody did. If Shakespeare is by definition the author of Hamlet, then perhaps Marlowe was Shakespeare, etc. When people write books about the history of God, Armstrong 1993, Stark 2001, Debray 2004 are recent examples. They are actually writing about the history of the concept of God, of course, tracing the fashions and controversies about God as intentional object through the centuries. Such a historical survey can be neutral in two regards. It can be neutral about which concept of God is correct. Did Shakespeare write Hamlet, or did Marlowe write Hamlet? And it can be neutral about whether the whole enterprise concerns fact or fiction. Are we the Baker Street irregulars, or are we trying to identify a real murderer? Rodney Stark opens One True God, Historical Consequences of Monotheism, with a passage that brandishes this ambiguity. All of the great monotheisms propose that their God works through history, and I plan to show that, at least sociologically, they are quite right, that a great deal of history, triumphs as well as disasters, had been made on behalf of one true God. What could be more obvious? 2001 p. 1. His title suggests that he is not neutral, one true God, but the entire book is written sociologically, which means that it is not about God, it is about the intentional objects that do all the political and psychological lifting, the God of the Catholics, the God of the Jews, the God of teenagers living in Scotland, perhaps. It is indeed obvious that God, the intentional object, has played a potent role, but that says nothing about whether God exists, and it is disingenuous of Stark to hide behind the ambiguity. The history of disagreement has not all been good, clean fun, after all, like the Baker Street Irregulars versus the Perry Mason fan club. People have died for their theories. Stark may be neutral, but the comedian Rich Jenny isn't. As he sees it, religious war is pathetic. You're basically killing each other to see who's got the better imaginary friend. What is Stark's opinion about that? And what is yours? Might it be all right, even obligatory, to fight for a concept, whether or not the concept refers to anything real? After all, one might add, hasn't the strife brought us a bounty of great art and literature in the arms race of competitive glorification? I find that some people who consider themselves believers actually just believe in the concept of God. I myself believe that the concept exists. As Stark says, what could be more obvious? These people believe, moreover, that the concept is worth fighting over. Notice that they don't believe in belief in God. They are far too sophisticated for that. They are like the Baker Street Irregulars, who don't believe in belief in Sherlock Holmes, but just in studying and extolling the law. They do think that their concept of God is so much better than other concepts of God that they should devote themselves to spreading the word. But they don't believe in God in the strong sense. By definition, one would think, theists believe in God. Atheism is the negation of theism, after all. But there is little hope of conducting an effective investigation into the question of whether God exists when there are self-described theists who think that providing a satisfactory theistic ethics requires giving up the idea that God is some kind of supernatural entity. Ellis, 2004. If God is not some kind of supernatural entity, then who knows whether you or I believe in him? It. Beliefs in Sherlock Holmes, Pegasus, witches on broomsticks. These are the easy cases, and they can be quite readily sorted out with a little attention to detail. When it comes to God, on the other hand, there is no straightforward way of cutting through the fog of misunderstanding to arrive at a consensus about the topic under consideration. And there are interesting reasons why people resist having a specific definition of God foisted on them, even for the sake of argument. The mists of incomprehension and failure of communication are not just annoying impediments to rigorous refutation. They are themselves design features of religions worth looking at closely on their own. 3. The division of doxastic labor. Fake it until you make it. Alcoholics. Anonymous. So we have the strange phenomenon, as Kant assures us, of a mind believing with all its strength in the real presence of a set of things of no one of which it can form any notion whatsoever. William James. The Varieties of Religious Experience. Language gives us many gifts, including the capacity to memorize, transmit, cherish, and in general protect formulas that we don't understand. Here is a sentence I firmly believe to be true. Her insan doga, yasa, ve olur. I haven't the foggiest idea what means, but I know it's true, because I asked a trusted Turkish colleague to provide me with a true sentence for just this purpose. I would bet a large sum of money on the truth of this sentence. That's how sure I am that it's true. But as I say, I don't know whether it's about trees or people or history, or chemistry, or God. There is nothing metaphysically peculiar, or difficult, or unseemly, or embarrassing about my state of mind. I just don't know what proposition this sentence expresses, because I'm not expert in Turkish. In Chapter 7, I noted the methodological problems confronting anthropologists intent on understanding other cultures, and suggested that part of the problem is that individual informants may not view themselves as experts on the doctrines they are asked to elucidate. The problems that arise for such half-understood ideas are exacerbated in the case of religious doctrines, but are as often encountered in science as in religion. Here, one might say, is the ultimate division of labor, the division of doxastic labor made possible by language. We lay people do the believing, we sign on to the doxology, and defer the understanding of those dogmas to the experts. Consider the ultimate talismanic formula of science. Mickey 2. Do you believe that Emic 2? I do. We all know that this is Einstein's great equation, and the heart, somehow, of his theory of relativity, and many of us know what the E and M and C stand for, and could even work out the basic algebraic relationships and detect obvious errors in interpreting it. But only a tiny fraction of those who know that EMC2 is a fundamental truth of physics actually understand it in any substantive way. Fortunately, the rest of us don't have to. We have expert physicists around to whom we have gratefully delegated responsibility for understanding the formula. What we are doing in these instances is not really believing the proposition. For that, you'd have to understand the proposition. What we are doing is believing that whatever proposition is expressed by the formula E Mickey 2 is true. 10. The difference for me between and is that I know quite a lot, but not enough, about what is about. In the infinite space of all possible propositions, I can narrow down its meaning to a rather tight cluster of nearly identical variants. A physicist could probably trip me up by getting me to endorse an almost right paraphrase that would reveal my ignorance. That's what really tough multiple-choice exams can do, separating the students who really understand the material from those who only sort of understand the material. With, however, all I know is that it expresses one of the true propositions, cutting the infinite space of propositions in half, but still leaving infinitely many propositions indistinguishable by me as its best interpretation. I can guess that it is probably not about how the Red Sox beat the Yankees 4 straight to win the American League Championship in October 2004, but such whittling away doesn't take us far. I drew an example from science to show that this is not an embarrassing foible of religious belief alone. Even scientists rely every day on formulas that they know to be correct, but are not themselves expert in interpreting. And they sometimes even foster the separation of understanding and memorization. A vivid instance can be found in Richard Feynman's classic introductory lectures on quantum electrodynamics, QED, The Strange Theory of Light and Matter, 1985, in which he amusingly cajoles his audience to loosen their grip and not try to understand the method he is teaching. So now you know what I'm going to talk about. The next question is, will you understand what I'm going to tell you? No, you're not going to be able to understand it. Why then am I going to bother you with all this? Why are you going to sit here all this time when you won't be able to understand what I'm going to say? It is my task to convince you not to turn away because you don't understand it. You see, my physics students don't understand it either. That is because I don't understand it. Nobody does. It's a problem that physicists have learned to deal with. They've learned to realize that whether they like a theory or they don't like a theory is not the essential question. Rather, it is whether or not the theory gives predictions that agree with experiment. It is not a question of whether a theory is philosophically delightful or easy to understand or perfectly reasonable from the point of view of common sense. Please, don't turn yourself off because you can't believe nature is so strange. Just hear me all out, and I hope you'll be as delighted as I am when we're through. pp. 9, 10. He goes on to describe the methods of calculating probability amplitudes in terms that deliberately discourage understanding. You will have to brace yourselves for this. Not because it is difficult to understand, but because it is absolutely ridiculous. All we do is draw little arrows on a piece of paper, that's all. p. 24. But defends this because the results the methods yield are so impressively accurate. To give you a feeling for the accuracy of these numbers, it comes out to something like this. If you were to measure the distance from Los Angeles to New York to this accuracy, it would be exact to the thickness of a human hair. That's how delicately quantum electrodynamics has, in the past 50 years, been checked, both theoretically and experimentally. p. 7. And that is the most important difference between the division of labor in religion and science. In spite of Feynman's uncharacteristically hyper-modest denial, the experts do understand the methods they use. Not everything about them, but enough to explain to one another and to themselves why the amazingly accurate results come out of them. It is only because I am confident that the experts really do understand the formulas that I can honestly and unabashedly cede the responsibility of pinning down the propositions, and hence understanding them, to them. In religion, however, the experts are not exaggerating for effect when they say they don't understand what they are talking about. The fundamental incomprehensibility of God is insisted upon as a central tenet of faith, and the propositions in question are themselves declared to be systematically elusive to everybody. Although we can go along with the experts when they advise us which sentences to say we believe, they also insist that they themselves cannot use their expertise to prove, even to one another, that they know what they are talking about. These matters are mysterious to everybody, experts and laypeople alike. Why does anybody go along with this? The answer is obvious. Belief in belief. Many people believe in God. Many people believe in belief in God. What's the difference? People who believe in God are sure that God exists, and they are glad because they hold God to be the most wonderful of all things. People who, moreover, believe in belief in God are sure that belief in God exists, and who could doubt that? And they think that this is a good state of affairs, something to be strongly encouraged and fostered wherever possible, if only belief in God were more widespread. One ought to believe in God. One ought to strive to believe in God. One should be uneasy, apologetic, unfulfilled. One should even feel guilty if one finds that one just doesn't believe in God. It's a failing, but it happens. It is entirely possible to be an atheist and believe in belief in God. Such a person doesn't believe in God, but nevertheless thinks that believing in God would be a wonderful state of mind to be in, if only that could be arranged. People who believe in belief in God try to get others to believe in God, and whenever they find their own belief in God flagging, do whatever they can to restore it. It is rare, but possible for people to believe in something while regretting their belief in it. They don't believe in their own belief. If I found that I believed in poltergeists or the Loch Ness Monster, I'd be, well, embarrassed. I'd think of this as one of those dirty little secrets about me that I wished were not so, and I'd be glad that nobody else knew. I might take steps to cure myself of this awkward bulge in my otherwise impeccably hard-headed and rational ontology. People sometimes suddenly awake to the fact that they are racists or sexists or have lost their love of democracy. None of us want to discover these things about ourselves. We all have ideals by which we measure the beliefs we discover in ourselves, and belief in God has been one of the most salient ideals for a long time for many people. In general, if you believe some proposition, you also believe that anybody who disbelieves it is mistaken. And by and large, it's too bad when people are mistaken or ill-informed or ignorant. In general, the world would be a better place if people shared more truths and believed fewer falsehoods. That's why we have education and public information campaigns and newspapers and so forth. There are exceptions. Strategic secrets, for instance. Cases where I believe something and am grateful that nobody else shares my belief. Some religious beliefs may consist in proprietary secrets, but the general pattern is for people not just to share, but to try to persuade others, especially their own children, of their religious beliefs. 4. The lowest common denominator. God is so great that the greatness precludes existence. Raimundo Panikkar, The Silence of God. It is the final proof of God's omnipotence that he need not exist in order to save us. Sermon by the hyperliberal Reverend Mackerel, hero of the Mackerel Plaza, by Peter de Vries. The church militant and the church triumphant has become the church social and the church bizarre. Robert Benson, Personal Communication, 1960. Many people believe in God. Many more people believe in belief in God. We can be quite sure that since just about everybody who believes in God also believes in belief in God, there are actually more people in the world who believe in belief in God than those who believe in God. The world's literature, including uncounted sermons and homilies, teems with tales of people racked with doubt and hoping to recover their belief in God. We've just seen that our concept of belief allows that there is a clear empirical difference between these two states of mind. But here's a perplexing question. Of all the people who believe in belief in God, what percentage, roughly, also actually believe in God? Investigating this empirical question turns out to be extremely difficult. Why? At first, it looks as if we could simply give people a questionnaire with a multiple-choice question on it. I believe in God. Yes. No. I don't know. Or should the question be, God exists? Yes. No. I don't know. Would it make any difference how we frame the questions? I have begun conducting research on just such questions, and the results are tantalizing, but not yet sufficiently confirmed to publish. The main problem with such a simple approach is obvious. Given the way religious concepts and practices have been designed, the very behaviors that would be clear evidence of belief in God are also behaviors that would be clear evidence of only belief in God. If those who have doubts have been enjoined by their church to declare their belief in spite of their doubts, to say the words with as much conviction as they can muster, again and again, in hopes of kindling conviction, to join hands and recite the creed, to pray several times a day in public, to do all the things that a believer does, then they will check the yes box with alacrity, even though they really don't believe in God. They fervently believe in belief in God. This fact makes it hard to tell who, if anybody, actually believes in God in addition to believing in belief in God. Thanks to the division of labor, it is actually worse than that, as you may already have fathomed. You may find that when you look in your heart, you simply do not know whether you yourself believe in God. Which God are we talking about? Unless you are an expert, and sure that you understand the formulas that officially express the propositions of your creed, your state of mind must be somewhere in the middle ground between my state of mind with regard to the sentence in Turkish and my state of mind with regard to Einstein's formula. You're not as clueless as I am regarding. You have studied and probably even memorized the official formulas. And you believe that these formulas are true, whatever they mean, but you have to admit that you are no authority on what they mean. Many Americans find themselves in this position, as Alan Wolfe notes in The Transformation of American Religion, How We Actually Live Our Faith, his recent survey of developments in American religion. These are people who believe, often passionately, in God, even if they cannot tell others all that much about the God in which they believe. 2003 p. 72. If you fall in this category, you must admit, contrary to the way Wolfe puts it, that although you may well be one of those who believe in belief in God, you aren't really in a good position to judge whether you actually believe, passionately or otherwise, in the God of your particular creed or in some other God. And you have almost certainly never taken a tough, multiple-choice test to see if you can reliably distinguish the expert's conception of God from the subtle impostors that are almost right. Alternatively, you can set yourself up as your own authority. I know what I mean when I utter the creed, and that's good enough for me. And that's good enough these days, for a surprising number of organized religions too. Their leaders have come to realize that the robustness of the institution of religion doesn't depend on uniformity of belief at all. It depends on the uniformity of professing. This has long been a feature of some strains of Judaism. Fake it, and never mind if you make it, as my student Uriel Meshulam once vividly put it to me. Recognizing that the very idea of commanding someone to believe something is incoherent on its face, an invitation to insincerity or self-deception, many Jewish congregations reject the demand for orthodoxy, right belief, and settle for orthopraxy, right behavior. Instead of creating secret pockets of festering guilty skepticism, they make a virtue of candid doubt, respectfully expressed. As long as the formulas get transmitted down through the ages, thamemes will survive and flourish. Much the same attitude has recently been adopted by many evangelical Christian denominations, especially the booming new phenomenon of mega-churches, which, as Wolf describes in some detail, go out of their way to give their members plenty of elbow room for personal interpretations of the words they claim to be holy. Wolf distinguishes sharply between evangelicalism and fundamentalism, which tends to be more preoccupied with matters of theological substance. His conclusion is intended to be reassuring. But those who fear the consequences for the United States of a return to strong religious belief should not be fooled by evangelicalism's rapid growth. On the contrary, evangelicalism's popularity is due as much to its populistic and democratic urges, its determination to find out exactly what believers want and to offer it to them, as it is to certainties of the faith. 2003 p. 36. Wolf shows that Stark and Fink's frank marketing approach is not at all foreign to religious leaders themselves. He notes without irony some of the concessions they are willing to make to contemporary secular culture, concessions that go far beyond websites and multi-million-dollar television programs, or the introduction of electric guitars, drums, and PowerPoint in their services. For instance, the term sanctuary is shunned by one church because of its strong religious connotations, p. 28, and more attention is paid to providing plenty of free parking and babysitting than to the proper interpretation of passages of Scripture. Wolf has conducted many probing interviews with his informants, and they reveal that revision of tradition is often hard to distinguish from outright rejection. A derisive term has been coined by these mimetic engineers to describe the image they are trying hard to shed. Churchianity, p. 50. Indeed, Lars and Anne, like many evangelicals throughout the country, say that faith is so important to them that religion, which they associate with discord and disagreement and, therefore, if often in an unexpected way with doctrine, cannot be allowed to interfere with its exercise. p. 73. There is no denying the results of this marketing expertise. Pastor Chuck Smith's Calvary Chapel has over 600 churches, some of them with 10,000 worshippers a week. Wolf, 2003, p. 75. Dr. Creflo Dollar's World Changers. Church has 25,000 members, but only 30% of them were regular tithers. Sane, 2004, p. 48. According to Wolf, all of America's religions face the same imperative: personalize or die. Each does so in different ways. PB 35. He may be right, but his argument for this sweeping conclusion is sketchy and anecdotal, and though there can be no doubt that the phenomena he describes exist, the question of whether they will be permanent features of religion from now on or a passing fad is a question that cries out for a testable theory, not just a set of observations, however sensitive. Whatever its staying power and the reasons for it, the example of such laissez-faire, non-creedal religion contrasts vividly with the continuing doctrinal emphasis of the Roman Catholic Church. 5 beliefs designed to be professed. A mountain climber foolishly climbing alone slips off a precipice and finds himself dangling at the end of his safety rope, 1,000 feet above a ravine. Unable to climb the rope or swing to a safe resting spot, he calls out in despair, "Hello, hello, can anybody help me?" To his astonishment, the clouds part, a beautiful light pours through them, and a mighty voice replies, "Yes, my son, I can help you. Take your knife and cut the rope." The climber takes out his knife, and then he stops and thinks and thinks. Then he cries out, "Can anybody else help me?" According to the old maxim, actions speak louder than words, but this actually doesn't say what it means. Speech acts are actions too, and a person who says, for instance, that infidels deserve death is performing an action with potentially deadly effects, which is about as loud as acting can get. What the maxim means on reflection is that actions other than speech acts are typically better evidence of what the actor really believes than any words the actor might say. It is easy enough to pay lip service, such a wonderful idiom, but when the concrete consequences of your actions depend on whether you believe something, whether you believe the gun is loaded, whether you believe the door is unlocked, whether you believe you're unobserved, lip service is a puny datum easily swamped by the non-verbal behavior that expresses, indeed betrays, your true beliefs. And here is an interesting fact. The transition from folk religion to organized religion is marked by a shift in beliefs from those with very clear, concrete consequences to those with systematically elusive consequences. Paying lip service is just about the only way you can act on them. If you really believe that the rain god won't provide rain unless you sacrifice an ox, you sacrifice an ox if you want it to rain. If you really believe that your tribe's god has made you invulnerable to arrows, you readily run headlong into a swarm of deadly arrows to get at your enemy. If you really believe that your god will save you, you cut the rope. If you really believe that your god is watching you and doesn't want you to masturbate, you don't masturbate. You wouldn't masturbate with your mother watching you. How on earth could you masturbate with God watching you? Do you really believe God is watching you? Perhaps not. But what could you do to show that you really believe that the wine in the chalice has been transformed into the blood of Christ? You could bet a large sum of money on it and then send the wine to the biology lab to see if there was hemoglobin in it, and recover the genome of Jesus from the DNA in the bargain. Except that the creed has been cleverly shielded from just such concrete tests. It would be a sacrilege to remove the wine from the ceremony. And besides, taking the wine out of the holy context would surely untransubstantiate it, turning it back into ordinary wine. There is really only one action you can take to demonstrate this belief. You can say that you believe it over and over, as fervently as the occasion demands. This topic is broached in a telling way in Dominus Jesus, on the unicity and salvific universality of Jesus Christ and the Church, a declaration written by Cardinal Ratzinger, who later was elected Pope Benedict XVI, and ratified by Pope John Paul II at a plenary session on June 16, 2000. Again and again, this document specifies what faithful Catholics must firmly believe, italics in the original, but at several points the declaration shifts idiom and speaks of what the Catholic faithful are required to profess, italics in the original. As a professor myself, I find the use of this verb irresistible. What is commonly referred to as religious belief or religious conviction might less misleadingly be called religious professing. Unlike academic professors, religious professors, not just priests but all the faithful, may not either understand or believe what they are professing. They are just professing because that is the best they can do, and they are required to profess. Cardinal Ratzinger cites Paul's letter to the Corinthians. Preaching the gospel is not a reason for me to boast. It is a necessity laid on me. Woe to me if I do not preach the gospel. 1 Corinthians 9:16. Though lip service is thus required, it is not enough. You must firmly believe what you are obliged to say. How is it possible to obey this injunction? Professing is voluntary, but belief is not. Belief, when it is distinguished from believing that some sentence expresses a truth, requires understanding, which is hard to come by, even by the experts in these matters. You can't just make yourself believe something by trying, so what are you to do? Cardinal Ratzinger's declaration offers some help on this score. Faith is the acceptance in grace of revealed truth, which makes it possible to penetrate the mystery in a way that allows us to understand it coherently. Quoting John Paul II's encyclical letter, Fides et Ratio, p. 13. So you should believe this. And if you can, believing this should help you believe you do understand the mystery, even if it seems to you that you don't, and hence do firmly believe whatever it is you profess you believe. But how do you believe this? It takes faith. Why even try? What if you personally don't happen to share the belief in the doctrine in question? Here is where the meme's eye view can provide some explanation. In his original discussion of memes, Dawkins had noted this problem and its traditional solution. Many children, and even some adults, believe that they will suffer ghastly torments after death if they do not obey the priestly rules. The idea of hellfire is, quite simply, self-perpetuating because of its own deep psychological impact. Dawkins, 1976, p. 212. If you have ever received a chain letter that warned of the terrible things that would happen to you if you failed to pass it along, you can appreciate the strategy, even if you didn't fall for it. The assurances of a trusted priest can be much more compelling. If hellfire is the stick, mystery is the carrot. The propositions to be believed ought to be baffling. As Rappaport has trenchantly put it, if postulates are to be unquestionable, it is important that they be incomprehensible. 1979, p. 165. Not just counterintuitive, in Boyer's technical sense of contradicting only one or two of the default assumptions of a basic category, but downright unintelligible. Prosaic assertions have no bite, and moreover, they are too readily checked for accuracy. For a truly awesome and mind-teasing proposition, there is nothing that beats a paradox eagerly avowed. In a later essay, Dawkins drew attention to what we might call the inflation of creedal athleticism, the boast that my faith is so strong that I can mentally embrace a bigger paradox than you can. It is easy and non-mysterious to believe that in some symbolic or metaphorical sense, the Eucharistic wine turns into the blood of Christ. The Roman Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, however, claims far more. The whole substance of the wine is converted into the blood of Christ. The appearance of wine that remains is merely accidental, inhering in no substance. Transubstantiation is colloquially taught as meaning that the wine literally turns into the blood of Christ. Dawkins, 1993, p. 21. 11. There are several reasons why this inflation into incomprehensibility would be an adaptation that would enhance the fitness of a meme. First, as just noted, it tends to evoke wonder and draw attention to itself. It is a veritable peacock's tail of extravagant display, and memetics would predict that something like an arms race of paradoxology should ensue when religions confront waning allegiance. Peacocks' tails are finally limited by the sheer physical inability of the peacocks to carry around still larger ones, and paradoxology must hit the wall too. People's discomfort with sheer incoherence is strong, so there are always tantalizing elements of sense-making narrative, punctuated with seriously perplexing nuggets of incomprehensibility. The anomalies give the host brains something to gnaw on, like an unresolved musical cadence, and hence something to rehearse, and rehearse again, and baffle themselves deliciously about .12 as noted in Chapter 5. Incomprehensibility discourages paraphrase, which can be death to meme identity, by leaving the host with no viable choice but verbatim transmission. I don't really know what Pope John Paul II meant, but I can tell you that what he said was, Jesus is the incarnate Word, a single and indivisible person. Dawkins has noted an extension or refinement of this adaptation. The meme for blind faith secures its own perpetuation by the simple, unconscious expedient of discouraging rational inquiry. 1976, pp. 212-13. At a time when faith-based initiatives, and other such uses of the term, have made faith almost synonymous in the minds of many with the term religion, as in the phrase, people of all faiths. It is important to remind ourselves that not all religions have a home for the concept or anything even very close to it. The meme for faith exhibits frequency-dependent fitness. It flourishes particularly in the company of rationalistic memes. In a neighborhood with few skeptics, the meme for faith does not attract much attention, and hence tends to go dormant in minds, and hence is seldom reintroduced into the memosphere. Dennett, 1995, BP 349. Indeed, it is mainly a Christian feature, and as we recently noted, Judaism has actually encouraged vigorous intellectual debate over the meaning and even the truth of many of its holy texts. But a similar athleticism is honored in Jewish practice, as explained by a rabbi. That most of the kashrut, kosher laws, are divine ordinances without reason given is 100% to the point. It is very easy not to murder people. Very easy. It is a little bit harder not to steal because one is tempted occasionally. So that is not great proof that I believe in God or am fulfilling His will. But if He tells me not to have a cup of coffee with milk in it, with my mincemeat and peas at lunchtime, that is a test. The only reason I am doing that is because I have been told to so do. It is doing something difficult. Guardian, July 29th, 1991, quoted in Dawkins, 1993, PE 22. Islam, meanwhile, obliges its faithful to stop what they are doing 5 times a day to pray, no matter how inconvenient or even dangerous that act of loyalty proves to be. This idea that we prove our faith by one extravagant act or another, such as choosing death over recanting an item of doctrine that we don't understand, permits us to draw a strong distinction between religious faith and the sort of faith that I, for one, have in science. My faith in the expertise of physicists like Richard Feynman, for instance, permits me to endorse, and, if it comes to it, bet heavily on the truth of a proposition that I don't understand. So far, my faith is not unlike religious faith, but I am not in the slightest bit motivated to go to my death rather than recant the formulas of physics. Watch. E doesn't equal MC2. It doesn't. I was lying. So there. I feel no guilt in making this little joke, unlike people who would find it deeply difficult to utter blasphemous words or recant their creed. But isn't my faith in the truth of the propositions of quantum mechanics that I admit I don't understand a sort of religious faith in any case? Let me invent a deeply religious person, Professor Faith. 13 to give a little speech that articulates this charge. Professor Faith wants to teach me a new word, apophatic. God is a something that is wonderful. He is an appropriate recipient of prayers, and that's about all we can say about him. My concept of God is apophatic. What, you may ask, does that mean? It means I define God as ineffable, unknowable, something beyond all human ken. Listen to what Simon Oliver, writing about Dennis Turner's recent book, Faith Seeking, 2003, has to say. The God rejected by modern atheism is not the God of orthodox pre-modern Christianity. God is not any kind of thing whose existence might be rejected in the way that one might reject the existence of Santa Claus. Turner's God, owing much to the medieval mystics, is profoundly apophatic, wholly other, and, in the end, unknowable darkness. We begin our journey into that alterity in our realization that our being is a gracious gift. P32. And here is Raimundo Panikkar, writing about Buddhism. The term apophatic is usually used in reference to an epistemological apophaticism, positing merely that the ultimate reality is ineffable, that human intelligence is incapable of grasping, of embracing it, Although this ultimate reality itself may be represented as intelligible, even supremely intelligible, in C. A gnosiological epiphaticism, then, comports an ineffability on the part of the ultimate reality, only quod knows. Buddhistic epiphaticism, on the other hand, seeks to transport this ineffability to the heart of ultimate reality itself, declaring that this reality, inasmuch as its logos, its expression and communication, no longer pertains to the order of ultimate reality, but precisely to the manifestation of that order, is ineffable, not merely in our regard, but as such, quod se. Thus, Buddhistic epiphaticism is an ontic apophaticism. 1989, p. 14. I claim that these claims really aren't so different from what your scientists say. Physicists have come to realize that matter isn't composed of clusters of hard little spheres, atoms. Matter is much stranger than that, they acknowledge, but still they call it matter, even though they mainly know what matter isn't, not what it is. They're still calling them atoms, but they no longer think of them as, well, atomic. They've changed their conception of atoms, their conception of matter, quite radically. And if you ask them what they now think matter is, they confess that it's something of a mystery. Their concept is apophatic, too. If physicists can move from concreteness to mystery, so can theologians. I hope Professor Faith has done justice to this theme, which I have often encountered in discussion. I am not at all persuaded by it. There is a big difference between religious faith and scientific faith. What has driven the changes in concepts in physics is not just heightened skepticism from an increasingly worldly and sophisticated clientele, but a tidal wave of exquisitely detailed positive results, the sorts of borne-out predictions that Feynman pointed to in defending his field. And this makes a huge difference because it gives beliefs about the truths of physics a place where the rubber meets the road, where there is more than mere professing that can be done. For instance, you can build something that depends for its safe operation on the truth of those sentences and risk your life trying to fly it to the moon. Like the folk religionists' beliefs that they should sacrifice a goat or that they are invulnerable to arrows, these are beliefs that you can act on in ways that speak louder than words. People who give away all their belongings and climb to some mountaintop in anticipation of the imminent end of the world don't just believe in God, but they are the exceptions, not the rule, when it comes to religious convictions. 6 Lessons from Lebanon, The Strange Cases of the Druze and Kim Philby. There is still more that is systematically curious about the phenomenon that people call religious belief, but that might better be called religious professing. This is a feature that has long captivated me, while further persuading me that Hume's project of natural religion, evaluating arguments for and against the existence of God, is largely wasted effort. My interest in this feature grew out of 2 experiences, both of which involve events that took place in Lebanon more than 40 years ago, though that is a sheer coincidence so far as I know. I spent some of my earliest days in Beirut, where my father, a historian of Islam, was cultural attaché and a spy for the OSS. The rhythm of the muezzins calling the faithful to prayer from the nearby minaret was my everyday experience, along with my teddy bear and toy trucks, and the beautifully haunting call never fails to send chills through me when I hear it today. But I left Beirut when I was only 5 and didn't return until 1964, when I visited my mother and sister, who were living there then. We spent some time in the mountains outside Beirut in a village that was mostly Druze, with some Christians and Muslims thrown in. I asked some of the non-Druze residents of the town to tell me about the Druze religion, and this is what they said. Oh, the Druze are a very sad lot. The first principle of the Druze religion is to lie to outsiders about their beliefs, never tell the truth to an infidel. So you shouldn't take anything a Druze tells you as authoritative. Some of us think, in fact, that the Druze used to have a holy book, their own scripture, but they lost it, and they are so embarrassed by this that they make up all manner of solemn nonsense to keep this from coming out. You will notice that the women don't participate at all in the Druze ceremonies. That's because they couldn't keep such a secret. I heard this tale from several people who claimed to know, and I also heard it denied, by a few Druze, of course. But if it was true, this would create a dilemma for any anthropologist. The usual method of questioning informants would be a hopeless wild goose chase, and if he made the ultimate sacrifice and converted to Druze himself so as to gain entrance to the inner sanctum, he would have to admit that we on the outside shouldn't believe his scholarly treatise, What the Druze Really Believe, since it was written by devout Druze, and everybody knows that the Druze lie. As a young philosopher, I was fascinated by this real-life version of the liar paradox. Epimenides the Cretan says that all Cretans are liars. Does he speak the truth? And also by the unmistakable echoes of another famous example in philosophy, Ludwig Wittgenstein's Beetle in the Box. In Philosophical Investigations, 1953, Wittgenstein says, "Suppose everyone had a box with something in it. We call it a beetle. No one can look into anyone else's box, and everyone says he knows what a beetle is only by looking at his beetle. Here it would be quite possible for everyone to have something different in his box. One might even imagine such a thing constantly changing. But suppose the word beetle had a use in these people's language. If so, it would not be used as the name of a thing. The thing in the box has no place in the language game at all, not even as a something, for the box might even be empty. No, one can divide through by the thing in the box. It cancels out, whatever it is." Section 293. Much has been written on Wittgenstein's beetle box, but I don't know if anybody has ever proposed an application to religious belief. In any case, it seems fantastic at first that the Druze might be an actual example of the phenomenon. Am I just inflating a mean-spirited calumny of the Druze by their neighbors to make a dubious philosophical point? Perhaps, but consider what Scott Atran has to say about his attempts as an anthropologist to write about the beliefs of the Druze. As a graduate student almost 3 decades ago, I spent some years with the Druze people of the Middle East. I wanted to learn about their religious beliefs, which appeared to weave together ideas from all the great monotheistic faiths in intriguing ways. Learning about Druze religion is a gradual process in the Socratic tradition, involving interpretation of parables in question-and-answer format. Although, as a non-Druze, I could never be formally initiated into the religion, the elders seemed to delight in my trying to understand the world as they conceived it. But every time I reached some level of awareness about a problem, Druze elders reminded me that anything said or learned beyond that point could not be discussed with uninitiated persons, including other Druze. I never did write on Druze religion and wound up with a thesis on the cognitive basis of science. 2002 p. As it seems that we still don't know what the Druze really believe, we may begin to wonder if they themselves know, and we may also begin to wonder if it matters, which brings me to my second lesson from Lebanon. In 1951, Kim Philby, a senior officer in the British Intelligence Service, SIS, fell under suspicion of being a double agent, a highly placed traitor working for the Soviet KGB. A secret tribunal was held by SIS, but Philby was found not guilty on the evidence presented. Although SIS had been unable to convict him, they quite reasonably refused to reinstate him to his most sensitive position, and he resigned and moved to Lebanon to work as a journalist. In 1963, a Soviet defector to London confirmed Philby's double agent role, and when the SIS went to Beirut to confront him, he fled to Moscow, where he spent the remainder of his life working for the KGB. Or did he? When Philby first showed up in Moscow, he was, apparently, suspected by the KGB of being a British plant. A triple agent, if you like. Was he, in fact? For years, a story circulated in intelligence circles to this effect. The idea was that when SIS exonerated Philby in 1951, they found a brilliant way of dealing with their delicate problem of trust. "Congratulations, Kim, old chap. We always thought you were loyal to our cause, and for your next assignment we would like you to pretend to resign from SIS. bitter over our failure to reinstate you fully, don't you see, and move to Beirut and take up a position as a journalist in exile. In due course, we intend to give you reason to flee to Moscow, where you will eventually be appreciated by your comrades because you can spill a lot of relatively innocuous insider information you already know, and will provide you with carefully controlled further gifts of intelligence and disinformation that the Russians will be glad to accept, even when they have their doubts. Once you're in their good graces, we'd like you to start telling us everything you can about what they're up to, what questions they ask you, and so forth. Once SIS had given Philby this new assignment, their worries were over. It just didn't matter whether he was truly a British patriot pretending to be a disgruntled agent, or truly a loyal Soviet agent pretending to be a loyal British agent, pretending to be a disgruntled agent. He would behave in exactly the same ways in either case. His activities would be interpretable and predictable from either of two mirror-image intentional stance profiles. In one, he deeply believes that the British cause is worth risking his life for, and in the other, he deeply believes that he has a golden opportunity to be a hero of the Soviet Union by pretending that he deeply believes that the British cause is worth risking his life for, and so on. The Soviets, meanwhile, would no doubt draw the same inference and not bother trying to figure out if Philby was really a double agent or a triple agent or a quadruple agent. Philby, according to this story, had been deftly turned into a sort of human telephone, a mere conduit of information that both sides could exploit for whatever purposes they could dream up, relying on him to be a high-fidelity transmitter of whatever information they gave him, without worrying about where his ultimate loyalties lay. In 1980, when Philby's standing with his overseers in Moscow was improving, apparently, I was a visiting fellow at All Souls College in Oxford, and another visiting fellow at the time happened to be Sir Maurice Oldfield, the retired head of MI6, the agency responsible for counter-espionage outside Great Britain, and one of the spy masters responsible for Philby's trajectory. Sir Maurice was the model for Ian Fleming's M in the James Bond novels. One night, after dinner, I asked him whether this story I had heard was true, and he replied quite testily that it was a lot of rubbish. He wished people would just let poor Philby live out his days in Moscow in peace and quiet. I replied that I was pleased to get his answer, but we both had to recognize that it was also what he would have told me had the story been true. Sir Maurice glowered and said nothing. 14. These two stories illustrate in extreme form the fundamental problem faced by anyone intent on studying religious beliefs. It has been noted by many commentators that typical canonical religious beliefs cannot be tested for truth. As I suggested earlier, this is as good as a defining characteristic of religious creeds. They have to be taken on faith and are not subject to scientific, historical confirmation. But, more than that, for this reason and others, religious belief expressions cannot really be taken at face value. The anthropologists Craig Palmer and Lyle Steadman, 2004, p. 141, quote the lament of their distinguished predecessor, the anthropologist Rodney Needham, who was frustrated in his work with the pennon in interior Borneo. I realized that I could not confidently describe their attitude to God, whether this was belief or anything else. In fact, as I had glumly to conclude, I just did not know what was their psychic attitude toward the personage in whom I had assumed they believed. Clearly, it was one thing to report the received ideas to which a people subscribed, but it was quite another matter to say what was their inner state, belief for instance, when they expressed or entertained such ideas. If, however, an ethnographer said that people believed something when he did not actually know what was going on inside them, then surely his account of them must, it occurred to me, be very defective in quite fundamental ways. Needham, 1972, pp. 1-2. Palmer and Steadman take this recognition by Needham to signal the need for recasting anthropological theories as accounts of religious behavior, not religious belief. While religious beliefs are not identifiable, religious behavior is, and this aspect of the human experience can be comprehended. What is needed is an explanation of this observable religious behavior that is restricted to what can be observed. p. 141. They go on to say that Needham is virtually alone in realizing the profound implications of this fact about the inscrutability of religious avowal, but they themselves overlook the even more profound implication of it. The natives are in the same boat as Needham. They are just as unable to get into the inner minds of their kin and neighbors as Needham is. When it comes to interpreting religious avowals of others, everybody is an outsider. Why? Because religious avowals concern matters that are beyond observation, beyond meaningful test. So the only thing anybody can go on is religious behavior, and, more specifically, the behavior of professing. A child growing up in a culture is like an anthropologist, after all, surrounded by informants whose professings stand in need of interpretation. The fact that your informants are your father and mother and speak in your mother tongue does not give you anything more than a slight circumstantial advantage over the adult anthropologist who has to rely on a string of bilingual interpreters to query the informant's .15. And think about your own case. Weren't you ever baffled or confused about just what you were supposed to believe? You know perfectly well that you don't have privileged access to the tenets of the faith that you were raised in. I'm just asking you to generalize the point, to recognize that others are in no better position. 7. Does God exist? If God did not exist, it would be necessary for us to invent him. Voltaire. At long last, I turn to the promised consideration of arguments for the existence of God, and, having reviewed the obstacles, diplomatic, logical, psychological, and tactical, facing anybody who wants to do this constructively, I will give just a brief bird's-eye view of the domain of inquiry, expressing my own verdicts but not the reasoning that has gone into them, and providing references to a few pieces that may not be familiar to many. There is a spectrum of intentional objects to consider, ranging along the anthropomorphism scale from a guy in the sky to one timeless benign force or another. And there is a spectrum of arguments which line up only unevenly with the spectrum of gods. We can begin with anthropomorphic gods and the arguments from presumed historical documentation such as this. According to the Bible, which is the literal truth, God exists, has always existed, and created the universe in 7 days a few thousand years ago. The historical arguments are apparently satisfying to those who accept them, but they simply cannot be introduced into a serious investigation since they are manifestly question-begging. If this is not obvious to you, ask whether the Book of Mormon or the founding document of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard's book Dianetics, should be taken as irrefutable evidence for the propositions it contains. No text can be conceded the status of gospel truth without foreclosing all rational inquiry. That leaves us with the traditional arguments discussed at great length by the philosophers and theologians over the centuries, some empirical, such as the argument from design, and some purely a priori or logical, such as the ontological argument and the cosmological argument for the necessity of a first cause. The logical arguments are regarded by many thinkers, including many philosophers who have looked at them carefully for years, to be intellectual conjuring tricks or puzzles rather than serious scientific proposals. Consider the ontological argument, first formulated by St. Anselm in the 11th century as a direct response to Psalm 14. 1. About what the fool said in his heart. If the fool understands the concept of God, Anselm claims, he should understand that God is, by definition, the greatest conceivable being, or, in a famously mind-twisting phrase, the being greater than which nothing can be conceived. But among the perfections such a greatest conceivable being would have to have is existence, since if God lacked existence, it would be possible to conceive of a still greater being, namely, God with all his perfections plus existence. A God that lacked existence would not be the being greater than which nothing can be conceived, but that is the definition of God, so therefore God must exist. Do you find this compelling? Or do you suspect it is some sort of logical trick with mirrors? Could you use the same argument scheme to prove the existence of the most perfect ice cream sundae conceivable? Since if it didn't exist, there would be a more perfect conceivable one, namely, one that did exist. If you're suspicious, you're in good company. Ever since Immanuel Kant in the 18th century, there has been a widespread, but by no means unanimous, conviction that you can't prove the existence of anything other than an abstraction by sheer logic. You can prove that there is a prime number larger than a trillion, and that there is a point at which the lines bisecting the three angles of any triangle all meet, and there is a Gödel sentence for every Turing machine that is consistent and can represent the truths of arithmetic, but you can't prove that something that has effects in the physical world exists except by methods that are at least partly empirical. 16. There are those who disagree and continue to champion updated versions of Anselm's ontological argument, but the price they pay, willingly, one gathers, for their access to purely logical proof is a remarkably bare and featureless intentional object. Even if a being greater than which nothing can be conceived has to exist, as their arguments urge, it is a long haul from that specification to a being that is merciful or just or loving, unless you make sure to define it that way from the outset, introducing anthropomorphism by a dodge that will not persuade the skeptics, needless to say. Nor, in my experience, does it reassure the faithful. The cosmological argument, which in its simplest form states that since everything must have a cause, the universe must have a cause, namely God, doesn't stay simple for long. Some deny the premise, since quantum physics teaches us, doesn't it, that not everything that happens needs to have a cause. Others prefer to accept the premise and then ask, what caused God? The reply that God is self-caused, somehow, then raises the rebuttal. If something can be self-caused, why can't the universe as a whole be the thing that is self-caused? This leads in various arcane directions, into the strange precincts of string theory and probability fluctuations and the like, at one extreme, and into ingenious nitpicking about the meaning of cause at the other. Unless you have a taste for mathematics and theoretical physics on the one hand, or the niceties of scholastic logic on the other, you are not apt to find any of this compelling or even fathomable. Still, people may want to return to the a priori arguments as a safety net of sorts after they see what can be made of the empirical argument, the argument from design, including its recent variants invoking the anthropic principle. The argument from design is surely the most intuitive and popular argument and has been for centuries. It just stands to reason, doesn't it, that all the wonders of the living world have to have been arranged by some intelligent designer. It couldn't all just be an accident, could it? And even if evolution by natural selection explains the design of living things, doesn't the fine-tuning of the laws of physics to make all this evolution possible require a tuner? The anthropic principle argument. No, it doesn't stand to reason. And yes, it could all just be the result of accidents, exploited by the relentless regularities of nature. And no, the fine-tuning of the laws of physics can be explained without postulating an intelligent tuner. I have covered these arguments quite extensively in Darwin's Dangerous Idea, especially chapters 1 and 7. 17, so I will repeat not my counter-arguments, but only my summary of the retreat that Darwin's Dangerous Idea has propelled during the last century and a half. We began with a somewhat childish vision of an anthropomorphic handicraft to God, and recognized that this idea, taken literally, was well on the road to extinction. When we looked through Darwin's eyes at the actual processes of design of which we and all the wonders of nature are the products to date, we found that Paley was right to see these effects as the result of a lot of design work, but we found a non-miraculous account of it. A massively parallel, and hence prodigiously wasteful, process of mindless, algorithmic design trying, in which, however, the minimal increments of design have been thriftily husbanded, copied and reused over billions of years. The wonderful particularity or individuality of the creation was due not to Shakespearean inventive genius, but to the incessant contributions of chance, a growing sequence of what Crick, 1968, has called frozen accidents. That vision of the creative process still apparently left a role for God as lawgiver, but this gave way in turn to the Newtonian role of law finder, which also evaporated, as we have recently seen, leaving behind no intelligent agency in the process at all. What is left is what the process, shuffling through eternity, mindlessly finds, when it finds anything, a timeless, platonic possibility of order. That is indeed a thing of beauty, as mathematicians are forever exclaiming, but it is not itself something intelligent, but wonder of wonders, something intelligible. Being abstract and outside of time, it is nothing with an initiation or origin in need of explanation. 18. What does need its origin explained is the concrete universe itself, and as Hume's Philo long ago asked, why not stop at the material world? It, we have seen, does perform a version of the ultimate bootstrapping trick. It creates itself ex nihilo, or at any rate, out of something that is well nigh indistinguishable from nothing at all. Unlike the puzzlingly mysterious, timeless self-creation of God, this self-creation is a non-miraculous stunt that has left lots of traces. And being not just concrete, but the product of an exquisitely particular historical process, it is a creation of utter uniqueness, encompassing and dwarfing all the novels and paintings and symphonies of all the artists, occupying a position in the hyperspace of possibilities that differs from all others. Benedict Spinoza, in the 17th century, identified God and nature, arguing that scientific research was the true path of theology. For this heresy, he was persecuted. There is a troubling, or to some enticing Janus-faced quality to Spinoza's heretical vision of Deus sive natura, God or nature. In proposing his scientific simplification, was he personifying nature or depersonalizing God? Darwin's more generative vision provides the structure in which we can see the intelligence of Mother Nature, or is it merely apparent intelligence? As a non-miraculous and non-mysterious, and hence all the more wonderful, feature of this self-creating thing. Dennett, 1995b, pp. 184, 85. Should Spinoza be counted as an atheist or a pantheist? He saw the glory of nature, and then saw a way of eliminating the middleman. As I said at the end of my earlier book, the tree of life is neither perfect nor infinite in space or time, but it is actual, and if it is not Anselm's being greater than which nothing can be conceived, it is surely a being that is greater than anything any of us will ever conceive of in detail worthy of its detail. Is something sacred? Yes, say I with Nietzsche. I could not pray to it, but I can stand in affirmation of its magnificence. The world is sacred. 1995 BP 520. Does that make me an atheist? Certainly, in the obvious sense. If what you hold sacred is not any kind of person you could pray to, or consider to be an appropriate recipient of gratitude or anger when a loved one is senselessly killed, you're an atheist in my book. If, for reasons of loyalty to tradition, diplomacy, or self-protective camouflage, very important today, especially for politicians, you want to deny what you are, that's your business, but don't kid yourself. Maybe in the future, if more of us brights will just come forward and calmly announce that of course we no longer believe in any of those gods, it will be possible to elect an atheist to some office higher than senator. We now have Jewish and female senators and homosexual members of Congress, so the future looks bright. So much for the belief in God. What about belief in God? We still haven't inquired about all the grounds for this belief in belief. Isn't it true? That is, isn't it true that whether or not God exists, religious belief is at least as important as the belief in democracy, in the rule of law, in free will? The very widespread but far from universal opinion is that religion is the bulwark of morality and meaning. Without religion, we would fall into anarchy and chaos, in a world in which anything goes. The last 5 chapters have exposed a variety of familiar tricks that have been rediscovered over and over, and that tend to have the effect of protecting religious practices from extinction or erosion beyond recognition. If the grim side of this is the design of kleptocracies and other manifestly evil organizations that can prey on innocent people, the happy side is the design of humane and useful institutions that do not just deserve the loyalty of people, but can effectively secure it. We still have not seriously addressed the question of whether religions, some religions, one religion, any religion, are social phenomena that do more good than harm. Now that we can see through some of this protective gauze, we are in position to address that question. Chapter 8. The belief that belief in God is so important that it must not be subjected to the risks of disconfirmation or serious criticism has led the devout to save their beliefs by making them incomprehensible even to themselves. The result is that even the professors don't really know what they are professing. This makes the goal of either proving or disproving God's existence a quixotic quest, but also, for that very reason, not very important. Chapter 9. The important question is whether religions deserve the continued protection of their adherents. Many people love their religions more than anything else in life. Do their religions deserve this adoration? Part 3. Religion Today. Chapter 9. Toward a Buyer's Guide to Religions. One for the love of God. There is a state of mind, known to religious men, but to no others, in which the will to assert ourselves and hold our own has been displaced by a willingness to close our mouths and be as nothing in the floods and waterspouts of God. In this state of mind, what we most dreaded has become the habitation of our safety, and the hour of our moral death has turned into our spiritual birthday. The time of tension in our soul is over, and that of happy relaxation, of calm, deep breathing, of an eternal present, with no discordant future to be anxious about, has arrived. William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience. Most people believe in the belief in God, even those who can't manage to believe in God all the time. Why do they believe this? An obvious answer is that they want to be good. That is, they want to lead good and meaningful lives, and they want this for others as well, and they can see no better way to do this than to put themselves in the service of God. This answer may be right, and they may be right, but before we can consider this answer with the care it deserves, we need to address a challenge. Some people, and you may be one of them, find this whole setting of the issue objectionable. I will let Professor Faith try to give a fair expression of this point of view. You insist on treating the question of religion as if it were like whether or not to switch jobs, or buy a car, or have an operation, a matter that ought to be settled by calmly and objectively considering the pros and cons, and then drawing a conclusion about the best course. All things considered. That's not how we see it at all. It isn't that belief in the belief in God is our settled conviction, a matter of the best overall life policy we have been able to discover. It goes way beyond that. In the previous chapter, you talked about fake it until you make it, but you never got around to describing the wonderful state of those who do make it, whose honest attempts to imbue themselves with the Spirit of God succeed in a burst of glory. Those of us who know the experience know that it is unlike any other experience, a joy warmer than the joy of motherhood, deeper than the joy of victory in sports, more ecstatic than the joys of playing or singing great music. When we see the light, it isn't just an aha experience, like figuring out a puzzle, or suddenly seeing the hidden figure in a drawing, or getting a joke, or being persuaded by an argument. It isn't arriving at a belief at all. We know then that God is the greatest thing that could ever enter our lives. It isn't like accepting a conclusion. It's like falling in love. Yes, I hear you. I deliberately gave this chapter a provocative title to energize this concern and put this objection in the limelight. I recognize the state you're describing, and I would offer a friendly amendment. It isn't just like falling in love. It is a kind of falling in love. The discomfort or even outrage you feel when confronted by my calm invitation to consider the pros and cons of your religion is the same reaction one feels when asked for a candid evaluation of one's true love. I don't just like my darling because, after due consideration, I believe all her wonderful qualities far outweigh her few faults. I know that she is the one for me, and I will always love her with all my heart and soul. New England farmers are reputedly as tight-fisted with their emotions as they are with their wallets and their words. Here is an old Maine joke. How's your wife, Jeb? Compared to what? It would appear that Jeb is no longer in love with his wife. And if you are so much as willing to think about comparing your religion with others, or with having no religion at all, you must not be in love with your religion. This is a very personal love, not like the love of jazz, or baseball, or mountain scenery, but no single person, not the priest, or the rabbi, or the imam, or even any group of people, the congregation of the faithful say, is the beloved. One's undying loyalty is not loyalty to them singly or together, but to the system of ideas that unite them. Of course, people sometimes do fall in love, romantic love, with their priest or with a fellow parishioner, and this can be hard for them to distinguish from love of their religion. But I'm not suggesting that this is the nature of the love most God-loving people experience. I am suggesting, however, that their unquestioning loyalty, their unwillingness even to consider the virtues versus the vices, is a type of love, and more like romantic love than brotherly love or intellectual love. It is surely no accident that the language of romantic love and the language of religious devotion are all but indistinguishable, and it is similarly no accident that almost all religions, with a few austere exceptions, such as the Puritans and the Shakers and the Taliban, have given their lovers a cornucopia of beauty to ravish their senses. Soaring architecture, with decoration applied to every surface, music, candles, and incense. The inventory of the world's great works of art is crowned by religious masterpieces. Thanks to Islam, we have the Alhambra and the exquisite mosques of Isfahan and Istanbul. Thanks to Christianity, we have the Hagia Sophia and the cathedrals of Europe. You don't have to be a believer to be entranced by Buddhist, Hindu, and Shinto temples of surreal intricacy and sublime proportion. Bach's St. Matthew Passion and Handel's Messiah, and those miniature marvels, the Christmas carols, are among the most rapturous love songs ever composed, and the stories they set to music are themselves compositions of extraordinary emotional power. The film director George Stevens may not have been exaggerating when he called his 1965 movie On the Life of Jesus the greatest story ever told. The competition is fierce, what with the Odyssey, the Iliad, Robin Hood, Romeo and Juliet, Oliver Twist, Treasure Island, Huckleberry Finn, The Diary of Anne Frank, and all the other great narratives of the world's literature. But for joy, danger, pathos, triumph, tragedy, heroes, and villains, but no comic relief, it is hard to beat. And of course, the story has a moral. We love stories, and Elie Wiesel uses a story to explain this. When the founder of Hasidic Judaism, the great Rabbi Israel Shem Tov, saw misfortune threatening the Jews, it was his custom to go into a certain part of the forest to meditate. There he would light a fire, say a special prayer, and the miracle would be accomplished and the misfortune averted. Later, when his disciple, the celebrated Maggid of Mezerich, had occasion, for the same reason, to intercede with heaven, he would go to the same place in the forest and say, "Master of the universe, listen, I do not know how to light the fire, but I am still able to say the prayer," and again the miracle would be accomplished. Still later, Rabbi Moshe Leib of Sassof, in order to save his people once more, would go into the forest and say, "I do not know how to light the fire. I do not know the prayer, but I know the place, and this must be sufficient." It was sufficient, and the miracle was accomplished. Then it fell to Rabbi Israel of Rezin to overcome misfortune. Sitting in his armchair, his head in his hands, he spoke to God. I am unable to light the fire, and I do not know the prayer, and I cannot even find the place in the forest. All I can do is to tell the story, and this must be sufficient. And it was sufficient. For God made man because he loves stories. 1966, preface. Not Weasel, 1972, as many websites have it. We have been given a lot to love, and not just spectacularly beautiful art and stories and ceremonies. The daily actions of religious people have accomplished uncounted good deeds throughout history, alleviating suffering, feeding the hungry, caring for the sick. Religions have brought the comfort of belonging and companionship to many who would otherwise have passed through this life all alone, without glory or adventure. They have not just provided first aid, in effect, for people in difficulties. They have provided the means for changing the world in ways that remove those difficulties. As Alan Wolfe says, religion can lead people out of cycles of poverty and dependency, just as it led Moses out of Egypt. 2003 p. 139. There is much for religion lovers to be proud of in their traditions, and much for all of us to be grateful for. The fact that so many people love their religions as much as, or more than, anything else in their lives is a weighty fact indeed. I am inclined to think that nothing could matter more than what people love. At any rate, I can think of no value that I would place higher. I would not want to live in a world without love. Would a world with peace, but without love, be a better world? Not if the peace was achieved by drugging the love and hate out of us, or by suppression. Would a world with justice and freedom, but without love, be a better world? Not if it was achieved by somehow turning us all into loveless law-abiders, with none of the yearnings or envies or hatreds that are the wellsprings of injustice and subjugation. It is hard to consider such hypotheticals, and I doubt if we should trust our first intuitions about them, but, for what it is worth, I surmise that we almost all want a world in which love, justice, freedom, and peace are all present as much as possible. But if we had to give up one of these, it wouldn't, and shouldn't, be love. But, sad to say, even if it is true that nothing could matter more than love, it wouldn't follow from this that we don't have reason to question the things that we and others love. Love is blind, as they say, and because love is blind, it often leads to tragedy, to conflicts in which one love is pitted against another love, and something has to give, with suffering guaranteed in any resolution. Suppose I love music more than life itself. Other things being equal, then, I should be free to live my life in pursuit of the exaltation of music, the thing I love most, with all my heart and soul. But that still doesn't give me the right to force my children to practice their instruments night and day, or the right to impose musical education on everybody in the country, of which I am the dictator, or to threaten the lives of those who have no love of music. If my love of music is so great that I am simply unable to consider its implications objectively, then this is an unfortunate disability, and others may with good reason assert the right to act as my surrogate, conscientiously deciding what is best for all, since my love has driven me mad, and I cannot rationally participate in the assessment of my own behavior and its consequences. There may well be nothing more wonderful than love, but love is not enough. A world in which baseball fans' love of their teams led them so to hate the other teams and their fans that murderous war accompanied the playoffs would be a world in which a particular love, pure and blameless in itself, led to immoral and intolerable consequences. So, although I understand and sympathize with those who take offense at my invitation to consider the pros and cons of religion, I insist that they have no right to indulge themselves by declaring their love and then hiding behind the veil of righteous indignation or hurt feelings. Love is not enough. Have you ever had to face the heart-wrenching problem of a dear friend who has fallen head over heels in love with somebody who is just not worthy of her love. If you suggest this to her, you risk losing a friend and getting slapped in the face for your trouble. For people in love often make it a point of honor to respond irrationally and violently to any perceived slight of their beloved. It's part of the whole point of being in love, after all. When they say that love is blind, they say it without regret. It is commonly understood that love should be blind. The whole idea of assessment should be off limits when it comes to true love. But why? Common wisdom doesn't answer, and hard-headed economists have long dismissed the idea as romantic nonsense. But the evolutionary economist Robert Frank has pointed out that there is in fact an excellent, free-floating rationale for the phenomenon of romantic love in the unruly marketplace of human mate finding. Because search is costly, it is rational to settle on a partner before having examined all potential candidates. Once a partner is chosen, however, the relevant circumstances will often change. The resulting uncertainty makes it imprudent to undertake joint investments that would otherwise be strongly in each party's interest. In order to facilitate these investments, each party wants to make a binding commitment to remain in the relationship. Objective personal characteristics may continue to play a role in determining which people are initially most attracted to one another, as much evidence suggests. But the poets are surely correct that the bond we call love does not consist of rational deliberations about these characteristics. It is instead an intrinsic bond, one in which the person is valued for his or her own sake. And precisely therein lies its value as a solution to the commitment problem. 1988, pp. 195, 96. As Steven Pinker says, murmuring that your lover's looks, earning power, and IQ meet your minimal standards would probably kill the romantic mood, even though the statement is statistically true. The way to a person's heart is to declare the opposite, that you're in love because you can't help it. 1997, p. 418. This demonstrated, or at least passionately professed, helplessness is as close as you can muster to a guarantee that you are not still shopping around. Like all communicative signals, however, if it can be cheaply faked, your commitment signal will not be effective, and the result, as so often in the world of animal signaling, is the inflationary spiral of costly signaling. Zahavi, 1987. It is not just love-struck young men who shower their beloveds with presents they can barely afford. The bowerbirds' bowers are costly investments, and so are the nuptial gifts of food and other goods provided by male moths, beetles, crickets, and many other creatures. Has our evolved capacity for romantic love been exploited by religious memes? It would surely be a good trick. It would get people to think that it was actually honorable to take offense, to attack all skeptics with fury, to lash out wildly and without concern for their own safety, let alone the safety of the person they are attacking. Their beloved deserves nothing less than this, they think, a total commitment to eradicating the blasphemer. Of such stuff are fatwas made, but this meme is not at all restricted to Islam. There are plenty of misguided Christians, for instance, who will contemplate with relish the prospect of demonstrating the depths of their commitment by raining abuse on me for daring to question the love they have for their Jesus. Before they act on their self-indulgent fantasies, I hope they will pause to consider that any such action would actually bring dishonor to their faith. Some of the saddest spectacles of the last century have been the way zealots of all faiths and ethnicities have defiled their own shrines and holy places and brought shame and dishonor to their causes by their acts of fanatical loyalty. Kosovo may have been a holy place to Serbs since the Battle of 1389, but it is hard to see how Serbs can continue to cherish its memory after recent history. By destroying the idolatrous Buddhist monuments in Afghanistan, the Taliban dishonored themselves and their tradition in ways that will take centuries of good works to expiate. The killing of hundreds of Muslims in reprisal for the killing of dozens of Hindus in the Akshardham temple in Gujarat besmirches the reputations of both religions, whose fanatical devotees should be reminded that the rest of the world is not just unmoved by, but sick and tired of, their respective demonstrations of their devotion. What would really impress us infidels would be an announcement, unilateral or joint, that the contested site was henceforth to be considered the hall of shame, no longer holy, but rather a reminder to all of the evils of zealotry. Since September 11th, 2001, I have often thought that perhaps it was fortunate for the world that the attackers targeted the World Trade Center instead of the Statue of Liberty, for if they had destroyed our sacred symbol of democracy, I fear that we Americans would have been unable to keep ourselves from indulging in paroxysms of revenge of a sort the world has never seen before. If that had happened, it would have befouled the meaning of the Statue of Liberty beyond any hope of subsequent redemption, if there were any people left to care. I have learned from my students that this upsetting thought of mine is subject to several unfortunate misconstruals, so let me expand on it to ward them off. The killing of thousands of innocents in the World Trade Center was a heinous crime, much more evil than the destruction of the Statue of Liberty would have been. And yes, the World Trade Center was a much more appropriate symbol of Al-Qaeda's wrath than the Statue of Liberty would have been, but for that very reason it didn't mean as much as a symbol to us. It was mammon and plutocrats and globalization, not Lady Liberty. I do suspect that the fury with which many Americans would have responded to the unspeakable defilement of our cherished national symbol, the purest image of our aspirations as a democracy, would have made a sane and measured response extraordinarily difficult. This is the great danger of symbols. They can become too sacred. An important task for religious people of all faiths in the 21st century will be spreading the conviction that there are no acts more dishonorable than harming infidels of one stripe or another for disrespecting a flag, a cross, a holy text. By asking for an accounting of the pros and cons of religion, I risk getting poked in the nose or worse, and yet I persist. Why? Because I believe that it is very important to break this spell and get us all to look carefully at the question with which I began this section. Are people right that the best way to live a good life is through religion? William James confronted the same problem squarely when he gave the Gifford lectures that became his great book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, and I will echo his plea for forbearance. I am no lover of disorder and doubt as such. Rather do I fear to lose truth by this pretension to possess it already wholly. That we can gain more and more of it by moving always in the right direction, I believe as much as anyone, and I hope to bring you all to my way of thinking before the termination of these lectures. Till then, do not, I pray you, harden your minds irrevocably against the empiricism which I profess. 1902, p. 334. 2. The academic smokescreen. The word God refers to a depth and wholeness, unlike anything that we humans know or can know. Certainly, it is beyond our ability to discriminate and label. James B. Ashbrook and Carol Rausch. Albright, The Humanizing Brain. A mystery is a mystery. If, on the other hand, we consider that it is important to study how people communicate about the idea of something being a mystery, there is no a priori reason why this should be beyond the reach of scientific method. Ilkka Pisiainen, How Religion Works. To oppose the torrent of scholastic religion by such feeble maxims as these, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, that the whole is greater than a part, that 2 and 3 make 5, is pretending to stop the ocean with a bulrush. Will you set up profane reason against sacred mystery? No punishment is great enough for your impiety, and the same fires which were kindled for heretics will serve also for the destruction of philosophers. David Hume, The Natural History of Religion. James was trying to forestall dismissal by the devout, but they are not the only ones who resort to protectionism. A subtler, less forthright but equally frustrating barrier to straightforward inquiry into the nature of religion has been erected and maintained by the scholarly friends of religion, many of whom are atheistic or agnostic connoisseurs, not champions of any creed. They do want to study religion, but only their way, not the way I am proposing, which by their lights is scientistic, reductionistic, and of course, Philistine. I alluded to this opposition in Chapter 2 when I discussed the legendary gap that many want to see between the natural sciences and the interpretive sciences, Naturwissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften. Anyone who tries to bring an evolutionary perspective to bear on any item of human culture, not just religion, can expect rebuffs ranging from howls of outrage to haughty dismissal from the literary, historical, and cultural experts in the humanities and social sciences. When the cultural phenomenon is religion, the most popular move is preemptive disqualification, and it has been well known since the 18th century, when it was used to discredit the earliest atheists and deists, such as David Hume and Baron Dolbach, and some great American heroes, Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Paine. Here is an early 20th century version from Emil Durkheim. He who does not bring to the study of religion a sort of religious sentiment cannot speak about it. He is like a blind man trying to talk about color. 1915, P. the 16. And here, half a century later, is an oft-quoted version from the great religious scholar Mircea Eliade. A religious phenomenon will only be recognized as such if it is grasped at its own level, that is to say, if it is studied as something religious. To try to grasp the essence of such a phenomenon by means of physiology, psychology, sociology, economics, linguistics, art, or any other study is false. It misses the one unique and irreducible element in it, the element of the sacred. 1963 p. 3. You can find similar claims of preemptive disqualification protecting other topics. Only women are qualified to do research on women, according to some radical feminists, because only they can overcome the phallocentrism that renders males obtuse and biased in ways they can never acknowledge and counteract. Some multiculturalists insist that Europeans, including Americans, can never really cancel out their disabling Eurocentrism and understand the subjectivity of third world people. It takes one to know one, according to this theme in all its variations. Well then, should we all just hunker down in our isolationist enclaves and wait for death to overtake us, since we can never understand one another? And then there is the brand of defeatism in my own home discipline, philosophy of mind, the Mysterian doctrine that insists that the human brain is simply not up to the task of understanding the human brain, that consciousness is not a puzzle but an insoluble mystery, so stop trying to explain it. What is transparent in all these claims is that they are not so much defeatist as protectionist. Don't even try, because we're afraid you might succeed. You'll never understand Indian street magic if you're not an Indian born into the caste of magicians. It is impossible. But of course it is possible. Siegel, 1991. You'll never understand music unless you are born with a great ear for music and perfect pitch. Nonsense. In fact, people who have difficulty training themselves as musicians sometimes grind out insights into the nature of the music and how to perform it that were unavailable to those who glide effortlessly to musical mastery. Similarly, Temple Grandin, 1996, who is autistic and hence has a tin ear for the intentional stance and folk psychology, has come up with striking observations about how people present themselves and interact. Insights that had escaped the rest of us normal folk. We would never let business tycoons get away with saying that since we weren't plutocrats ourselves, we couldn't hope to understand the world of high finance and were hence disqualified from investigating their deals. Generals can't escape civilian oversight by claiming that only those in uniform can appreciate what they are doing, and doctors have had to open up their methods and practices to the scrutiny of experts who are not themselves MDs. It would be dereliction of duty for us to let pedophiles insist that only those who appreciate a commitment to pedophilia can really understand them at all. So, what we may say to those who insist that only those who believe, only those with a deep appreciation of the sacred, are to be entrusted with the investigation of religious phenomena, is that they are simply wrong about both facts and principles. They are mistaken about the imaginative and investigative powers of those they would exclude, and they are wrong to suppose that it might be justifiable on any grounds to limit the investigation of religion to those who are religious. If we say this politely, firmly, and often, they may eventually stop playing this card and let us get on with our investigations, hampered though we may be by our lack of faith. We'll just have to work harder. A related smokescreen is the more general declaration that the methods of the natural sciences cannot possibly make progress on human culture, which requires semiotics or hermeneutics, not experiments. A favorite exponent of this position is the anthropologist Clifford Geertz, who has put it this way: believing with Max Weber that man is an animal suspended in webs of significance he himself has spun. I take culture to be those webs, and the analysis of it to be, therefore emphasis added, not an experimental science in search of law, but an interpretative one in search of meaning. 1973 p5, therefore. Back in 1973 it might have passed muster, but this argument is way out of date. That we human beings spin webs of significance is not in doubt, but those webs can be analyzed by methods that critically involve experiments and the disciplined methods of the natural sciences. Interpretation in the natural sciences is not opposed to experiment, and science isn't all subsumption under some covering law. All of cognitive science and all of evolutionary biology, for instance, is interpretive in ways that closely parallel some of the interpretive strategies of the humanities and anthropology. Dennett, 1983, 1995b. In fact, one of the few serious differences between the natural sciences and the humanities is that all too many thinkers in the humanities have decided that the postmodernists are right. It's all just stories, and all truth is relative. A cultural anthropologist who will go unnamed recently announced to his students that one of the great things about his field is that, given the same set of data, no two anthropologists would arrive at the same interpretation. End of story. Scientists often have just such disagreements about how to interpret a shared pool of unchallenged data, but for them, it is the beginning of a task of resolution. Which of them is wrong? Experiments and further statistical analyses and the like are then designed to answer the question by discovering the truth, not the capital T truth about everything, but just the ho-hum truth about this particular little factual disagreement. It is this subsequent process, which may take years, that has been declared impossible or unnecessary by these ideologues, who scoff at the very idea that there are objective truths about such matters to be discovered. They couldn't claim to prove that there is no such thing as objective truth, of course, for that would be to contradict themselves blatantly, and they have at least that much respect for logic. So they content themselves with clucking at the presumption and naivete of anyone who still believes in truth. It is hard to convey how boring this relentless barrage of defensive sneering is. So it is not surprising that some investigators have stopped trying to rebut it and settle for poking fun at it instead. For example, right now I am typing on my keyboard with the intention of creating a coherent story about the logic of postmodernism. Were someone to study me, they might look beyond that surface-level intention I just offered and infer instead that what I really am doing is inventing a story from my personal experiences, for the purposes of advancing my academic career. To accomplish this, they might argue, I am constructing a discourse that sets me apart from other people and thus increases my value as a writer. The more I confuse you, the smarter I appear. Why do I do this? Because I am a self-interested, white, heterosexual, privileged Protestant male who uses knowledge for power, a strategy not of savvy but of manipulation and exploitation. For postmodernists, that which gets presented as truth, for example this book, is an invention, just to take on reality, that masks what I am really doing, tricking everyone in order to acquire and maintain power. Sloan, 2004, pp. 3940. The pioneers whose scientific work on religion I have been introducing, Atran, Boyer, Diamond, Dunbar, Lawson, Macaulay, MacLennan, Sperber, Wilson, and the rest all have to deal with this. It can be amusing in the end to see how they all brace themselves against this onslaught and, following in William James's footsteps, beg for an open-minded audience. So much pleading. The irony is that these intrepid interlopers have been far more conscientious in their attempts to get a sympathetic, informed view of religion than the self-appointed defenders of religion have been in trying to understand the point of view and methods of those they are resisting. When the humanist defenders have studied evolutionary biology and cognitive neuroscience and statistics and the rest, with the same energy and imagination that the scientists have devoted to studying the histories, rites, and creeds of the various religions, they will become worthy critics of the work they fear. When the Zurich classicist Walter Burkert dared to expose his fellow humanists to biological thinking about the origins of religion in his Gifford Lectures of 1989, he became really the first humanist to attempt to cross the chasm going in the other direction. Burkert is a distinguished historian of ancient religion, widely read in anthropology, linguistics, and sociology, and he has begun educating himself in the evolutionary biology that he sees clearly must ground his own efforts at theorizing. One of the delights of reading his book, Creation of the Sacred, Tracts of Biology in Early Religions, 1996, is seeing how valuable his treasure trove of historical insights turns out to be when placed in the context of biological questions. And one of the causes for dismay is seeing how gingerly he thinks he must tiptoe around the hair-trigger sensitivities of his fellow humanists when he introduces these dread biological notions into their world. Dennett, 1997. 1998b. Scientists have much to learn from the historians and the cultural anthropologists. The infrastructure for constructive collaborations already exists in the form of interdisciplinary journals, such as Journal for the Scientific Study of Religion and Method Theory in the Study of Religion, and Journal of Cognition and Culture, as well as professional societies and websites. One of my goals in this book is to make it easier for subsequent researchers to enter these forbidden zones and find friendly natives with whom to collaborate without having to hack their way through a jungle of hostile defenders. They will discover that the anthropologists and historians have already thought of most of their new ideas and have plenty to say about what the problems with them are, so I recommend that they behave modestly, ask lots of questions, and just ignore the often breathtakingly rude and condescending put-downs they inspire in those who dread their approach. 1. 3. Why does it matter what you believe? Today we have to change our attitude from that of description to that of appreciation. We have to ask whether the fruits in question can help us to judge the absolute value of what religion adds to human life. William James. The varieties of religious experience. It isn't just that I don't believe in God, and naturally hope there is no God. I don't want there to be a God. I don't want the universe to be like that. Thomas Nagel, The Last Word. We have one last deflector to set aside before we can safely address the main question. Why believe in God? Many people would answer, simply because God exists. They believe in trees and mountains, tables and chairs, people and places, wind and water, and God. This would indeed explain their belief in God, but not the fact that they take believing in God to be so important. In particular, why do people care so much what other people believe about God? I believe that the center of the earth consists mainly of molten iron and nickel. Relative to other things, I believe, this is a pretty big and exciting fact. Just imagine, there's a ball of molten iron and nickel nearby. It's about the size of the moon and a lot closer. In fact, it's between me and Australia. Lots of people don't know this, and too bad for them, since it's quite a delightful fact. But it really doesn't bother me that they don't share my belief or my delight. Why should it matter so much whether others share your belief in God? Does God care? I can see that Jehovah might be really peeved if he found lots of people oblivious to his power and greatness. Part of what makes Jehovah such a fascinating participant in stories of the Old Testament is his king-like jealousy and pride, and his great appetite for praise and sacrifices. But we have moved beyond this God, haven't we? The creative intelligence that is supposed by many to have done all the design work we evolutionists attribute to natural selection is not the sort of being that could be jealous, is it? I know professors who can get mighty annoyed if you pretend you haven't heard of their published work, but it is hard to see why the creative intelligence that invented DNA and the metabolic cycle and mangrove trees and sperm whales would care whether any of its creatures recognized its authorship. The second law of thermodynamics can't care whether anybody believes in it, and I would think that the ground of all being must be a similarly unmoved mover. An anthropologist once told me about an African tribe, I can't remember their name, whose dealings with their neighbors proceeded at a stately pace. An emissary sent by foot to the settlement of a neighboring tribe would rest for a day after his arrival before conducting any official business, since he had to wait for his soul to catch up. Souls in that culture are slow walkers, apparently. We can see a similar time lag in the migration many believers have made from a highly anthropomorphic God to a more abstract and hard-to-imagine God. They still use anthropomorphic language when speaking of a God who, sick, is not a supernatural being at all, but just an essence, to use Stark's useful if philosophically misbegotten terminology. It is obvious enough why they do this. It permits them to carry over all the connotations required to make any sense of a personal love of God. One can feel, I suppose, a certain affection or gratitude for a law of nature. Good old gravity, she just never lets you down. But the proper object of adoration really has to be some sort of person, however inconceivably unlike us talking featherless bipeds. Only a person could be literally disappointed in you if you misbehaved, or could answer your prayers, or forgive you, so the theological incorrectness that persists in imagining God to be a wise old guy in the sky is not only tolerated by the experts, but subtly encouraged. William James opined at the turn of the 20th century, "Today, a deity who should require bleeding sacrifices to placate him would be too sanguinary to be taken seriously." 1902 p. 328. But a century later, few would agree publicly with Thomas Nagel when he candidly says that he would not want such a God to exist. I doubt if Nagel finds Spinoza's Deus sive natura, God or nature, repugnant, and he may well be as indifferent as I am to the ground of all being, whatever that is. If pressed, many people insist that the anthropomorphic language used to describe God is metaphorical, not literal. One might suppose, then, that the curious adjective God-fearing would have faded into disuse over the years, a fossil trace of a rather embarrassingly juvenile period in our religious past, but far from it. People want a God who can be loved and feared the way you love or fear another person. Religion, in short, is a monumental chapter in the history of human egotism. The gods believed in, whether by crude savages or by men disciplined intellectually, agree with each other in recognizing personal calls, James observed. Today, quite as much as at any previous age, the religious individual tells you that the divine meets him on the basis of his personal concerns. 1902 p. 491. For many believers, of course, this is all just obvious. God is, of course, a person who talks to them directly, if not on a daily basis, then at least in a once-in-a-lifetime revelation. But, as James pointed out, the believers themselves shouldn't put too much stock in such experiences. The supernormal incidents, such as voices and visions and overpowering impressions of the meaning of suddenly presented scripture texts, the melting emotions and tumultuous affections connected with the crisis of change, may all come by way of nature, or worse still, be counterfeited by Satan. 1902 p. 238. So, however convinced some people may be by their powerful personal experiences, Such revelations don't travel well. They can't be used as contributions to the communal discussion that we are now conducting. Philosophers and theologians have often debated the question of whether acts are good because God loves them, or God loves them because they are good. And although these inquiries may make some sense within a theological tradition, in any ecumenical setting where we aspire for universal consensus, we have to choose the latter presumption. Moreover, the evidence of history makes it clear that, as time has passed, people's moral sense about what is permissible and what is heinous has shifted, and along with it, their convictions about what God loves and hates. Those who see either blasphemy or adultery as a crime deserving the death penalty are today a dwindling minority, thank heaven. Still, the reason people care so much what other people believe about God is a fine reason, so far as it goes. They want the world to be a better place. They think that getting others to share their beliefs about God is the best way to achieve that end, and this is far from obvious. I, too, want the world to be a better place. This is my reason for wanting people to understand and accept evolutionary theory. I believe that their salvation may depend on it. How so? By opening their eyes to the dangers of pandemics, degradation of the environment, and loss of biodiversity, and by informing them about some of the foibles of human nature. So, isn't my belief that belief in evolution is the path to salvation a religion? No. There is a major difference. We who love evolution do not honor those whose love of evolution prevents them from thinking clearly and rationally about it. On the contrary, we are particularly critical of those whose misunderstandings and romantic misstatements of these great ideas mislead themselves and others. In our view, there is no safe haven for mystery or incomprehensibility. Yes, there is humility and awe and sheer delight at the glory of the evolutionary landscape, but it is not accompanied by, or in the service of, a willing, let alone thrilling, abandonment of reason. So, I feel a moral imperative to spread the word of evolution, but evolution is not my religion. I don't have a religion. So now, with apologies to those whose equanimity is disturbed by my asking such a fundamental question, what are the pros and cons of religion? Is it worthy of the intense loyalty it has inspired in most of the people of the world? William James led the way in this inquiry as well, and I will use his words to frame the issues for us, because they are wonderful in themselves, but also because they reveal some of the progress we have made in the last century, clarifying and sharpening our thinking in a number of regards. Long before anybody talked of memes or memetics, James noted that religions had indeed evolved, in spite of all their claims to eternal and immutable principles, and he noted that this evolution had always been responsive to human value judgments. What I then propose to do is, briefly stated, to test saintliness by common sense, to use human standards to help us decide how far the religious life commends itself as an ideal kind of human activity. It is but the elimination of the humanly unfit and the survival of the humanly fittest, applied to religious beliefs. And if we look at history candidly and without prejudice, we have to admit that no religion has ever in the long run established or proved itself in any other way. 1902, p. 331. When James speaks of what is humanly unfit, he means something like unfit for human use, rather than biologically or genetically unfit, and this choice of words blurs his vision. In spite of his desire to look at history without prejudice, his phrase biases his judgment in the direction of optimism. The memes that have resisted extinction over the centuries are only those memes that actually somehow enhance humanity. What do they enhance exactly? Human genetic fitness, human happiness, human well-being. James gives us a very Victorian version of Darwinism. What survives must be good, because evolution is always a matter of progress toward the better. Does evolution foster the good? It all depends, as we have seen, on how we ask and answer the cui bono question. But now, For the first time in the book, we are stepping aside from explanation and description and turning to appreciation, as James said, asking what ought to be, not just what is, and how it got that way. If the fruits for life of the state of conversion are good, we ought to idealize and venerate it, even though it be a piece of natural psychology. If not, we ought to make short work of it, no matter what supernatural being may have infused it. 1902, p. 237. Does religion make us better? James distinguished two main ways in which this might be true. It might make people more effective in their daily lives, healthier, both physically and mentally, more steadfast and composed, more strong-willed against temptation, less tormented by despair, better able to bear their misfortunes without giving up. He calls this the mind cure movement. Or it might make people morally better. The ways in which religion purports to accomplish this he calls saintliness. Or it could accomplish both ends in varying degrees under different circumstances. There is a lot to be said regarding both of them, and the rest of this chapter will be devoted to the first claim, leaving the hugely important question of the role of religion in morality to another chapter. 4. What can your religion do for you? Religion in the shape of mind cure gives to some of us serenity, moral poise and happiness, and prevents certain forms of disease as well as science does, or even better in a certain class of persons. William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience. No one dares suggest that neon signs blinking the message that Jesus saves may be false advertising. R. Lawrence Moore, Selling God. Pray. To ask that the laws of the universe be annulled in behalf of a single petitioner, confessedly unworthy. Ambrose Bierce, The Devil's Dictionary. In a dangerous world, there will always be more people around whose prayers for their own safety have been answered than those whose prayers have not. Nicholas Humphrey's Law of the Efficacy of Prayer, 2004. 2. James speculated that there may be two entirely different types of people, the healthy-minded and the sick-minded, who need different things from religion, and noted that churches face an everlasting inner struggle of the acute religion of the few against the chronic religion of the many. p. 114. You can't please everybody all the time, so every religion must make its compromises. His informal surveys and inquiries were the forerunners of the intensive and sometimes quite sophisticated market research undertaken by religious leaders in recent years, as well as the more academic investigations conducted by psychologists and other social scientists trying to assess the claims made on behalf of religion. Religious revival movements flourished in James's day, but so did secular promoters of all manner of fantastical products and regimens. The self-help infomercials on television today are the descendants of a long line of earlier hucksters who plied their wares in tent shows and rented theaters. One hears of the gospel of relaxation, of the don't worry movement, of people who repeat to themselves youth, health, vigor when dressing in the morning as their motto for the day. p. 95. James asked if the religions provided bracing as good as or better than that of their secular counterparts, and observed that whatever they may protest about their aloofness from science, in fact religions do rely on experiment and verification at every turn. Live as if I were true, religion says, and every day will practically prove you right. p. 119. In other words, you'll see the results for yourself. Try it. You'll like it. Here, in the very heyday of science's authority, it carries on an aggressive warfare against the scientific philosophy and succeeds by using science's own peculiar methods and weapons. p. 120. The best salespeople are satisfied customers, and even if that is not the point of being a member of a church, there is nothing wrong with paying close attention to any factors that may improve the health, both spiritual and physical, of those who are loyal and active members. If I were to try to design a secular organization for furthering world peace, for instance, I would certainly keep my eyes open for any features that would have the incidental benefit of boosting members' health or prosperity, since I recognize that the organization would always be competing against all the other ways people can spend their time and energy. Even if I expect and encourage sacrifices from those who join, I should weigh the sacrifices carefully and eliminate any gratuitous shortcomings, and replace them with benefits if possible, so as to give greater leverage to the essential sacrifices. 3. So is religion good for your health? There is growing evidence that many religions have succeeded remarkably well on this score, improving both the health and the morale of their members, quite independently of the good works they may have accomplished to benefit others. For instance, eating disorders such as anorexia nervosa and bulimia are much less common among women in Muslim countries, in which the physical attractiveness of women plays a muted role relative to that in westernized countries. Abd, 1998. A current surge of interest is bringing to bear all the statistical tools of epidemiology and public health on such questions as whether regular churchgoers live longer, are less likely to have heart attacks, and so forth, and in most of the surveys the results are positive, often strongly so. For an extensive overview, now rapidly becoming out of date, see Koenig et al., 2000. The early results are impressive enough to have provoked knee-jerk skeptical dismissals from some atheists who haven't stopped to consider how independent these questions are from whether or not any religious beliefs are true. We already know from studies involving many different kinds of performance that if you randomly tell half a group of subjects that they are above average on the task in question, they will do better. So the power of false belief to improve human capacities is already established. There are studies that demonstrate, according to some, e.g. Taylor and Brown, 1988, that positive illusions improve mental health, but there are critics who say the case is not yet secure. Colvin and Block, 1994. It might well be that believing in God and engaging in all the practices that go with that belief improves your state of mind and thereby improves your health by, say, 10%. We should do the research to find out for sure, bearing in mind that it also may be true that believing that Earth is being invaded by space aliens who plan to take us to their planet and teach us all how to fly, and engaging in all the behaviors that are appropriate to that belief improves your state of mind and health by 20%. We won't know until we run the experiments, but since the world's literature is overflowing with stories of people who have benefited greatly from being deceived by well-wishing acquaintances, we shouldn't be surprised to find positive effects for well-chosen falsehoods. And if such concoctions were more effective than any known religious creed, we would have to confront the ethical question of whether any amount of health benefits could justify such deliberate misrepresentation. The results so far are strong, but in need of further investigation. 4. Since the benign effects that religions do seem to be having would probably diminish if skepticism took hold, regardless of whether it was justified, caution is called for. Many effects studied by psychologists depend on naive subjects who are relatively uninformed about the mechanisms and conditions of the phenomena. The effects are diminished or entirely obliterated when subjects are given more information. We should be alert to the possibility that the good effects, if they hold up to further scrutiny, might be jeopardized by anything that throws too strong a light of public scrutiny on them. On the other hand, the effects may be robust under a barrage of skeptical attention. We will just have to see. And, of course, if the results tend to evaporate as we study them more intensively, we can anticipate that those who are sure that the effects are real will protest that the climate of skepticism is inimical to the effects, making perfectly real phenomena vanish under the harsh light of science. And they may be right, and they may be wrong. This, too, is indirectly testable. Here, more than in any other area of conflict between science and religion, those who are dubious about or fearful of the authority of science will have to search their souls. Do they acknowledge the power of science, properly conducted, to settle such controversial factual questions? Or do they reserve judgment, waiting to see what the verdict will be? If it turns out that, in spite of the anecdotal evidence and mountains of testimonials, religion is no better than alternative sources of well-being, will they be willing to accept that result and drop the advertising? Some major pharmaceutical companies are currently under fire for trying to suppress the publication of studies they funded that fail to show the effectiveness of their products. In the future, it now seems clear these companies will be obliged to consent in advance to the publication of all the research they fund, however it comes out. That is the ethos of science. The price you pay for the authoritative confirmation of your favorite hypothesis is risking an authoritative refutation of it. Those who want to make claims about the health benefits of religion will have to live by the same rules. Prove it or drop it. And if you set out to prove it and fail, you are obliged to tell us. The potential benefits of joining the scientific community on these issues are enormous. Getting the authority of science in support of what you say you believe with all your heart and soul. Not for nothing have the new religions of the last century or two been given names like Christian Science and Scientology. Even the Roman Catholic Church, with its unfortunate legacy of persecution of its own scientists, has recently been eager to seek scientific confirmation and accept the risk of disconfirmation of its traditional claims about the Shroud of Turin, for example. 5. One strand in the current wave of research on religion raises a much more fundamental issue in undeniable terms. Studies are now underway on the efficacy of intercessory prayer. Praying with a real hope and real intent that God would step in and act for the good of some specific other person or other entity. Longman, 2000. These are quite unlike the studies mentioned above in their import. As we have just noted, scientists have plenty of resources already well in hand that could explain general health benefits to those who pray and practice and tithe. No supernatural forces would need to be invoked to account for such ambient health benefits. But if a properly conducted, double-blind, rigorously controlled test with a sufficiently large population of subjects were to demonstrate that people who are prayed for are significantly more likely to get well than people who get the same medical treatments but are not prayed for, this would be all but impossible for science to account for without a major revolution. Many atheists and other skeptics are so confident that no such effects could possibly exist that they are eager to see these tests performed. Those, in contrast, who believe in the efficacy of intercessory prayer have a tough call here. The stakes are high, since if the studies are performed properly and show no positive effect, the religions that practice intercessory prayer would be obliged by the principles of truth in advertising to renounce all claims to its efficacy, just like the pharmaceutical companies. On the other hand, a positive result would stop science in its tracks. After 500 years of steady retreat in the face of advancing science, religion could demonstrate, in terms that the scientists would have to respect, that its claims to truth were not all vacuous. In October 2001, the New York Times reported a remarkable Columbia University study that purportedly showed that infertile women who were prayed for became pregnant twice as often as those who were not prayed for. Published in a major scientific journal, the Journal of Reproductive Medicine, the results were worth the headlines, since Columbia University is not a Bible Belt college that would be instantly under suspicion in many quarters. Its medical school, a bastion of the medical establishment, supported the results in a news release that described the safeguards that had been taken to ensure that this was a properly controlled investigation. But, to make a long and sordid story short, it has subsequently turned out that this was a case of scientific fraud. Of the 3 authors of the study, 2 have now left their positions at Columbia University, And the third, Daniel Worth, who had no connection with Columbia, has recently pled guilty in an unrelated case to conspiracy to commit mail fraud and conspiracy to commit bank fraud, and turns out not to have any medical credentials at all. Flam, 2004. One study is discredited, and others have been severely criticized, but there are still others underway, including a major study by Dr. Herbert Benson and his colleagues at Harvard Medical School funded by the Templeton Foundation. So there is no verdict yet on the hypothesis that intercessory prayer actually works. See, for example, Dussek et al., 2002. Even if studies eventually show that it doesn't, there will still be plenty of evidence of less miraculous benefits of being an active member of a church, which is all that many churches have ever maintained. The Reverend Raymond J. Lawrence, Jr., Director of Pastoral Care at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia University Medical Center, expresses the liberal view, there's no way to put God to the test. And that's exactly what you're doing when you design a study to see if God answers your prayers. This whole exercise cheapens religion and promotes an infantile theology that God is out there ready to miraculously defy the laws of nature in answer to a prayer. Carey, 2004, p. 32. Prolonged exposure to the fumes of incense and burning candles may have some detrimental health effect, concluded one recent study. Lung et al. I'm not kidding, 2003, but there is plenty of other evidence that active participation in religious organizations can improve the morale and hence the health of participants. Moreover, the defenders of religion can rightly point to less tangible but more substantial benefits to their adherents, such as having a meaning for their lives provided. People who are suffering, even if their morale is not improved in measurable ways, may well gain some solace from nothing more than the knowledge that they are being acknowledged, noticed, thought about. It would be a mistake to suppose that these spiritual blessings have no place in the inventory of reasons that we skeptics are trying to assay, just as it would be a mistake to suppose that the non-existence of an intercessory prayer effect would show that prayer is a useless practice. There are subtler benefits to be evaluated, but they do need to be identified. Chapter 9. Before we can ask the question of whether religion is, all things considered, a good thing, we must first work through several protective barriers, such as the love barrier, the academic territoriality barrier, and the loyalty to God barrier. Then we can calmly consider the pros and cons of religious allegiance, looking first at the question, is religion good for people? And the evidence to date on that question is mixed. It does seem to provide some health benefits, for instance, but it is too early to say whether there are other, better ways of delivering these benefits, and too early to say if the side effects outweigh the benefits. Chapter 10. The more important question, finally, is whether religion is the foundation of morality. Do we get the content of morality from religion? Or is it an irreplaceable infrastructure for organizing moral action? Or does it provide moral or spiritual strength? Many think the answers are obvious and positive, but these are questions that need to be re-examined in the light of what we have learned. Chapter 10. Morality and Religion. 1. Does religion make us moral? Then Jesus, beholding him, loved him, and said unto him, One thing thou lackest. Go thy way, sell whatsoever thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And come, take up the cross, and follow me. Mark 10:21. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. Psalms 11. 5. 6. Believing as I do that man in the distant future will be a far more perfect creature than he now is, it is an intolerable thought that he and all other sentient beings are doomed to complete annihilation after such long continued slow progress. To those who fully admit the immortality of the human soul, the destruction of our world will not appear so dreadful. Charles Darwin, Life and Letters. Non-Muslims love their life too much. They can't fight, and they are cowards. They don't understand that there will be life after death. You cannot live forever. You will die. Life after death is forever. If life after death were an ocean, the life you live is only a drop in the ocean. So it's very important that you live your life for Allah, so you are rewarded after death. A young mujahid from Pakistan, quoted by Jessica Stern, "Terror in the name of God. Good people will do good things, and bad people will do bad things. But for good people to do bad things, that takes religion." Steven Weinberg, 1999. Religion plays its most important role in supporting morality, many think, by giving people an unbeatable reason to do good, the promise of an infinite reward in heaven, and, depending on tastes, the threat of an infinite punishment in hell if they don't. Without the divine carrot and stick, goes this reasoning, people would loll about aimlessly or indulge their basest desires, break their promises, cheat on their spouses, neglect their duties, and so on. There are two well-known problems with this reasoning. It doesn't seem to be true, which is good news, since it is such a demeaning view of human nature. I have uncovered no evidence to support the claim that people, religious or not, who don't believe in reward in heaven and/or punishment in hell, are more likely to kill, rape, rob, or break their promises than people who do. 1. The prison population in the United States shows Catholics, Protestants, Jews, Muslims, and others, including those with no religious affiliation, represented about as they are in the general population. Brights and others with no religious affiliation exhibit the same range of moral excellence and turpitude as born-again Christians. But, more to the point, so do members of religions that de-emphasize or actively deny any relationship between moral behavior on earth and eventual post-mortem reward and punishment. And, when it comes to family values, the available evidence to date supports the hypothesis that Brights have the lowest divorce rate in the United States, and born-again Christians the highest. Barna, 1999. Needless to say, these results strike so hard at the standard claims of greater moral virtue among the religious that there has been a considerable surge of further research initiated by religious organizations attempting to refute them. At this time, nothing very surprising has emerged, and nothing approaching a settled consensus among researchers has been achieved. But one thing we can be sure of is that if there is a significant positive relationship between moral behavior and religious affiliation, practice, or belief, it will soon be discovered, since so many religious organizations are eager to confirm their traditional beliefs about this scientifically. They are quite impressed with the truth-finding power of science when it supports what they already believe. Every month that passes without such a demonstration underlines the suspicion that it just isn't so. It is clear enough why believers might want to come up with evidence that belief in heaven and hell has benign effects. Everybody already knows the evidence for the countervailing hypothesis that the belief in a reward in heaven can sometimes motivate acts of monstrous evil. Nevertheless, there are many in the religious community who would not welcome the demonstration that a belief in God's reward in heaven or punishment in hell makes a significant difference, since they view this as an infantile concept of God in the first place, pandering to immaturity instead of encouraging genuine moral commitment. As Mitchell Silver notes, the God who rewards goodness in heaven bears a striking resemblance to the hero of the popular song Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Like Santa, God knows if you are sleeping, He knows if you're awake, He knows if you've been bad or good. The lyrics continue, "So be good for goodness sake." Catchy, but a logical solecism. In logic, the song should have continued, "So be good for the sake of the electronic equipment, dolls, sports gear, and other gifts you hope to get, but will get only if the omniscient and just Santa judges you worthy of receiving. If you were good for goodness sake, the all-seeing Santa would be irrelevant as a motivator of your virtue." Impress. Moral philosophers who have agreed about little else, from the days of Hume and Kant through Nietzsche to the present, have regarded this pie-in-the-sky vision of morality as something of a trap, a reductio ad absurdum into which only the most unwary moralist would fall. Many religious thinkers agree. A doctrine that trades in a person's good intentions for the prudent desires of a rational maximizer, shopping around for eternal bliss, may win a few cheap victories, luring a few selfish and unimaginative souls into behaving themselves for a while, but at the cost of debasing their larger campaign for goodness. We see an echo of this familiar recognition in the derision heaped by many commentators on the Al-Qaeda hijackers of 9/11s for their purported goal of luxuriating in heaven with 72 virgins, each as the reward for their martyrdom. 2. We may shun this theme as a foundation of our morality today, yet still honor it for having played a founding role in the past, as a ladder that, once climbed, may be discarded. How could this work? The economist Thomas Schelling has pointed out that belief in a deity who will reward goodness and punish evil transforms many situations from subjective to secured, at least in the believer's mind, quoted in Nessa Edia 2001 PR 16. Consider a situation in which two parties confront each other with a prospect for cooperating on something both parties would want, but each is afraid the other will renege on any bargain struck, and there are no authorities or stronger parties around to enforce it. Promises can be made and then broken, but sometimes they can be secured. A commitment may be secured by being self-enforcing. For instance, you can burn your bridges behind you so you can't escape, even if you change your mind. Or it may be secured by your greater desire to preserve your reputation. You may have good reason to fulfill your side of a contract, even if your reason for signing it in the first place has lapsed, simply because your reputation is also at stake, a valuable social commodity indeed. Or, and this is Schelling's point, a promise made in the eyes of God may well convince those who believe in that God that a sort of virtual escrow account has been created, protecting both parties and giving each the confidence to move ahead without fear of reneging by the other party. Consider the current situation in Iraq, where a security force is supposed to provide a temporary scaffolding on which to construct a working society in post-Saddam Iraq. It might actually have worked from the outset if the force had been large enough and well enough trained and deployed to reassure people without having to fire a shot. With insufficient forces, the credibility of the peacekeepers was diminished, however, and a positive feedback cycle of violence was put in motion, destroying confidence in security. How can you break out of such a downward spiral? It is hard to say. The flawed and fragile democracy that has been installed may still overcome its corrupt and violence-ridden beginnings, if the world is lucky, however forlorn it looks today. Failed states have a way of perpetuating themselves and perpetuating both the misery of their inhabitants and the insecurity of their neighbors. In the distant past, the very idea of an overseeing God might often have permitted an otherwise chaotic and ungovernable population to bootstrap itself into a working state with enough law and order so that credible promising could take hold. Only in such a climate of trust can investment and commerce and free passage, and all the other things we take for granted in a working society, flourish. Such a meme would be vulnerable to collapse if its credibility was threatened, just as surely as the occupying forces in Iraq depend on their problematic credibility for their own effectiveness. The rationale for incorporating whatever doubt suppression devices could be found would have been obvious, to the blind forces of cultural selection, and probably to the authorities themselves. Today, when patterns of mutual trust are quite securely established in modern democratic states, independently of any shared religious belief, the bristling defenses of religions against corrosive doubt begin to look vestigial, like fossil traces of an earlier epoch. We no longer need God the policeman to create a climate in which we can make promises and conduct human affairs on their basis, but he lives on in legal oaths, and in the imaginations of many who are terrified of the prospect of abandoning religion. But reward in heaven is not the only, and certainly not the best, inspirational theme in religious doctrine. The God who is watching you need not be seen to be either list-making Santa or Orwell's Big Brother, but instead a hero or role model, as we say today, someone to emulate rather than fear. If God is just and merciful and forgiving and loving and the most wonderful being imaginable, then anyone who loves God should want to be just and merciful and forgiving and loving for goodness' sake. Blurring these two very different views of God's motivating role into one is yet another casualty of the gauze curtains of soft focus veneration through which we traditionally inspect religion. Still, there may be the best of free-floating reasons for not peering too closely at these fine differences between doctrines. Why create dissension where none need exist? Don't rock the boat. It is widely agreed that all religions provide social infrastructures for creating and maintaining moral teamwork. Perhaps their value as organizers and amplifiers of good intentions far outweighs any deficits created by the putative incoherence created by contradictions between some of their doctrines. Perhaps it would be foolish perfectionism and an act of moral ineptitude to distract ourselves with minor conflicts of dogma when there is so much work to be done making the world a better place. This is a persuasive claim, but it has the disadvantage of undercutting itself somewhat in public, since it amounts to making the acknowledgement that, good as we aren't perfect, but we have more important things to do than fix our foundations. A modest admission that jars with the traditional claims of purity that religions find irresistible. Moreover, any such lapses from absolutism threaten to undermine the chief psychological source of the very organizational power that is being recognized. Today's religious warriors may be too sophisticated to expect their God to stop the bullets in midair at their behest, but their belief in the absolute rightness of their cause may well be a crucial ingredient in creating the calm with which truly effective soldiers go into battle. As William James puts it, whoever not only says but feels God's will be done is mailed, armored against every weakness, and the whole historic array of martyrs, missionaries, and religious reformers is there to prove the tranquil mindedness under naturally agitating or distressing circumstances which self-surrender brings. 1902, p. 285. This heroic state of mind does not harmonize well with secular modesty, and though many think it is true that religious fanatics make the most reliable soldiers, we may well wonder whether, all things considered, James is right when he goes on to note, quoting a clear-headed Austrian officer, "Far better is it for an army to be too savage, too cruel, too barbarous, than to possess too much sentimentality and human reasonableness." p. 366. Here is a morally relevant question, well worth careful empirical investigation. Can a secular armed force, motivated in the main by a love of liberty or democracy, not of God or Allah, maintain its credibility and hence its effectiveness, with a minimum of bloodshed against an army of fanatics? Until we know the answer, we risk being blackmailed by sheer fear into indoctrinating the troops with barbarism. It will take a combination of courage and wise planning, and maybe a large helping of luck, even to do the research needed to find out. But the alternative is even more grim, perpetuating the fatal downward spiral of righteous wars fought by misguided young people sent into dubious battle by leaders who don't really believe the myths that sustain those who are risking their lives. As the Grand Inquisitor says in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, "Beyond the grave, they will find nothing but death. But we shall keep the secret, and for their happiness we shall allure them with the reward of heaven and eternity." There is a further allure for the zealot, and it is probably, who knows, a more robust motivator than the prospect of heavenly reward. The license to kill, to adapt Ian Fleming's all-too-appealing fantasy about the official status of James Bond. Some people, it seems, who knows, are just bloodthirsty or thrill-seeking, and as our customs become ever more civilized and opposed to violence, such people are highly motivated to find a cause that can provide them with a moral justification for their swashbuckling, whether it is liberating laboratory animals, whose subsequent welfare seems not to motivate the activists sufficiently, avenging Ruby Ridge with the Oklahoma City bombing, murdering doctors who perform abortions, sending anthrax to evil federal employees, murdering an innocent person under cover of fatwa, achieving martyrdom in jihad, or becoming a settler armed to the teeth in the West Bank territory. Religion may well not be the root cause of this dangerous yearning. The Hollywood-inspired desire to lead an adventurous and hence meaningful life may play a larger role in multiplying the number of young people who decide to frame their lives in such terms. But religions are certainly the most prolific source of the moral certainties and absolutes that such zealotry depends on. And although people who can see the shades of grey are less apt to be able to find excuses for committing criminal acts themselves, they are also today all too likely to see devout religious conviction as a significantly mitigating factor when meting out punishment. We can hope that this will change swiftly if given sufficient public attention. We used to regard drunks as somewhat diminished in their responsibility for their actions. They were too drunk to know what they were doing, after all. But we now see them, and the bartenders who serve them, as fully responsible. We need to spread the word that religious intoxication is no excuse either. 2. Is religion what gives meaning to your life? A puppet of the gods is a tragic figure. A puppet suspended on his chromosomes is merely grotesque. Arthur Koestler, The Sleepwalkers. Oh, McTavish is dead and his brother don't know it. His brother is dead and McTavish don't know it. They're both of them dead and they're in the same bed. And neither one knows that the other is dead. Lyrics to the Irish washerwoman jig. According to surveys, most of the people in the world say that religion is very important in their lives. See, for example, the website of the Pew Research Center, people-press.org. Many of these people would say that without their religion, their lives would be meaningless. It's tempting just to take them at their word, to declare that in that case there is really nothing more to be said, and tiptoe away. Who would want to interfere with whatever it is that gives their lives meaning? But if we do that, we willfully ignore some serious questions. Can just any religion give lives their meaning in a way that we should honor and respect? What about people who fall into the clutches of cult leaders or who are duped into giving their life savings to religious con artists? Do their lives still have meaning even though their particular religion is a fraud? In Marjo, the 1972 documentary about the bogus evangelist Marjo Gortner mentioned in Chapter 6, we see poor people emptying their wallets and purses into the collection plate, their eyes glistening with tears of joy, thrilled to be getting salvation from this charismatic phony. The question that has been troubling me ever since I saw the film when it first came out is, who is committing the more reprehensible act? Marjo Gortner, who lies to these people in order to get their money, or the filmmakers who expose these lies, with Gortner's enthusiastic complicity, thereby robbing these good folk of the meaning they thought they had found for their lives? Were they not getting their money's worth, and then some before the filmmakers came along? Consider their lives. I am imagining these details, which are not in the documentary. Sam is a high school dropout, pumping gas at the station at the crossroads and hoping someday to buy a motorcycle. He is a Dallas Cowboys fan and likes to have a few beers while watching the games on TV. Lucille, who never married, is in charge of the night shift shelf stockers at the local supermarket and lives in the modest house she has always lived in, caring for her aged mother. They follow the soap operas together. No adventurous opportunities beckon in the futures of Sam or Lucille, or most of the others in the blissful congregation, but they have now been put in direct contact with Jesus and are now saved for eternity, beloved members in good standing of the community of the born-again. They have turned over a new leaf in a most dramatic ceremony, and they face their otherwise uninspiring lives refreshed and uplifted. Their lives now tell a story, and it's a chapter of the greatest story ever told. Can you imagine anything else they could buy with those $20 bills they deposit in the collection plate that would be remotely as valuable to them? Certainly, comes the reply. They could donate their money to a religion that was honest and that actually used their sacrifices to help others who were still needier. Or they could join any secular organization that put their free time, energy, and money to effective use in ameliorating some of the world's ills. Perhaps the main reason that religions do most of the heavy lifting in large parts of America is that people really do want to help others, and secular organizations have failed to compete with religions for the allegiance of ordinary people. That's important, but it's the easy part of the answer, leaving untouched the hard part. What should we do about those we honestly think are being conned? Should we leave them to their comforting illusions or blow the whistle? I have eventually come to the tentative conclusion that Marjoe Gortner and his filmmaking collaborators performed a great public service in spite of the pain and humiliation the film no doubt caused to many basically innocent people, but further details, or just further reflection on the details that are known, might lead me to change my mind. Dilemmas like this are all too familiar in somewhat different contexts, of course. Should the sweet old lady in the nursing home be told that her son has just been sent to prison? Should the awkward 12-year-old boy who wasn't cut from the baseball team be told about the arm twisting by all the parents that persuaded the coach to keep him on the squad? In spite of ferocious differences of opinion about other moral issues, there seems to be something approaching consensus that it is cruel and malicious to interfere with the life-enhancing illusions of others, unless those illusions are themselves the cause of even greater ills. The disagreements come over what these greater ills might be. This has led to the breakdown of the whole rationale. Keeping secrets from people for their own good can often be wise, but it takes only one person to give away a secret. And since there are disagreements about which cases warrant discretion, the result is an unsavory miasma of hypocrisy, lies, and frantic but fruitless attempts at distraction. What if Marjoe Gortner were to con a cadre of sincere evangelical preachers into doing his dirty work for him? Would their personal innocence change the equation and give genuine meaning to the lives of those whose sacrifices they encouraged and collected? For that matter, aren't all evangelical preachers just as false as Marjoe Gortner? Certainly Muslims think so, even though they are generally too discreet to say it. And Catholics think that Jews are just as deluded, and Protestants think that Catholics are wasting their time and energy on a largely false religion and so forth. All Muslims? All Catholics? All Protestants? All Jews? Of course not. There are vocal minorities in every faith who blurt it out, like the Catholic movie star Mel Gibson, who was interviewed by Peter Boyer, 2003, in a profile in The New Yorker. Boyer asked him if Protestants are denied eternal salvation. "There is no salvation for those outside the church," Gibson replied. "I believe it." He explained, "Put it this way. My wife is a saint. She's a much better person than I am. Honestly, she's like Episcopalian, Church of England. She prays, she believes in God, she knows Jesus. She believes in that stuff, and it's just not fair if she doesn't make it. She's better than I am, but that is a pronouncement from the chair. I go with it." Such remarks deeply embarrass two groups of Catholics: those who believe it but think it is best left unsaid, and those who don't believe it at all, no matter what the chair may pronounce. And which group of Catholics is larger or more influential? That is utterly unknown and currently unknowable, a part of the unsavory miasma. It is equally unknown how many Muslims truly believe that all infidels, and especially Kafirs, apostates from Islam, deserve death, which is what the Quran 4:89 undeniably says. Johannes Jansen, 1997, p. 23, points out that in earlier times, Judaism, see Deuteronomy 18:20, and Christianity, see Acts 3:23, also regarded apostasy as a capital offense. But of the Abrahamic faiths, Islam stands alone in its inability to renounce this barbaric doctrine convincingly. The Quran does not explicitly commend killing apostates, but the Hadith literature, the narrations of the life of the Prophet, certainly does. Most Muslims, I would guess, are sincere in their insistence that the Hadith injunction that apostates are to be killed is to be disregarded, but it's disconcerting, to say the least, that fear of being regarded as an apostate is apparently a major motivation in the Islamic world. As Jansen puts it, there can be no Hare Krishna or Bhagwan, no Scientology, Mormonism, or transcendental meditation in Mecca or Cairo. Within the world of Islam, religious renewal has to steer clear of anything that implies or suggests apostasy. pp. 88-89. So it is not just we outsiders who are left guessing. Even Muslims on the inside really don't know what Muslims think about apostasy. They mostly aren't prepared to bet their lives on it, which is the surest sign of belief, as we saw in Chapter 8. Here, then, we see a different face of the epistemological problem we encountered in Chapter 8, on belief in belief. There we discovered that it is all but impossible to distinguish those who genuinely believe and those who merely believe in belief, since the beliefs in question are conveniently removed from the world of action. Now, we see that one reason, free-floating or not, for such systematically masked creeds is to avoid, or at least postpone, the collision between contradictory creeds that would otherwise oblige the devout to behave far more intolerantly than most people today want to behave. It is always worth reminding ourselves that, not so very long ago, people were banished, tortured, and even executed for heresy and apostasy in the most civilized corners of Christian Europe. So, what is the prevailing attitude today among those who call themselves religious but vigorously advocate tolerance? There are three main options, ranging from the disingenuous, Machiavellian one. As a matter of political strategy, the time is not ripe for candid declarations of religious superiority, so we should temporize and let sleeping dogs lie, in hopes that those of other faiths can gently be brought around over the centuries. Through truly tolerant Eisenhowerian, our government makes no sense unless it is founded on a deeply held religious belief, and I don't care what it is. 2. It really doesn't matter which religion you swear allegiance to, as long as you have some religion. To the even milder Moynihan benign, neglect 3. Religion is just too dear to too many to think of discarding, even though it really doesn't do any good and is simply an empty historical legacy we can afford to maintain until it quietly extinguishes itself sometime in the distant and unforeseeable future. It is no use asking people which they choose. Since both extremes are so undiplomatic, we can predict in advance that most people will go for some version of ecumenical tolerance, whether they believe it or not. It's just like Sir Maurice Oldfield's predictable denunciation of my subversive hypothesis about Kim Philby. We've got ourselves caught in a hypocrisy trap, and there is no clear path out. Are we like the families in which the adults go through all the motions of believing in Santa Claus for the sake of the kids, and the kids all pretend still to believe in Santa Claus so as not to spoil the adults' fun? If only our current predicament were as innocuous and even comical as that. In the adult world of religion, people are dying and killing, with the moderates cowed into silence by the intransigence of the radicals in their own faiths, and many afraid to acknowledge what they actually believe for fear of breaking Granny's heart, or offending their neighbors to the point of getting run out of town, or worse. If this is the precious meaning our lives are vouchsafed thanks to our allegiance to one religion or another, it is not such a bargain, in my opinion. Is this the best we can do? Is it not tragic that so many people around the world find themselves enlisted against their will in a conspiracy of silence, either because they secretly believe that most of the world's population is wasting their lives in delusion, but they are too tender-hearted or devious to say so, or because they secretly believe that their own tradition is just such a delusion, but they fear for their own safety if they admit it. What alternatives are there? There are the moderates who revere the tradition they were raised in, simply because it is their tradition, and who are prepared to campaign tentatively for the details of their tradition simply because, in the marketplace of ideas, somebody should stick up for each tradition until we can sort out the good from the better and settle for the best we can find, all things considered. This is like allegiance to a sports team, and it too can give meaning to a life, if not taken too seriously. I am a Red Sox fan simply because I grew up in the Boston area and have happy memories of Ted Williams and Jimmy Pearsall and Jackie Jensen and Carl Jastrzemski and Wade Boggs and Luis Tyant and Pudge Fisk, among others. My allegiance to the Red Sox is enthusiastic but cheerfully arbitrary and undiluted. The Red Sox aren't my team because they are, in fact, the best. They are the best, in my eyes, because they are my team. I bask in the glory of their victory in 2004, which was, of course, the most amazing and inspiring come-from-behind saga ever. And if the team were ever to disgrace itself, I would be not just deeply chagrined, but personally ashamed, as if I had something to do with it. And of course I do have something to do with it. My tiny personal contribution to the ocean of local enthusiasm and pride actually does buoy the players' spirits, as they always insist. This is a kind of love, but not the rabid love that leads people to lie and torture and kill. Those who feel guilty contemplating betraying the tradition they love by acknowledging their disapproval of elements within it should reflect on the fact that the very tradition to which they are so loyal, the eternal tradition introduced to them in their youth, is in fact the evolved product of many adjustments, firmly but delicately made by earlier lovers of the same tradition. 3. What can we say about sacred values? We are here on earth to do good to others. What the others are here for, I don't know. W.H. Auden. For many years now, you and I have been shushed like children and told there are no simple answers to the complex problems that are beyond our comprehension. Well, the truth is, there are simple answers. They are just not easy ones. Ronald Reagan, inaugural address as Governor of California, January 1977. If our tribalism is ever to give way to an extended moral identity, our religious beliefs can no longer be sheltered from the tides of genuine inquiry and genuine criticism. It is time we realized that to presume knowledge where one has only pious hope is a species of evil. Wherever conviction grows in inverse proportion to its justification, we have lost the very basis of human cooperation. Sam Harris, The End of Faith. In order to adopt such a moderate position, however, you have to loosen your grip on the absolutes that are apparently one of the main attractions of many religious creeds. It isn't easy being moral, and it seems to be getting harder and harder these days. It used to be that most of the world's ills, disease, famine, war, were quite beyond the capacities of everyday people to ameliorate. There was nothing they could do about it, and since ought implies can, people could ignore the catastrophes on the other side of the globe, if they even knew about them, with a clear conscience, since they were powerless to avert them in any way. Living by a few simple, locally applicable maxims could more or less guarantee that one lived about as good a life as was possible at the time. No longer. Thanks to technology, what almost anybody can do has been multiplied 1,000-fold, and our moral understanding about what we ought to do hasn't kept pace. Dennett, 1986, 1988. You can have a test tube baby, or take a morning after pill to keep from having a baby. You can satisfy your sexual urges in the privacy of your room by downloading internet pornography, and you can copy your favorite music for free instead of buying it. You can keep your money in secret offshore bank accounts and purchase stock in cigarette companies that are exploiting impoverished third-world countries. And you can lay minefields, smuggle nuclear weapons in suitcases, make nerve gas, and drop smart bombs with pinpoint accuracy. Also, you can arrange to have $100 a month automatically sent from your bank account to provide education for 10 girls in an Islamic country who otherwise would not learn to read and write, or to benefit 100 malnourished people, or provide medical care for AIDS sufferers in Africa. You can use the internet to organize citizen monitoring of environmental hazards, or to check the honesty and performance of government officials, or to spy on your neighbors. Now, what ought we to do? In the face of these truly imponderable questions, it is entirely reasonable to look for a short set of simple answers. H.L. Mencken cynically said, "For every complex problem there is a simple answer, and it is wrong." But maybe he was wrong. Maybe one golden rule, or 10 commandments, or some other short list of absolutely non-negotiable do's and don'ts resolves all the predicaments just fine once you figure out how to apply them. Nobody would deny, however, that it is far from obvious how any of the favored rules or principles can be interpreted to fit all our quandaries. As Scott Artran points out, the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," is cited by religious opponents of the death penalty, and by religious proponents as well. 2002, p. 253. The principle of the sanctity of human life sounds bracingly clear and absolute. Every human life is equally sacred, equally inviolable. As with the king in chess, no price can be placed on it, aside from infinity, since to lose it is to lose everything. But in fact, we all know that life isn't and can't be like chess. There are multitudes of interfering games going on at once. What are we to do when more than one human life is at stake? If each life is infinitely valuable and none more valuable than another, how are we to dole out the few transplantable kidneys that are available, for instance? Modern technology only exacerbates the issues, which are ancient. Solomon faced tough choices with notable wisdom, and every mother who has ever had less than enough food for her own children, let alone her neighbor's children, has had to confront the impracticality of applying the principle of the sanctity of human life. Surely just about everybody has faced a moral dilemma and secretly wished, if only somebody I trusted, could just tell me what to do. Wouldn't this be morally inauthentic? Aren't we responsible for making our own moral decisions? Yes, but the virtues of do-it-yourself moral reasoning have their limits. And if you decide, after conscientious consideration, that your moral decision is to delegate further moral decisions in your life to a trusted expert, then you have made your own moral decision. You have decided to take advantage of the division of labor that civilization makes possible and get the help of expert specialists. We applaud the wisdom of this course in all other important areas of decision-making. Don't try to be your own doctor, the lawyer who represents himself as a fool for a client, and so forth. Even in the case of political decisions, like which way to vote, the policy of delegation can be defended. When my wife and I go to town meeting, I know that she has studied the issues that confront our town so much more assiduously than I have that I routinely follow her lead, voting the way she tells me to vote, even if I'm not sure just why, because I have plenty of evidence for my conviction that if we did take the time and energy to thrash it all out, she'd persuade me that, all things considered, her opinion was correct. Is this a dereliction of my duties as a citizen? I don't think so, but it does depend on my having good grounds for trusting her judgment. Love is not enough. That's why those who have an unquestioning faith in the correctness of the moral teachings of their religion are a problem. If they themselves haven't conscientiously considered on their own whether their pastors or priests or rabbis or imams are worthy of this delegated authority over their own lives, then they are, in fact, taking a personally immoral stand. This is perhaps the most shocking implication of my inquiry, and I do not shrink from it, even though it may offend many who think of themselves as deeply moral. It is commonly supposed that it is entirely exemplary to adopt the moral teachings of one's own religion without question, because, to put it simply, it is the word of God, as interpreted always by the specialists to whom one has delegated authority. I am urging, on the contrary, that anybody who professes that a particular point of moral conviction is not discussable, not debatable, not negotiable, simply because it is the Word of God, or because the Bible says so, or because that is what all Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, believe, and I am a Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, should be seen to be making it impossible for the rest of us to take their views seriously, excusing themselves from the moral conversation, inadvertently acknowledging that their own views are not conscientiously maintained and deserve no further hearing. The argument for this is straightforward. Suppose I have a friend, Fred, who is, in my carefully considered opinion, always right. If I tell you I'm against stem cell research because my friend Fred says it's wrong and that's all there is to it, you will just look at me as if I was missing the point of the discussion. This is supposed to be a consideration of reasons, and I have not given you a reason that I, in good faith, could expect you to appreciate. Suppose you believe that stem cell research is wrong because that is what God has told you. Even if you are right, that is, even if God does indeed exist and has personally told you that stem cell research is wrong, you cannot reasonably expect others who do not share your faith or experience to accept this as a reason. You are being unreasonable in taking your stand. The fact that your faith is so strong that you cannot do otherwise just shows, if you really can't, that you are disabled for moral persuasion, a sort of robotic slave to a meme that you are unable to evaluate. And if you reply that you can, but you won't consider reasons for and against your conviction, because it is God's word and it would be sacrilegious even to consider whether it might be an error, you avow your willful refusal to abide by the minimal conditions of rational discussion. Either way, your declarations of your deeply held views are posturings that are out of place, part of the problem, not part of the solution, and we others will just have to work around you as best we can. Notice that this stand involves no disrespect and no prejudging of the possibility that God has told you. If God has told you, then part of your problem is convincing others, to whom God has not yet spoken, that this is what we ought to believe. If you refuse or are unable to attempt this, you are actually letting your God down in the guise of demonstrating your helpless love. You can withdraw from the discussion if you must, that is your right, but then don't expect us to give your view any particular weight that we cannot discover by other means. And don't blame us if we don't get it. Many deeply religious people have all along been eager to defend their convictions in the court of reasonable inquiry and persuasion. They will have no difficulty at all with these observations, aside from confronting the diplomatic decision of whether they will join me in trying to convince their less reasonable co-religionists that they are making matters while worse for their religion by their intransigence. And here is one of the most intractable moral problems confronting the world today. Every religion, aside from a negligible scattering of truly toxic cults, has a healthy population of ecumenical-minded people who are eager to reach out to people of other faiths, or no faith at all, and consider the moral quandaries of the world on a rational basis. In July 2004, the Fourth Parliament of World Religions was held in Barcelona. And it brought thousands of people of different religions together for a week of workshops, symposia, plenary sessions, performances, and worship services, all enjoined to observe the same principles. Listen and be listened to so that all speakers can be heard. Speak and be spoken to in a respectful manner. Develop or deepen mutual understanding. Learn about the perspective of others and reflect on one's own views, and discover new insights. Pathways to Peace, the Parliament Program. Colorful flocks of differently robed priests and gurus, nuns and monks, choirs and dancers, all holding hands and listening respectfully to one another. It was all very heartwarming, but these well-intentioned and energetic people are singularly ineffective in dealing with the more radical members of their own faiths. In many instances, they are rightly terrified of them. Moderate Muslims have so far been utterly unable to turn the tide of Islamic opinion against Wahhabists and other extremists. But moderate Christians and Jews and Hindus have been equally feckless in countering the outrageous demands and acts of their own radical elements. It is time for the reasonable adherents of all faiths to find the courage and stamina to reverse the tradition that honors helpless love of God. In any tradition, far from being honorable, it is not even excusable. It is shameful. And most shameful are the priests, rabbis, imams, and other experts whose response to the sincere requests from their flock for moral guidance is to conceal their own inability to give reasons for their views about the tough issues by hiding behind some inerrant, read above criticism, interpretation of the sacred texts. It is one thing for a well-meaning lay person with a deep allegiance to a religious tradition to delegate authority to his or her religious leaders, but it is quite another for those leaders to pretend to discover, thanks to their expertise, the right answers in their tradition by a process that has to be taken on faith and is inaccessible to even the most well-meant criticism. As so often before, we should grant that it is entirely possible that this evasive question-ducking rationale is entirely free-floating. In other words, it is surely possible for people to believe in all innocence that their love of God absolves them from the responsibility to figure out reasons for these hard-to-fathom commands from their beloved God. We need make no accusations of insincerity or guile, but respecting someone's innocence does not oblige us to respect his belief. Here is what we should say to such a person. There is only one way to respect the substance of any purported God-given moral edict. Consider it conscientiously in the full light of reason, using all the evidence at our command. No God that was pleased by displays of unreasoning love would be worthy of worship. Here is a riddle. How is your religion like a swimming pool? And here is the answer. It is what is known in the law as an attractive nuisance. The doctrine of attractive nuisance is the principle that people who maintain on their property a dangerous condition that is likely to attract children are under a duty to post a warning or to take stronger affirmative action to protect children from the dangers of that attraction. It is an exception to the general rule that no particular care is required of property owners to safeguard trespassers from harm. Unenclosed swimming pools are the best-known example, but old refrigerators with their doors not removed, machinery or stacks of building materials or other eminently climbable objects that could be an irresistible lure to young children have also been deemed attractive nuisances. Property owners are held responsible for harms that result when they maintain something that can lure innocent people into harm. Those who maintain religions and take steps to make them more attractive must be held similarly responsible for the harms produced by some of those whom they attract and provide with a cloak of respectability. Defenders of religion are quick to point out that terrorists typically have political, not religious agendas, which may well be true in many or most cases, or even in all cases, but that is not the end of it. The political agendas of violent fanatics often lead them to adopt a religious guise and to exploit the organizational infrastructure and tradition of unquestioning loyalty of whichever religion is handy. And it is true that these fanatics are rarely, if ever, inspired by or guided by the deepest and best tenets in those religious traditions. So what? Al-Qaeda and Hamas terrorism is still Islam's responsibility, and abortion clinic bombing is still Christianity's responsibility, and the murderous activities of Hindu extremists are still Hinduism's responsibility. As Sam Harris argues in his brave book, The End of Faith, 2004, there is a cruel catch-22 in the worthy efforts of the moderates and ecumenists in all religions. By their good works, they provide protective coloration for their fanatical co-religionists, who quietly condemn their open-mindedness and willingness to change while reaping the benefits of the good public relations they thereby obtain. In short, the moderates in all religions are being used by the fanatics, and should not only resent this, They should take whatever steps they can find to curtail it in their own tradition. Probably nobody else can do it, a sobering thought. If a stable peace is ever to be achieved between Islam and the West, Islam must undergo a radical transformation. This transformation, to be palatable to Muslims, must also appear to come from Muslims themselves. It does not seem much of an exaggeration to say that the fate of civilization lies largely in the hands of moderate Muslims. Harris, 2004, p. 154. We must hold these moderate Muslims responsible for reshaping their own religion, but that means we must equally hold moderate Christians and Jews and others responsible for all the excesses in their own traditions. And, as George Lakoff has noted, we need to prove to those Islamic leaders that we hear their moral voices and not just our own. We depend on the goodwill and courage of moderate Islamic leaders. To gain it, we must show our goodwill by beginning in a serious way to address the social and political conditions that lead to despair. 2004, p. 61. How can we all keep the cloak of religious respectability from being used to shelter the lunatic excesses? Part of the solution would be to make religion in general less of a sacred cow and more of a worthy alternative. This is the course somewhat haplessly followed by some of us brights, atheists, agnostics, freethinkers, secular humanists, and others who have liberated themselves from specifically religious allegiances. We brights are quite aware of all the good that religions accomplish, but we prefer to channel our charity and good deeds through secular organizations precisely because we don't want to be complicit in giving a good name to religion. This keeps our hands clean, but that is not enough, any more than it is enough for moderate Christians to avoid giving funds to anti-Semitic organizations within Christianity, or for moderate Jews to restrict their charity to organizations that are working to secure peaceful coexistence for Palestinians and Israelis. That is a start, but there is more work to be done, and it is the unpleasant and even dangerous work of desanctifying the excesses in each tradition from the inside. Any religious person who is not actively and publicly involved in that effort is shirking a duty. And the fact that you don't belong to a congregation or denomination that is offending doesn't excuse you. It is Christianity and Islam and Judaism and Hinduism, for example, that are attractive nuisances, not just their offshoot sects. Any vicious cult that uses Christian imagery or texts as its protective coloration should lie heavily on the conscience of all who call themselves Christians, for instance. Until the priests, rabbis, and imams and their flocks explicitly condemn by name the dangerous individuals and congregations within their ranks, they are all complicit. I know many Christians who are privately sickened by many of the words and deeds done in the name of Jesus, but expressions of dismay to close friends are not enough. In Darwin's Dangerous Idea, I wrote about the brave Muslims who dared to speak out publicly against the obscene travesty of the fatwa pronounced on Salman Rushdie, author of the Satanic Verses, condemned to death for his heresies, and urged, "Let us all distribute the danger by joining hands with them." p. 517n. But here is the truly distressing catch-22. If we non-Muslims join hands with them, we thereby mark them as puppets of the enemies of Islam in the eyes of many Muslims. Only those within the religious community can effectively start to dismantle this deeply immoral attitude, and multiculturalists who urge us to go easy on them are exacerbating the problem. 4. Bless my soul, spirituality and selfishness. He who has the most toys when he dies wins. Well-known materialist slogan. Yes, we have a soul, but it's made of lots of tiny robots. My materialist slogan 4. Consider the two utterly different meanings of the word materialistic. In its most common everyday sense, it refers to somebody who cares only about material possessions, wealth, and all its trappings. In its scientific or philosophical sense, It refers to a theory that aspires to explain all the phenomena without recourse to anything immaterial, like a Cartesian soul or ectoplasm or God. The standard negation of materialistic in the scientific sense is dualistic, which maintains that there are two entirely different kinds of substance, matter, and whatever minds are supposedly made of. The apparent bridge tying the two meanings together is obvious enough. If you don't think you have an immortal soul, then you don't believe you'll get your reward in heaven, so you might as well go for whatever you can get in this material world. If we asked people what term was the negation of materialistic in the everyday sense, they might very well settle on spiritual. In the course of my research on this book, I found one opinion expressed in slightly different ways by people across the spectrum of religious views. Man has a deep need for spirituality, a need that is fulfilled for some by traditional organized religion, for others by New Age cults or movements or hobbies, and for still others by the intense pursuit of art or music, pottery or environmental activism, or football. What fascinates me about this delightfully versatile craving for spirituality is that people think they know what they are talking about, even though, or perhaps because, nobody bothers to explain just what they mean. It is supposed to be obvious, I guess, but it really isn't. When I've asked people to explain themselves, they typically beg off, along the lines of Louis Armstrong's oft-quoted reply when asked what jazz was. If you gotta ask, you ain't never gonna get to know. This will not do. To see for yourself just how hard it is to say what spirituality is, take a stab at improving on this parody, boiled down from many frustrating encounters. Spirituality is, it's like paying attention to your soul, or having deep thoughts that really move you, and not just thinking about who's got nicer clothes and whether to buy a new car and what's for dinner and stuff like that. Spirituality is really caring and not being just, materialistic. Along with this common and unreflective view of spirituality goes a stereotype of the atheist. Atheists lack values. They are careless, self-centered, shallow, overconfident. They think they know it all, and yet they completely miss out on the spirit. You really can't be a good person unless you have a spiritual life. Now, let me try to put better words in their mouths. What these people have realized is one of the best secrets of life. Let yourself go. If you can approach the world's complexities, both its glories and its horrors, with an attitude of humble curiosity, acknowledging that, however deeply you have seen, you have only just scratched the surface, you will find worlds within worlds, beauties you could not heretofore imagine, and your own mundane preoccupations will shrink to proper size, not all that important in the greater scheme of things. Keeping that awestruck vision of the world ready to hand while dealing with the demands of daily living is no easy exercise. But it is definitely worth the effort, for if you can stay centered and engaged, you will find the hard choices easier. The right words will come to you when you need them, and you will indeed be a better person. That, I propose, is the secret to spirituality, and it has nothing at all to do with believing in an immortal soul or in anything supernatural. The psychologist Nicholas Humphrey has explored in some depth the relationship between belief in psychic forces and the everyday sense of morality. He notes that almost all stories of the paranormal, of extrasensory perception and clairvoyance and talking to deceased friends and relatives at seances have a somewhat self-righteous aura to them, a tag of holiness, a certain touchmenote feel. 1995, p. 186. And although this may be due in part to the fact that so often the stories deal with the most emotionally sensitive areas of people's lives, he has another explanation. It originates with what is, arguably, one of the most remarkable confidence tricks our culture has played on us. This has been to persuade people that there is a deep connection between believing in the possibility of psychic forces and being a gracious, honest, upright, trustworthy member of society. He deftly enunciates the free-floating rationale. Whether or not people have had any explicit religious education, They have all been exposed to the idea that some kind of supernatural parent figure watches over them and cares for them. It may easily follow, therefore, that people's sense of justice and propriety persuades them that, if such a figure does exist, then not to believe in him would be ungrateful in the extreme, and only wicked children could possibly be so ungrateful. But if unbelievers are generally wicked, it is natural, though hardly logical, to assume that believers are generally good. So whether or not a person believes in this supernatural parent becomes in itself a measure of his moral virtue. The absurd, but quite widely accepted result has been that every paranormal story we hear is supposed to be automatically worthy of attention and respect. pp. 186-87. I have come to accept that this alignment of moral goodness with spirituality and moral evil with materialism is just a frustrating fact of life so deeply rooted in our contemporary conceptual scheme that it amounts to a prevailing wind against which materialistic science has to strain. We materialists are the bad guys, and those who believe in anything supernatural, however goofy and gullible the particular belief, have at least this much going for them: they're on the side of the angels. This familiar phrase was born, by the way, in the Oxford Union, a debating society at Oxford University. In a speech by Benjamin Disraeli in 1864, in response to the challenge of Darwinism, what is the question now placed before society, with a glib assurance the most astounding? The question is this: is man an ape or an angel? My lord, I am on the side of the angels. The misalignment of goodness with the denial of scientific materialism has a long history, but it is a misalignment. 5. There is no reason at all why a disbelief in the immateriality or immortality of the soul should make a person less caring, less moral, less committed to the well-being of everybody on earth than somebody who believes in the spirit. But won't such a materialist care only about the material well-being of the people? If that means only their housing, their car, their food, their physical, as opposed to mental health, no. After all, a good scientific materialist believes that mental health, spiritual health if you like, is just as physical, just as material, as physical health. A good scientific materialist can be just as concerned about whether there is plenty of justice, love, joy, beauty, political freedom, and, yes, even religious freedom, as about whether there is plenty of food and clothing. For instance, since all of these are material benefits, and some are more important than others. But for goodness sake, let's try to get food and clothing to everybody who needs them as soon as possible, since without them, justice and art and music and civil rights and the rest are something of a mockery. That should correct the understandable logical confusion. There is also the factual misconception to correct. Plenty of deeply spiritual people, and everybody knows this, are cruel, arrogant, self-centered, and utterly unconcerned about the moral problems of the world. Indeed, one of the truly nauseating side effects of the common confusion of moral goodness with spirituality is that it permits untold numbers of people to slack off on the sacrifice and good works and hide behind their unutterably sacred and impenetrable mask of piety and moral depth. It's not just the hypocrites, though there are always plenty of them around. There are many people who quite innocently and sincerely believe that if they are earnest in attending to their own personal spiritual needs, this amounts to living a morally good life. I know many activists, both religious and secular, who agree with me. These people are deluding themselves. Auden's sardonic quip may shake our faith in the obviousness of the imperative to help others, but it certainly does nothing to suggest that just taking care of one's own soul is anything but selfish. Consider, for instance, those contemplative monks, primarily in Christian and Buddhist traditions, who, unlike hard-working nuns in schools and hospitals, devote most of their waking hours to the purification of their souls, and the rest to the maintenance of the contemplative lifestyle to which they have become accustomed. In what way, exactly, are they morally superior to people who devote their lives to improving their stamp collections or their golf swing? It seems to me that the best that can be said of them is that they manage to stay out of trouble, which is not nothing. I am under no illusions about how hard it will be to undo the centuries of presumption that tend to merge spirit and goodness. Since team spirit is obviously good, how can the denial of spirit be anything but bad? Even deep in the trenches of cognitive neuroscience, I find annoying echoes and shadows of this prejudice, with us hard-headed materialists forever on the defensive against the now practically extinct species of tender-hearted dualists, who seem, to the lay people at least, to occupy the moral high ground simply because they still believe in the immateriality of souls. It's an uphill battle, but perhaps it will go better for us when it is fought in broad daylight. But what about that hunger for spirituality that so many of my informants think is the mainspring of religious allegiance? The good news is that people really do want to be good. Believers and brights alike deplore the crass materialism, everyday sense of popular culture, and yearn not just to enjoy the beauty of genuine love, but to bring that joy to others. It may often have been true in the past that for most people, the only available road to that fulfillment involved a commitment to the supernatural, and more particularly to a specific institutional version of the supernatural. But today, we can see that there is a bounty of alternative highways and footpaths to consider. Chapter 10. The widely prevailing opinion that religion is the bulwark of morality is problematic at best. The idea that heavenly reward is what motivates good people is demeaning and unnecessary. The idea that religion at its best gives meaning to a life is jeopardized by the hypocrisy trap into which we have fallen. The idea that religious authority grounds our moral judgments is useless in genuine ecumenical exploration, and the presumed relation between spirituality and moral goodness is an illusion. Chapter 11. The research described in this book is just the beginning. Further research is needed on both the evolutionary history of religion and on its contemporary phenomena, as they appear to different disciplines. The most pressing questions concern how we should deal with the excesses of religious upbringing and the recruitment of terrorists, but these can only be understood against a background of wider theories of religious conviction and practice. We need to secure our democratic society, the home base for this research, against the subversions of those who would use democracy as a ladder to theocracy, and then throw it away, and we need to spread the knowledge that is the fruit of free inquiry. Chapter 11. Now, what do we do? 1. Just a theory. You philosophers are fortunate people. You write on paper. I, poor Empress, am forced to write on the ticklish skins of human beings. Catherine the Great, to Diderot, who had advised her about land reforms. Since 2002, schools in Cobb County, Georgia, have put stickers in some of their biology textbooks saying, "Evolution is a theory, not a fact." But a judge recently ruled that these must be removed, since they may convey the message of endorsement of religion in violation of First Amendment separation of church and state, and the Georgia Constitution's prohibition against using public money to aid religion. New York Times, January 14, 2005. This makes sense, since the only motivations for singling out evolution for this treatment are religious. Nobody is putting stickers in chemistry or geology books saying that the theories explained therein are theories, not facts. There are still plenty of controversies in chemistry and geology, but these rival theories are contested within the securely established background theories of each field, which are not just theory, but fact. There are lots of controversial theories within biology too, but the background theory that is not contested is evolution. There are rival theories of vertebrate flight and the role of migration in speciation, and, closer to human home, theories about the evolution of language, bipedality, concealed ovulation, and schizophrenia, to name just a few particularly vigorous controversies. Eventually, these will all get sorted out, and some of the theories will prove to be not just theories but facts. My description of the evolution of various features of religion in chapters 4-8 is definitely just a theory, or rather, a family of proto-theories in need of further development. In a nutshell, this is what it says. Religion evolved, but it doesn't have to be good for us in order to evolve. Tobacco isn't good for us, but it survives just fine. We don't all learn language because we think it's good for us. We all learn language because we cannot do otherwise, if we have normal nervous systems. In the case of religion, there is a lot more teaching and drill, a lot more deliberate social pressure than there is in language learning. In this regard, religion is more like reading than talking. There are tremendous benefits to being able to read, and perhaps there are similar or greater benefits to being religious. But people may well love religion independently of any benefits it provides them. I'm delighted to learn that red wine in moderation is good for my health, since, whether or not it is good for me, I like it, and I want to go on drinking it. Religion could be like that. It is not surprising that religion survives. It has been pruned and revised and edited for thousands of years, with millions of variants extinguished in the process, so it has plenty of features that appeal to people and plenty of features that preserve the identity of its recipes for these very features. Features that ward off or confound enemies and competitors and secure allegiance. Only gradually have people come to have any appreciation of the reasons, the heretofore free-floating rationales, for these features. Religion is many things to many people. For some, the memes of religion are mutualists, providing undeniable benefits of sorts that cannot be found elsewhere. These people may well depend for their very lives on religion, the way we all depend on the bacteria in our guts that help us digest our food. Religion provides some people with a motivated organization for doing great things, working for social justice, education, political action, economic reform, and so forth. For others, the memes of religion are more toxic, exploiting less savory aspects of their psychology, playing on guilt, loneliness, the longing for self-esteem and importance. Only when we can frame a comprehensive view of the many aspects of religion can we formulate defensible policies for how to respond to religions in the future. Some aspects of this theory sketch are pretty well established, but getting down to specifics and generating further testable hypotheses is work for the future. I wanted to give readers a good idea of what a testable theory would be like, what sorts of questions it would raise, and what sorts of explanatory principles it could invoke. My theory sketch may well be false in many regards, but if so, this will be shown by confirming some alternative theory of the same sort. In science, the tactic is to put forward something that can be either fixed or refuted by something better. A century ago, it was just a theory that powered fixed-wing flight was possible. Now, it is fact. A few decades ago, it was just a theory that the cause of AIDS was a virus, but the reality of HIV is not just a theory today. Since my proto-theory is not yet established and may prove to be wrong, it shouldn't be used yet to guide our policies. Having insisted at the outset that we need to do much more research so that we can make well-informed decisions, I would be contradicting myself if I now proceeded to prescribe courses of action on the basis of my initial foray. Recall from Chapter 3 the morale that Taubes drew in his history of the misguided activism that led us on the low-fat crusade. It's a story of what can happen when the demands of public health policy and the demands of the public for simple advice run up against the confusing ambiguity of real science. There is pressure on us all to act decisively today on the basis of the little we already think we know, but I am counseling patience. The current situation is scary. One religious fanaticism or another could produce a global catastrophe after all. But we should resist rash remedies and other overreactions. It is possible, however, to discuss options today and to think hypothetically of what the sound policies would be if something like my account of religion is correct. Such a consideration of possible policies can help motivate the further research giving us pressing reasons for finding out which hypotheses are really true. If somebody wants to put a sticker in this book saying that it presents a theory, not a fact, I would happily concur. Caution, it should say. Assuming that these propositions are true without further research could lead to calamitous results. But I would insist that we also put the stickers on any books or articles that maintain or presuppose that religion is the lifeboat of the world, which we dare not upset. The proposition that God exists is not even a theory, as we saw in Chapter 8. That assertion is so prodigiously ambiguous that it expresses, at best, an unorganized set of dozens, or hundreds, or billions of quite different possible theories, most of them disqualified as theories in any case, because they are systematically immune to confirmation or disconfirmation. The refutable versions of the claim that God exists have life cycles like mayflies, being born and dying within a matter of weeks, if not minutes, as predictions fail to come true. Every athlete who prays to God for victory in the big game and then wins is happy to thank God for taking his side, and chalks up some evidence in favor of his theory of God, but quietly revises his theory of God whenever he loses in spite of his prayers. Even the secular and non-partisan proposition that religion in general does more good than harm, either to the individual believer or to society as a whole, has hardly begun to be properly tested, as we saw in chapters 9 and 10. So, here is the only prescription I will make categorically and without reservation. Do more research. There is an alternative, and I'm sure it is still hugely appealing to many people. Let's just close our eyes, trust to tradition, and wing it. Let's just take it on faith that religion is the key, or one of the keys, to our salvation. How can I quarrel with faith, for heaven's sake? Blind faith. Please, think. This is where we began. My task was to demonstrate that there was enough reason to question the tradition of faith so that you could not in good conscience turn your back on the available or discoverable relevant facts. I'm quite prepared to roll up my sleeves and get down to examining the evidence and considering alternative scientific theories of religion, but I think I have already made my case that it would be indefensibly reckless not to do this research. My survey has highlighted a small fraction of the work that has already been done, using it to tell one of the possible stories of how religion became what it is today, leaving other stories unmentioned. I told what I think is the best current version, but perhaps I have overlooked some contributions that will eventually be recognized, retrospectively, to be more important. This is a risk that a project like mine takes. If, by drawing attention to one avenue of research, it helps bury some better avenue in oblivion, I will have done a disservice. I am acutely aware of this prospect, so I have shared drafts of this book with researchers who have their own vision of how to make progress in the field. My network of informants inevitably has its own bias, however, and I would like nothing better than for this book to provoke a challenge, a reasoned and evidence-rich scientific challenge from researchers with opposing viewpoints. 1. I anticipate that one of the challenges will come from those in academia who are unmoved by my discussion of the academic smokescreen in Chapter 9, and who firmly believe that the only researchers qualified to do the research are those who enter into an exploration of religion with a proper respect for the sacred, with a deep commitment to hallowing the traditions, if not converting to them. They will want to maintain that the sort of empirical, biology-based inquiries I have championed, what with their mathematical models and use of statistics and the rest, are bound to be woefully superficial, insensitive, and uncomprehending. Recent history shows that this is a concern to take seriously. A few decades ago, the field of science studies was born, when historians of science and philosophers of science were joined by sociologists and anthropologists who decided to apply their techniques honed on the exploration of tribal cultures isolated in distant jungles and archipelagos, to science itself, such as the subcultures of particle physicists or molecular biologists or mathematicians. Some of the early attempts by well-intentioned teams of social scientists to study these phenomena in the wild of the laboratory and seminar room led to the publication of studies that were met with, and deserved, the derision of the scientists who were the topic of the research. However sophisticated the researchers may have been as anthropologists, they were still naive observers, largely clueless about the technicalities of the science they were witnessing, so they often came up with comically bad interpretations of what they had observed. If you don't understand in some detail the enterprise of the people you are studying, you have scant chance of understanding their interactions and reactions at the human level. The same maxim should apply to the study of religious discourse and practices. People in science studies have had to work hard to overcome the bad reputation the field garnered in its early days, and there are still many scientists who do not bother suppressing their contempt for it. But the misguided work has by now been more than balanced by deeply informed and comprehending work that has actually managed to open scientists' eyes to patterns and foibles in their own practice. The key to this more recent success is simple. Do your homework. Anybody hoping to make sense of any highly sophisticated and difficult field of human effort needs to become a near expert in that field in addition to having the training of his or her home field. Applied to the study of religion, the prescription is clear. Scientists intent on explaining religious phenomena are going to have to delve deeply and conscientiously into the lore and practices, the texts and contexts, the daily lives and problems of the people they are studying. How could this be guaranteed? Religious experts, priests, imams, rabbis, ministers, theologians, historians of religion, who are skeptical of the qualifications of those scientists who would study them, could create and administer an entrance examination. Anybody who could not pass the entrance exam that they devised would be quite appropriately judged not sufficiently knowledgeable to comprehend the phenomena under investigation, and could be denied access and cooperation. Let the experts make the entrance examination as demanding as they like, and give them total authority on grading it, but require some of their own experts to take the exam as well, and require that the examination be blind graded, so the graders couldn't know the identity of the candidates. That would give the religious experts a way of confirming their mutual esteem, while weeding out the clueless from their own ranks and certifying any qualified investigators. 2. Some avenues to explore. How can we home in on religious conviction? Thou shalt not answer questionnaires, or quizzes upon world affairs, nor with compliance take any test. Thou shalt not sit with statisticians nor commit a social science. Auden, a reactionary tract for the times. What research is needed? Consider some of the unanswered empirical questions already raised by me so far in this book. Chapter 4. What were our ancestors like before there was anything like religion? Were they like bands of chimpanzees? What, if anything, did they talk about, aside from food and predators and the mating game? Do the burial practices of Neanderthals show that they must have had fully articulate language? Chapter 5. Could an ape, without language, concoct the counterintuitive combination of a walking tree or an invisible banana? Why don't other species have art? Why do we human beings so consistently focus our fantasies on our ancestors? Does impromptu hypnosis work as effectively when the hypnotist is not the parent? How well have non-literate cultures preserved their rituals and creeds over the generations? How did healing rituals arise? Does there have to be someone to prime the pump? What is the role of charismatic innovators in the origin of religious groups? Chapter 6. For how long could folk religion be carried along by our ancestors before reflection began to transform it? How and why did folk religions metamorphose into organized religions? Chapter 7. Why do people join groups? Is the robustness of a religion like the robustness of an ant colony or a corporation? Is religion the product of blind evolutionary instinct or rational choice? Or is there some other possibility? Are Stark and Fink right about the principal reason for the precipitous decline after Vatican II in Catholics seeking a vocation in the Church. Chapter 8. Of all the people who believe in God, what percentage, roughly, also actually believe in God? At first, it looks as if we could simply give people a questionnaire with a multiple-choice question on it. I believe in God. Yes. No. I don't know. Or should the question be, God exists? Yes. No. I don't know. Would it make any difference how we had framed the questions? You will notice that hardly any of these questions deal even indirectly with either brains or genes. Why not? Because having religious convictions is not very much like having either epileptic seizures or blue eyes. We can already be quite sure there isn't going to be a God gene, or even a spirituality gene, and there isn't going to be a Catholicism center in the brain of Catholics, or even a religious experience center. Yes, certainly, whenever you think of Jesus, some parts of your brain are going to be more active than others, but whenever you think of anything, this is going to be true. Before we start coloring in your particular brain maps for thinking about jesting and jet skis and jewels and Jews, we should note the evidence that suggests that such hotspots are both mobile and multiple, heavily dependent on context, and of course not arrayed in alphabetical order across the cortex. In fact, the likelihood that the places that light up today when you think about Jesus are the same places that will light up next week when you think about Jesus is not very high. It is still possible that we will find dedicated neural mechanisms for some aspects of religious experience and conviction, but the early forays into such research have not been persuasive. 3. Until we develop better general theories of cognitive architecture for the representation of content in the brain, using neuroimaging to study religious beliefs is almost as hapless as using a voltmeter to study a chess-playing computer. In due course, we should be able to relate everything we discover by other means to what is going on among the billions of neurons in our brains, but the more fruitful paths emphasize the methods of psychology and the other social sciences. 4. As for genes, compare the story I have told in the earlier chapters with this simplified version from Time magazine's recent cover article, Is God in Our Genes? Humans who developed a spiritual sense thrived and bequeathed that trait to their offspring. Those who didn't risked dying out in chaos and killing. The evolutionary equation is a simple but powerful one. Kluger, 2004, p. 65. The idea that lurks in this bold passage is that religion is good for you because it was endorsed by evolution. This is just the sort of simple-minded Darwinism that rightly gives the subtle scholars and theorists of religion the heebie-jeebies. Actually, as we have seen, it isn't that simple, and there are more powerful evolutionary equations. The hypothesis that there is a genetically heritable spiritual sense that boosts human genetic fitness is one of the less likely and less interesting of the evolutionary possibilities. In place of a single spiritual sense, we have considered a convergence of several different overactive dispositions, sensitivities, and other co-opted adaptations that have nothing to do with God or religion. We did consider one of the relatively straightforward genetic possibilities, a gene for heightened hypnotizability. This might have provided major health benefits in earlier times and would be one way of taking Hamer's God gene hypothesis seriously. Or we could put it together with William James's old speculation that there are two kinds of people, those who require acute religion and those whose needs are chronic and milder. We can try to discover if there really are substantial organic differences between those who are highly religious and those whose enthusiasm for religion is moderate to non-existent. Suppose we struck pay dirt and found just such a pattern. What would be the implications, if any, for policy? We could consider the parallel with the genetic differences that help to account for some Asians and some Native Americans' difficulty with alcohol. As with variation in lactose tolerance, there is genetically transmitted variation in the ability to metabolize alcohol due to variation in the presence of enzymes, mainly alcohol dehydrogenase and aldehyde dehydrogenase. 5. Needless to say, since through no fault of their own, alcohol is poisonous to people with these genes, or it turns them into alcoholics, they are well advised to forego alcohol. A different parallel is with the genetically transmitted distaste for broccoli and cauliflower and cilantro that many people discover in themselves. They have no difficulty metabolizing these foods, but find them unpalatable because of identifiable differences in the many genes that code for olfactory receptors. They don't have to be advised to avoid these foods. Might there be either spiritual experience intolerance or spiritual experience distaste? There might be. There might be psychological features with genetic bases that are made manifest in different reactions by people to religious stimuli. However, we find it useful to classify these. William James offers informal observations that give us some reason to suspect this. Some people seem impervious to religious ritual and all other manifestations of religion, whereas others, like me, are deeply moved by the ceremonies, the music, and the art, but utterly unpersuaded by the doctrines. It may be that still others hunger for these stimuli and feel a deep need to integrate them into their lives, but would be well advised to steer clear of them since they can't metabolize them the way other people can. They become manic and out of control, or depressed, or hysterical, or confused, or addicted. These are hypotheses that are definitely worth formulating in detail and testing if we can identify patterns of individual variation, whether or not they are genetic. They might be culturally transmitted, after all. To take a fanciful example, it could turn out that people whose native language was Finnish, whatever their genetic heritage, were well advised to moderate their intake of religion. A spiritual sense, whatever that is, might prove to be a genetic adaptation in the simplest sense, but more specific hypotheses about patterns in human tendencies to respond to religion are apt to be more plausible, more readily tested, and more likely to prove useful in disentangling some of the vexing policy questions that we have to face. For instance, it would be particularly useful to know more about how secular beliefs differ from religious beliefs, and as we saw in Chapter 8, belief is a misnomer here. We might better call them religious convictions to mark the difference. How do religious convictions differ from secular beliefs in the manner of their acquisition, persistence, and extinction, and in the roles they play in people's motivation and behavior? There has been a substantial research industry devoted to conducting surveys on all aspects of religious attitude. 6. We regularly see the highlights of the latest results in the media, but the theoretical underpinnings and enabling assumptions of the survey methodologies are in need of careful analysis. Alan Wolf, 2003 p. 152, for one, thinks that the surveys are unreliable. The results are inconsistent and puzzling, depending, as is often the case with such research, on the wording of the questions in surveys or the samples chosen for analysis. But is Wolf right? This should not just be a matter of personal opinion. We need to find out. Consider one of the more striking recent reports. According to ARIS, American Religious Identification Survey, in 2001, the three categories with the largest gain in membership since the previous survey of 1990 were evangelical/born again, 42%, non-denominational, 37%, and no religion, 23%. These data support the view that evangelicalism is growing in the USA, but they also support the view that secularism is on the rise. We are apparently becoming polarized, as many informal observers have recently maintained. Why? Is it because, as supply-siders such as Stark and Fink think, only the most costly religions can compete with no religion at all in the marketplace for our time and resources? Or is it that the more we learn about nature, the more science strikes many people as leaving something out, something that only an anti-science perspective can seem to supply. Or is there some other explanation? Before we jump in to explain the data, we should ask how sure we are of the assumptions used in gathering them. Just how reliable are the data, and how were they gathered? Telephone inquiry in the case of Eris, not written questionnaire. What checks were used to avoid biasing context? What other questions were people asked? How long did it take to conduct the interview? And then there are offbeat questions that might have answers that mattered. What had happened in the news on the day the poll was conducted? Did the interviewer have an accent? And so on. 7 large-scale surveys are expensive to conduct, and nobody spends thousands of dollars gathering data using a casually designed instrument. Questionnaire. Much research has been devoted to identifying the sources of bias and artifact in survey research. When should you use a simple yes/no question, and don't forget to include the important "I don't know" option? And when should you use a 5-point Likert scale, such as the familiar strongly agree, tend to agree, uncertain, tend to disagree, strongly disagree? When Aris did its survey in 1990, the first question was, "What is your religion?" In 2001, the question was amended. What is your religion, if any? How much of the increase in non-denominational and no religion was due to the change in wording? Why was the "if any" phrase added? In the course of writing How We Believe, Science, Skepticism, and the Search for God, 2nd ed., 2003, Michael Shermer, the director of the Skeptic Society, conducted an ambitious survey of religious convictions. The results are fascinating, in part because they differ so strikingly from the results found in other similar surveys. Most recent surveys find approximately 90% of Americans believe in God, and not just an essence God, but a God who answers prayers. In Shermer's survey, only 64% said they believed in God, and 25% said they disbelieved in God. P79. That's a huge discrepancy, and it is not due to any simple sampling error, such as sending the questionnaires to known skeptics. Point 8. Shermer speculates that education is the key. His survey asked people to respond in their own words to an open-ended essay question, explaining why they believed in God. As it turns out, the people who completed our survey were significantly more educated than the average American, and higher education is associated with lower religiosity. According to the U.S. Census Bureau for 1998, 1/4 of Americans over 25 years old have completed their bachelor's degree, whereas in our sample the corresponding rate was almost 2/3. It is hard to say why this was the case, but one possibility is that educated people are more likely to complete a moderately complicated survey. P79. But, as my student David Polk pointed out, once self-selection is acknowledged as a serious factor, we should ask the further question, who would take time to fill out such a questionnaire? Probably only those with the strongest beliefs. People who just don't think religion is important are unlikely to fill out a questionnaire that involves composing answers to questions. Only 1 out of 10 of the people who received the mailed-out survey returned it, a relatively low rate of return, so we can't draw any interesting conclusions from his 64% figure, as he acknowledges, Shermer and Sulloway in Press, Point 9. 3. What shall we tell the children? It was the schoolboy who said, "Faith is believing what you know ain't so." Mark Twain. A research topic of particular urgency, but also particular ethical and political sensitivity, is the effect of religious upbringing and education on young children. There is an ocean of research, some good, some bad, on early childhood development, on language learning and nutrition and parental behavior, and the effect of peers and just about every other imaginable variable that can be measured in the first dozen years of a person's life. But almost all of this, so far as I can determine, carefully sidesteps religion, which is still largely terra incognita. Sometimes there are very good, indeed unimpeachable, ethical reasons for this. All the carefully erected and protected barriers to injurious medical research with human subjects apply with equal force to any research we might imagine conducting on variations in religious upbringing. We aren't going to do placebo studies in which Group A memorizes one catechism while Group B memorizes a different catechism and Group C memorizes nonsense syllables. We aren't going to do cross-fostering studies in which babies of Islamic parents are switched with babies of Catholic parents. These are clearly off limits and should remain so. But what are the limits? The question is important because, as we try to design indirect and non-invasive ways of getting at the evidence we seek, we will confront the sort of trade-offs that regularly confront researchers looking for medical cures. Perfectly risk-free research on these topics is probably impossible. What counts as informed consent, and how much risk may even those who consent be permitted to tolerate? And whose consent? The parents' or the children's? All these policy questions lie unexamined in the shadows cast by the first spell, the one that says that religion is out of bounds, period. We should not pretend that this is benign neglect on our part, since we know full well that under the protective umbrellas of personal privacy and religious freedom, there are widespread practices in which parents subject their own children to treatments that would send any researcher, clinical or otherwise, to jail. What are the rights of parents in such circumstances, and where do we draw the line? This is a political question that can be settled not by discovering the answer, but by working out an answer that is acceptable to as many informed people as possible. It will not please everybody, any more than our current laws and practices regarding the consumption of alcoholic beverages please everybody. Prohibition was tried, and by general consensus, far from unanimous, it was determined to be a failure. The current understanding is quite stable. We are unlikely to go back to prohibition any time soon. But there are still laws forbidding the sale of alcoholic beverages to minors, with age varying by country. And there are plenty of gray areas. What should we do if we find parents giving alcohol to their children? At the ball game, the parents may get in trouble, but what about in the privacy of their own homes? And there is a difference between a glass of champagne at Big Sister's wedding and a six-pack of beer every evening while trying to do homework. When do the authorities have not just the right but the obligation to step in and prevent abuse? Tough questions, and they don't get easier when the topic is religion, not alcohol. In the case of alcohol, our political wisdom is importantly informed by what we have learned about the short-term and long-term effects of imbibing it, but in the case of religion, we are still flying blind. Some people will scoff at the very idea that a religious upbringing could be harmful to a child, until they reflect on some of the more severe religious regimens to be found around the world and recognize that in the United States we already prohibit religious practices that are widespread in other parts of the world. Richard Dawkins goes further. He has proposed that no child should ever be identified as a Catholic child or a Muslim child or an atheist child, since this identification in itself prejudges decisions that have yet to be properly considered. We'd be aghast to be told of a Leninist child or a neoconservative child or a Hayekian monetarist child. So isn't it a kind of child abuse to speak of a Catholic child or a Protestant child, especially in Northern Ireland and Glasgow, where such labels, handed down over generations, have divided neighborhoods for centuries and can even amount to a death warrant? 2003b. Or imagine if we identified children from birth as young smokers or drinking children because their parents smoked or drank. In this regard, and no other, Dawkins reminds me of my grandfather, a physician who was way ahead of his time back in the 1950s, writing impassioned letters to the editors of the Boston newspapers, railing against the second-hand smoke that was endangering the health of children whose parents smoked at home. And we all laughed at him and went on smoking. How much harm could that little bit of smoke do anyone? We've found out. Everybody quotes, or misquotes, the Jesuits. "Give me a child until he is 7, and I will show you the man." But nobody, not the Jesuits or anybody else, really knows how resilient children are. There is plenty of anecdotal evidence of young people turning their backs on their religious traditions after years of immersion and walking away with a shrug and a smile and no visible ill effects. On the other hand, some children are raised in such an ideological prison that they willingly become their own jailers, as Nicholas Humphrey, 1999, has put it, forbidding themselves any contact with the liberating ideas that might well change their minds. In his deeply thoughtful essay, What Shall We Tell the Children?, Humphrey pioneers the consideration of the ethical issues involved in deciding how to decide when and whether the teaching of a belief system to children is morally defensible. p. 68. He proposes a general test based on the principle of informed consent, but applied, as it must be, hypothetically. What would these children choose if they were, later in life, somehow given the information they would need in order to make an informed choice? Against the objection that we cannot answer such hypothetical questions, he argues that there is in fact plenty of empirical evidence and general principles from which clear conclusions can be conscientiously derived. We take ourselves to be sometimes permitted and even obligated to make such conscientious decisions on behalf of people who cannot, for one reason or another, make an informed decision for themselves. And this set of problems can be addressed using the understanding that we have already hammered out in the workshop of political consensus on these other topics. The resolution of these dilemmas is not yet obvious, to say the least. Compare it with the closely related issue of what we on the outside should do about the Sentinelese and the Yarawas and the other peoples who still live a Stone Age existence in remarkable isolation on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, far out in the Indian Ocean. These people have managed to keep even the most intrepid explorers and traders at bay for centuries by their ferocious bow and arrow defense of their island territories. So little is known about them, and for some time now the government of India, of which the islands form a distant part, has prohibited all contact with them. Now that they have been drawn to the world's attention in the wake of the great tsunami of December 2004, it is hard to imagine that this isolation can be maintained, but even if it could be, should it be? Who has the right to decide the matter? Certainly not the anthropologists, although they have worked hard to protect these people from contact, even with themselves, for decades. Who are they to protect these human beings? The anthropologists do not own them as if they were laboratory specimens, carefully gathered and shielded from contamination, and the idea that these islands should be treated as a human zoo or preserve is offensive, even when we contemplate the even more offensive alternative of opening the doors to missionaries of all faiths, who would no doubt eagerly rush in to save their souls. It is tempting, but illusory, to think that they have solved the ethical problem for us by their adult decision to drive away all outsiders without asking if they are protectors, exploiters, investigators, or soul savers. They clearly want to be left alone, so we should leave them alone. There are two problems with this convenient proposal. Their decision is so manifestly ill-informed that if we let it trump all other considerations, are we not as culpable as somebody who lets a person drink a poisoned cocktail of his own free will without deigning to warn him? And in any case, although the adults may have reached the age of consent, are their children not being victimized by the ignorance of their parents? We would never permit a neighbor's child to be kept so deluded, so shouldn't we cross the ocean and step in to rescue these children, however painful the shock? Do you feel a slight adrenaline surge at this moment? I find that this issue of parental rights versus children's rights has no clear rivals for triggering emotional responses in place of reasoned responses. And I suspect that this is one place where a genetic factor is playing a quite direct role. In mammals and birds who must care for their offspring, the instinct to protect one's young from all outside interference is universal and extremely potent. We will risk our lives unhesitatingly, unthinkingly, to fend off threats, real or imagined. It's like a reflex. And in this case, we can feel in our bones that parents do have the right to raise their children the way they see fit. Never make the mistake of wandering in between a mother bear and her cub. And nothing should come between parents and their children. That's the core of family values. At the same time, we do have to admit that parents don't literally own their children, the way slave owners once owned slaves, but are, rather, their stewards or guardians, and ought to be held accountable by outsiders for their guardianship, which does imply that outsiders have a right to interfere, which sets off that adrenaline alarm again. When we find that what we feel in our bones is hard to defend in the court of reason, we get defensive and testy and start looking around for something to hide behind. How about a sacred and, hence, unquestionable bond? Ah, that's the ticket. There is an obvious, but seldom discussed, tension between the supposedly sacred principles invoked at this point. On the one hand, many declare, there is the sacred and inviolable right to life. Every unborn child has a right to life, and no prospective parent has the right to terminate a pregnancy, except maybe if the mother's life is itself in jeopardy. On the other hand, many of the same people declare that, once born, the child loses its right not to be indoctrinated or brainwashed or otherwise psychologically abused by those parents who have the right to raise the child with any upbringing they choose, short of physical torture. Let us spread the value of freedom throughout the world, but not to children, apparently. No child has a right to freedom from indoctrination. Shouldn't we change that? What? And let outsiders have a say in how I raise my kids? Now do you feel the adrenaline rush? While we wrestle with the questions about the Andaman Islanders, we can see that we are laying the political foundations for similar questions about religious upbringing in general. We shouldn't assume, while worrying over the likely effects, that the seductions of Western culture will automatically swamp all the fragile treasures of other cultures. It is worth noting that many Muslim women raised under conditions that many non-Muslim women would consider intolerable, when given informed opportunities to abandon their veils and many of their other traditions, choose instead to maintain them. Maybe people everywhere can be trusted and hence allowed to make their own informed choices. Informed choice. What an amazing and revolutionary idea. Maybe people should be trusted to make choices, not necessarily the choices we would recommend to them, but the choices that have the best chance of satisfying their considered goals. But what do we teach them until they are informed enough and mature enough to decide for themselves? We teach them about all the world's religions, in a matter-of-fact, historically and biologically informed way, the same way we teach them about geography and history and arithmetic. Let's get more education about religion into our schools, not less. We should teach our children creeds and customs, prohibitions and rituals, texts and music, and when we cover the history of religion, we should include both the positive, the role of the churches in the civil rights movement of the 1960s, the flourishing of science and the arts in early Islam, and the role of the black Muslims in bringing hope, honor, and self-respect to the otherwise shattered lives of many inmates in our prisons, for instance, and the negative. The Inquisition, anti-Semitism over the ages, the role of the Catholic Church in spreading AIDS in Africa through its opposition to condoms. No religion should be favored, and none ignored. And as we discover more and more about the biological and psychological basis of religious practices and attitudes, these discoveries should be added to the curriculum, the same way we update our education about science, health, and current events. This should all be part of the mandated curriculum for both public schools and homeschooling. Here's a proposal, then. As long as parents don't teach their children anything that is likely to close their minds, through fear or hatred, or by disabling them from inquiry, by denying them an education, for instance, or keeping them entirely isolated from the world, then they may teach their children whatever religious doctrines they like. It's just an idea, and perhaps there are better ones to consider, but it should appeal to freedom lovers everywhere. The idea of insisting that the devout of all faiths should face the challenge of making sure their creed is worthy enough, attractive and plausible and meaningful enough to withstand the temptations of its competitors. If you have to hoodwink or blindfold your children to ensure that they confirm their faith when they are adults, your faith ought to go extinct. 4. Toxic memes. Any creative encounter with evil requires that we not distance ourselves from it by simply demonizing those who commit evil acts. In order to write about evil, a writer has to try to comprehend it from the inside out, to understand the perpetrators and not necessarily sympathize with them. But Americans seem to have a very difficult time recognizing that there is a distinction between understanding and sympathizing. Somehow we believe that an attempt to inform ourselves about what leads to evil is an attempt to explain it away. I believe that just the opposite is true, and that when it comes to coping with evil, ignorance is our worst enemy. Kathleen Norris. Native Evil 10. Writing this book has helped me to understand that religion is a kind of technology. It is terribly seductive in its ability to soothe and explain, but it is also dangerous. Jessica Stern, Terror in the Name of God. Why religious militants kill. Have you heard about the yahoos, people who think that what we call child pornography is just good, clean fun? They smoke marijuana daily, make a public ceremony of defecation, with hilarious competition to see who gets to do the ritual wiping, and whenever an elder reaches the age of 80, have a special feast day on which the person ceremonially kills himself or herself, and is then eaten by all. Disgusted. Then you know how many Muslims feel about our contemporary culture, with its alcohol, provocative clothing, and casual attitudes toward familial authority. Part of my effort in this book is to get you to think and not just feel. In this instance, you need to see that your disgust, however strong, is only a datum, a fact about you and a very important fact about you, but not an inerrant sign of moral truth. It's just like the Muslims' disgust at some of our cultural practices. We should respect the Muslims, empathize with them, take their disgust seriously, but then propose that they join us in a discussion about the perspectives on which we differ. The price you should be willing to pay for this is your own willingness to consider the imaginary Yahoo's way of life calmly and ask if it is so clearly indefensible. If they enter into these traditions wholeheartedly, with no apparent coercion, perhaps we should say, live and let live. And perhaps not. The burden should be on us to demonstrate to the yahoos that their way of life includes traditions they should be ashamed of and should banish. Perhaps, if we engaged in this exercise conscientiously, we would discover that some of our disgust with their ways was parochial and unjustifiable. They would teach us something, and we would teach them something, and perhaps the gulf of difference between us would never be crossed, but we shouldn't assume this worst-case prospect. In the meantime, the way to prepare for this utopian global conversation is to study, as compassionately and dispassionately as we can, both their ways and our own ways. Consider the brave self-observation of Raja Shehadeh, writing about the grip of modern Palestine. Most of your energy is spent extending feelers to detect public perception of your actions, because your survival is contingent on remaining on good terms with your society. 11. When we can share similar observations about the problems in our own society, we will be on a good path to mutual understanding. Palestinian society, if Shehadeh is right, is beset with a virulent case of the punish those who won't punish meme, for which there are models, beginning with Boyd and Richardson, 1992, that predict other properties we should look for. It may be that this particular feature would foil well-intentioned projects that would work in societies that lack it. In particular, we mustn't assume that policies that are benign in our own culture will not be malignant in others. As Jessica Stern puts it, I have come to see terrorism as a kind of virus which spreads as a result of risk factors at various levels. global, interstate, national, and personal. But identifying these factors precisely is difficult. The same variables, political, religious, social, or all of the above, that seem to have caused one person to become a terrorist might cause another to become a saint. 2003 p. 283. As communications technology makes it harder and harder for leaders to shield their people from outside information, and as the economic realities of the 21st century make it clearer and clearer that education is the most important investment any parent can make in a child, the floodgates will open all over the world with tumultuous effects. All the flotsam and jetsam of popular culture, all the trash and scum that accumulates in the corners of a free society will inundate these relatively pristine regions along with the treasures of modern education, equal rights for women, better health care, workers' rights, democratic ideals, and openness to the cultures of others. As the experience in the former Soviet Union shows only too clearly, the worst features of capitalism and high-tech are among the most robust replicators in this population explosion of memes, and there will be plenty of grounds for xenophobia, Luddism, and the tempting hygiene of backward-looking fundamentalism. At the same time, we shouldn't rush to be apologetic about American pop culture. It has its excesses, but in many instances, it is not the excesses that offend so much as the egalitarianism and tolerance. The hatred of this potent American export is often driven by racism, because of the strong Afro-American presence in American pop culture, and sexism, because of the status of women we celebrate in our relatively benign treatment of homosexuality. See, for example, Stern, 2003, p. 99. As Jared Diamond shows in Guns, Germs, and Steel, it was European germs that brought Western Hemisphere populations to the brink of extinction in the 16th century, since those people had had no history in which to develop tolerance for them. In this century, it will be our memes, both tonic and toxic, that will wreak havoc on the unprepared world. Our capacity to tolerate the toxic excesses of freedom cannot be assumed in others or simply exported as one more commodity. The practically unlimited educability of any human being gives us hope of success, but designing and implementing the cultural inoculations necessary to fend off disaster while respecting the rights of those in need of inoculation will be an urgent task of great complexity, requiring not just better social science, but also sensitivity, imagination, and courage. The field of public health expanded to include cultural health will be the greatest challenge of the next century. 12. Jessica Stern, an intrepid pioneer in this endeavor, notes that individual observations such as hers are just the beginning. A rigorous, statistically unbiased study of the root causes of terrorism at the level of individuals would require identifying controls, youth exposed to the same environment, who felt the same humiliation, human rights abuse, and relative deprivation, but who chose non-violent means to express their grievances or chose not to express them at all. A team of researchers, including psychiatrists, medical doctors, and a variety of social scientists, would develop a questionnaire and a list of medical tests to be administered to a random sample of operatives and their families. 2003 p. 6. In Chapter 10, I argued that researchers don't have to be believers to be understanders, and we had better hope I was right, since we want our researchers to understand Islamic terrorism from the inside without having to become Muslims, and certainly not terrorists in the process. 13. But we also won't understand Islamic terrorism unless we can see how it is like and unlike other brands of terrorism, including Hindu and Christian terrorism, eco-terrorism, and anti-globalist terrorism, to round up the usual suspects. And we won't understand Islamic and Hindu and Christian terrorism without understanding the dynamics of the transitions that lead from benign sect to cult to the sort of disastrous phenomenon we witnessed in Jonestown, Guyana, in Waco, Texas, and in the Aum Shinrikyo cult in Japan. One of the most tempting hypotheses is that these particularly toxic mutations tend to arise when charismatic leaders miscalculate in their attempts to be mimetic engineers, unleashing mimetic adaptations that they find, like the sorcerer's apprentice, they can no longer control. They then become somewhat desperate and keep reinventing the same bad wheels to carry them over their excesses. The anthropologist Harvey Whitehouse, 1995, offers an account of the debacle that overtook the leaders of Pomyo-Kivung, the new religion in Papua New Guinea mentioned at the outset of Chapter 4, that suggests, to me, that something like runaway sexual selection took over. The leaders responded to the pressure from the people, prove that you mean it, with ever-inflated versions of the claims and promises that had brought them to power, leading inevitably to a crash. It's reminiscent of the accelerated burst of creativity you see in pathological liars when they can sense that their exposure is imminent. Once you've talked the people into killing all the pigs in anticipation of the great period of the companies, you have nowhere to go but down or out. It's them, the infidels, who are the cause of all our misery. There are so many complexities, so many variables. Can we ever hope to make predictions that we can act on? Yes, in fact, we can. Here is just one. In every place where terrorism has blossomed, those it has attracted are almost all young men who have learned enough about the world to see that their futures look otherwise bleak and uninspiring, like the futures of those who were preyed upon by Marja Gortner. What seems to be most appealing about militant religious groups, whatever combination of reasons an individual may cite for joining, is the way life is simplified. Good and evil are brought out in stark relief. Life is transformed through action. Martyrdom, the supreme act of heroism and worship, provides the ultimate escape from life's dilemmas, especially for individuals who feel deeply alienated and confused, humiliated, or desperate. Stern, 2003, pp. 5 and 6. Where are we going to find an overabundance of such young men in the very near future? In many countries, but especially in China, where the draconian one-child-per-family measures that have slowed the population explosion so dramatically and turned China into a blooming economic force of unsettling magnitude, have had the side effect of creating a massive imbalance between male and female children. Everybody wanted to have a son, a superannuated meme that had evolved to thrive in an earlier economic environment. So daughters have been aborted or killed at birth in huge numbers. So now there are not going to be anywhere near enough wives to go around. What are all those young men going to do with themselves? We have a few years to figure out benign channels into which their hormone-soaked energies can be directed. 5. Patience and politics. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. Traditions deserve to be respected only insofar as they are respectable. That is, exactly insofar as they themselves respect the fundamental rights of men and women. Amin Maalouf, In the Name of Identity, Violence and the Need to Belong. Praise Allah for the Internet. With the web making self-censorship irrelevant, someone else is bound to say what you won't, it became a place where intellectual risk-takers finally exhaled. Irshad Manji, The Trouble with Islam. 14. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Either Thomas Jefferson, date unknown, or Wendell Phillips, 1852. There's such a thing as growing up too fast. We all have to make the awkward transition from childhood through adolescence to adulthood, and sometimes the major changes come way too early, with lamentable results. But we cannot maintain our childhood innocence forever. It is time for us all to grow up. We must help one another, and be patient. It is overreaction that again and again has lost us ground. Give growing up some time, encourage it, and it will come about. We must have faith in our open society, in knowledge, in continuing pressure to make the world a better place for people to live. And we must recognize that people need to see their lives as having meaning. The thirst for a quest, a goal, a meaning is unquenchable. And if we don't provide benign or at least non-malignant avenues, we will always face toxic religions. Instead of trying to destroy the madrasas that close the minds of thousands of young Muslim boys, we should create alternative schools for Muslim boys and girls 15 that will better serve their real and pressing needs, and let these schools compete openly with the madrasas for clientele. And how can we hope to compete with the promise of salvation and the glories of martyrdom? We could lie and make promises of our own that could never be fulfilled in this life or anywhere else. Or we could try something more honest. We could suggest to them that the claims of any religion should, of course, be taken with a grain of salt. We could start to change the climate of opinion that holds religion to be above discussion, above criticism, above challenge. False advertising is false advertising, and if we start holding religious organizations accountable for their claims, not by taking them to court, but just by pointing out, often and in a matter-of-fact tone of voice, that of course these claims are ludicrous, perhaps we can slowly get the culture of credulity to evaporate. We have mastered the technology for creating doubt through the mass media. Are you sure your breath is sweet? Are you getting enough iron? What has your insurance company done for you lately? And now we can think about applying it, gently but firmly, to topics that have heretofore been off limits. Let the honest religions thrive because their members are getting what they want, as informed choosers. But we can also start campaigns to adjust specific aspects of the landscape in which this competition takes place. A bottomless pit in that landscape that strikes me as particularly deserving of paving over is the tradition of holy soil. Here is Yoel Lerner, an Israeli and a former terrorist, quoted by Stern. There are 613 commandments in the Torah. The temple service accounts for about 240 of these. For nearly 2 millennia, since the destruction of the temple, the Jewish people, contrary to their wishes, have been unable to maintain the temple service. They've been unable to comply with those commandments. The temple constituted a kind of telephone line to God, Lerner summarizes. That link has been destroyed. We want to rebuild it. 2003 p. 88. Nonsense, say I. Here is an imaginary case. Suppose it turned out that Liberty Island, formerly Bedloe's Island on which the Statue of Liberty stands, was once a burial ground of the Mohawks, say the Matinecock tribe of nearby Long Island. And suppose the Mohawks came forward with the claim that it should be restored to pristine purity, no gambling casinos, but also no Statue of Liberty, just one big holy cemetery. Nonsense, and shame on any Mohawks who had the chutzpah to rile up their fellow braves on the issue. This would be ancient history, a lot less ancient than the history of the temple, and it should be allowed to recede gracefully into the past. We don't let religions declare that their holy traditions require that left-handed people be enslaved, or that people who live in Norway should be killed. We similarly cannot let religions declare that infidels, who have been innocently living on their holy turf for generations, have no right to live there. There is also, of course, culpable hypocrisy in the policy of deliberately building new settlements in order to create just such innocent dwellers and foreclose the claims of the previous dwellers on that land. This is a practice that goes back centuries. The Spaniards who conquered most of the Western Hemisphere often took care to build their Christian churches on the destroyed foundations of the temples of the indigenous people. Out of sight, out of mind. Neither side of these disputes is above criticism. If we could just devalue the whole tradition of holy soil and its occupation, we could address the residual injustices with clearer heads. Perhaps you disagree with me about this. Fine. Let's discuss it calmly and openly, with no untrumpable appeals to the sacred, which have no place in such a discussion. If we should continue to honor claims about holy soil, it will be because, all things considered, this is the course of action that is just and life-enabling and a better path to peace than any other we can find. Any policy that cannot pass that test doesn't deserve respect. Such open discussions are underwritten by the security of a free society, and if they are to continue unmolested, we must be vigilant in protecting the institutions and principles of democracy from subversion. Remember Marxism? It used to be a sour sort of fun to tease Marxists about the contradictions in some of their pet ideas. The revolution of the proletariat was inevitable, good Marxists believed. But if so, why were they so eager to enlist us in their cause? If it was going to happen anyway, it was going to happen with or without our help. But of course, the inevitability that Marxists believe in is one that depends on the growth of the movement and all its political action. There were Marxists working very hard to bring about the revolution, and it was comforting to them to believe that their success was guaranteed in the long run. And some of them, the only ones that were really dangerous, believed so firmly in the rightness of their cause that they believed it was permissible to lie and deceive in order to further it. They even taught this to their children from infancy. These are the red diaper babies, children of hardline members of the Communist Party of America, and some of them can still be found infecting the atmosphere of political action in left-wing circles, to the extreme frustration and annoyance of honest socialists and others on the left. Today, we have a similar phenomenon brewing on the religious right, the inevitability of the end days, or the rapture, the coming Armageddon that will separate the blessed from the damned in the final day of judgment. Cults and prophets proclaiming the imminent end of the world have been with us for several millennia, and it has been another sour sort of fun to ridicule them the morning after, when they discover that their calculations were a little off. But, just as with the Marxists, there are some among them who are working hard to hasten the inevitable, not merely anticipating the end days with joy in their hearts, but taking political action to bring about the conditions they think are the prerequisites for that occasion. And these people are not funny at all. They are dangerous, for the same reason that red diaper babies are dangerous. They put their allegiance to their creed ahead of their commitment to democracy, to peace, to earthly justice, and to truth. If push comes to shove, some of them are prepared to lie and even to kill, to do whatever it takes to help bring what they consider celestial justice to those they consider the sinners. Are they a lunatic fringe? They are certainly dangerously out of touch with reality, but it is hard to know how many they are. 16. Are their numbers growing? Apparently. Are they attempting to gain positions of power and influence in the governments of the world? Apparently. Should we know all about this phenomenon? We certainly should. Hundreds of websites purport to deal with this phenomenon, but I am not in a position to endorse any of them as accurate, so I will not list any. This in itself is worrisome, and constitutes an excellent reason to conduct an objective investigation of the whole end times movement, and particularly the possible presence of fanatical adherents in positions of power in the government and the military. What can we do about this? I suggest that the political leaders who are in the best position to call for a full exposure of this disturbing trend are those whose credentials could hardly be impugned by those who are fearful of atheists or brights. The 11 senators and congressmen who are members of the family, or the Fellowship Foundation, a secretive Christian organization that has been influential in Washington, D.C. for decades. Senators Charles Grassley, R., Iowa; Pete Dominici, R., N.Mex; John Ensign, R., Nev; James Inhofe, R., Oklahoma; Bill Nelson, D., FLA; Conrad Burns, R., Mont; and Representatives Jim DeMint, R., South Carolina. Frank Wolf, R., VA. Joseph Pitts, R., Pa. Zach Wamp, R., 10. And Bart Stupak, D. Meek. 0.17. Like the non-fanatical Muslim leaders in the Islamic world on whom the world is counting to cleanse Islam of toxic excess, these non-fanatical Christians have the influence, the knowledge, and the responsibility to help the nation protect itself from those who would betray our democracy in pursuit of their religious agendas. Since we certainly don't want to relive McCarthyism in the 21st century, we should approach this task with maximal public accountability and disclosure in a bipartisan spirit and in the full light of public attention. But of course, this will require that we break the traditional taboo against inquiring so openly and searchingly about religious affiliations and convictions. So, in the end, my central policy recommendation is that we gently, firmly educate the people of the world so that they can make truly informed choices about their lives. 18. Ignorance is nothing shameful. Imposing ignorance is shameful. Most people are not to blame for their own ignorance, but if they willfully pass it on, they are to blame. One might think this is so obvious that it hardly needs proposing, but in many quarters there is substantial resistance to it. People are afraid of being more ignorant than their children, especially, apparently, their daughters. We're going to have to persuade them that there are few pleasures more honorable and joyful than being instructed by your own children. It will be fascinating to see what institutions and projects our children will devise, building on the foundations earlier generations have built and preserved for them to carry us all safely into the future. Appendix A. The New Replicators. For context, see p. 81. Reprinted with permission from the Encyclopedia of Evolution. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2002. It has long been clear that, in principle, the process of natural selection is substrate neutral. Evolution will occur whenever and wherever three conditions are met: replication, variation, mutation, differential fitness, competition. In Darwin's own terms, if there is descent with modification and a severe struggle for life, better-equipped descendants will prosper at the expense of the competition. We know that a single material substrate, DNA, with its surrounding systems of gene expression and development, secures the first two conditions for life on Earth, and the third condition is secured by the finitude of the planet as well as more directly by uncounted environmental challenges. But we also know that DNA won out over early variations that have left their traces and ongoing exemplars, such as the RNA viruses and prions. Are there on this planet any other completely different evolutionary substrates that have arisen? The best candidates are the brainchildren, planned or unplanned, of one species, Homo sapiens. Darwin himself proposed words as an example. The survival or preservation of certain favored words in the struggle for existence is natural selection. Descent of Man, 1871, p. 61. Billions of words are uttered or inscribed every day, and almost all of them are replicas, in a sense to be discussed below, of earlier words perceived by their utterers. Replication is not perfect, and there are many opportunities for variation or mutation in pronunciation, inflection, or meaning, or spelling in the case of written words. Moreover, words are roughly segregated into lineages of replication chains. For instance, we can trace a word's descendants from Latin to French to Cajun. Words compete for airtime and print space in many media, with words going obsolete and dropping out of the word pool, while other words spring up and flourish. We discover controversy going to fixation in some regions and controversy going to fixation in others, while the original meaning of begs the question is supplanted in some quarters by a variant. The detectable historical changes in languages have been studied from one Darwinian perspective or another since Darwin's own day, and a great deal is known about patterns of replication, variation, and competition in the processes that have yielded the diverse languages of today. Indeed, some of the investigative methods of modern evolutionary biology, in bioinformatics, for instance, are themselves descended from pre-Darwinian researches conducted by paleographers and other early scholars of historical linguistics. As Darwin noted, the formation of different languages and of distinct species, and the proofs that both have been developed through a gradual process, are curiously the same. 1871, p. 59. Words and the languages they populate are not the only culturally transmitted variants that have been proposed, however. Other human acts and practices that spread by imitation have been identified as potential replicators, as have some of the habits of non-human animals. The physical substrates of these media are various indeed, including sounds and all manner of visible, tangible patterns in the behavior of the vector organisms. Moreover, behaviors often produce artifacts, paths, shelters, tools, weapons, signs or symbols that may serve as better exemplars for the purposes of replication than the behaviors that produce them, being relatively stable over time and hence in some regards easier to copy, as well as being independently movable and storable, like seeds in this regard. One human artifact, the computer, with its prolific copying ability, has recently provided a distinctly new substrate in which both deliberate and inadvertent experiments in artificial evolution are now burgeoning, taking advantage especially of the emergence of gigantic networks of linked computers that permit the swift dispersal of propagules made of nothing but bits of information. These computer viruses are simply sequences of binary digits that can have an effect on their own replication. Like macromolecular viruses, they travel light, being nothing more than information packets, including a phenotypic overcoat that tends to gain them access to replication machinery wherever they encounter it. And, finally, researchers in the new field of artificial life aspire to generate both virtual, simulated, abstract, and real, robotic, self-replicating agents that can take advantage of evolutionary algorithms to explore the adaptive landscapes they are situated in, generating improved designs by processes that meet the three defining conditions while differing from carbon-based life forms in striking ways. While at first glance these phenomena may appear to be only models of evolving entities thriving in modeled environments, the boundary between an abstract demonstration and an application in the real world is more easily crossed by these evolutionary phenomena than by others, precisely because of the substrate neutrality of the underlying evolutionary algorithms. Artificial self-replicators can escape from their original environments on researchers' computers and take on a life of their own in the rich new medium of the Internet. It can be seen that all these categories of new replicators are dependent, like viruses, on replicative machinery that is built and maintained directly or indirectly by the parent process of biological evolution. Were all DNA life forms to go extinct, all their habits and meta-habits, their artifacts and meta-artifacts, would soon die with them, lacking the wherewithal, both the machinery and the energy to run the machinery, to reproduce on their own. This might not be a permanent feature of the planet. For the time being, our computer networks and robot fabrication and repair facilities require massive supervision and maintenance by us, but it has been suggested by the roboticist Hans Moravec, 1988, that silicon-based electronic or photonic artifacts could become entirely self-sustaining and self-replicating, weaning themselves from their dependence on their carbon-based creators. This improbable and distant eventuality is not a requirement for evolution, however, or for life itself. After all, our own self-replication and self-maintenance is entirely dependent on the billions of bacteria, without which our metabolisms would fail, and if our artifactual descendants similarly have to enslave armies of our biological descendants to keep their systems up and running, this would not detract from their claim to be a new branch on the tree of life. As with many taxonomies in evolutionary theory, there are controversies and puzzles about how to draw the branchings and how to name them. Some of these puzzles are substantive, and some are merely disagreements about which terms to use. The zoologist Richard Dawkins coined the term meme in a chapter of his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, and the term has caught on. He opened his discussion of these new replicators with a discussion of birdsong, but others who have adopted the term have wanted to restrict memes to human culture. Should such evolving animal traditions as alarm calls, nest-building methods, and chimpanzee tools also be called memes? Researchers concentrating on cultural transmission in animals, such as John Tyler Bonner, 1980, and Eitan Avital and Eva Jablonka, 2000, have resisted the term, and others writing on human cultural evolution, such as Luigi Luca Cavalli Sforza and Marcus Feldman, 1981, and Robert Boyd and Peter Richardson, 1985, have also chosen to use alternative terms. But since the word meme has secured a foothold in the English language, appearing in the most recent edition of the Oxford English Dictionary with the definition, an element of culture that may be considered to be passed on by non-genetic means, we may conveniently settle on it as the general term for any culturally based replicator, if such there are. Those who are squeamish about using a term whose identity conditions are still so embattled should remind themselves that similar controversies continue to swirl around how to define its counterpart, gene, a term that few would recommend abandoning altogether. Memes include not just animal traditions, then, but also computer-based replicators, for two reasons. Not only do computers and their maintenance and operation depend on human culture, but the boundaries between computer viruses and more traditional human memes have already been blurred. Simple computer viruses, in effect, carry the instruction copy me, which is directed to the computer in machine language and is entirely invisible to the computer's user. Like the toxins unwittingly ingested by people who catch and eat freshwater fish, such a computer virus, while an element of the user's environment, is arguably not part of their cultural environment. However, at least as widespread and virulent as such proper computer viruses are bogus computer virus warnings directed to the computer user in natural language. These, which depend directly on a comprehending but duped human vector to get themselves replicated on the internet, are definitely within the intended understanding of memes, and intermediate cases are the computer viruses that depend on enticing human users to open attachments, thereby triggering the invisible copying instruction, by promising some amusing or titillating contents. These, too, depend on human comprehension. One written in German will not spread readily to the computers of monoglot English speakers. This pattern may change if users avail themselves regularly of online translation services. In the arms race between virus and antivirus, ever more elaborate exploitations of human interests are to be expected, so it seems best to include all these replicators under the rubric of memes, noting that some of them make only indirect use of human vectors, and hence are only indirectly elements of human culture. We are beginning to see this porous boundary crossed in the other direction as well. It used to be true that the differential replication of such classic memes as songs, poems, and recipes depended on their winning the competition for residence in human brains, but now that a multitude of search engines on the web have interposed themselves between authors and their human audiences, competing with one another for reputation as high-quality sources of cultural items, significant fitness differences between memes can accumulate independently of any human appreciation or cognizance at all. The day may soon come when a cleverly turned phrase in a book gets indexed by many search engines, and thereupon enters the language as a new cliché, without anybody human having read the original book. Problems of classification and individuation. Some problems of classification are substantive, depending in part on historical facts that are not well established, and others are tactical problems for the theorist. What divisions of the phenomena will prove most perspicuous? Are all computer viruses properly descended from the earliest forays into artificial life? Or should at least some of them be shown as arising independently of that intellectual movement? Not all computer hackers are A-life hackers, but there is also the unanswered tactical question of how to characterize what is copied. If one hacker gets the general idea of a computer virus from somebody else and then goes on to make an entirely new kind of computer virus, is that new virus properly a descendant with modifications of the virus that inspired its creation? What if the hacker adapts elements of the original virus's design in the new type? How much sheer mindless copying must there be? Or, alternatively, how much comprehending inspiration may there be in an instance of replication? More on this question below. Is there cross-species meme copying in the animal world? Polar bears build a den that includes a raised snow shelf that permits cold air to drain out the depressed opening of the den. Is this wise trend in Arctic technology entirely innate now, or do bear cubs have to copy their mother's example? The same snow shelf is found in an Inuit's igloo or quincy. Did the Inuit copy this tradition from the polar bear, or was it an independent invention? Does it ever happen that one species begins attending to the alarm calls of another and then develops an alarm call tradition of its own? Does the alarm call meme spread from species to species, or should we consider the intraspecific alarm calls and their variants as entirely independent lineages? Exacerbating these problems are other problems of meme individuation. Should the English word windsurfing be seen as distinct from the language-neutral windsurfing meme? Are these two memes or one? Do styles such as punk and grunge count as memes before they have names? Why not? Joining forces with a name meme is no doubt an excellent fitness advantage for almost any meme. An exception could be a meme that depends on spreading insidiously. The coining of a name meme, such as male chauvinism, may actually hinder the spread of male chauvinism by sensitizing something like an immune reaction in potential vectors. It is probably true that as soon as any human meme becomes salient enough in the environment to be discerned, it will thereupon be named by one of its discerners, tightly linking the two memes thereafter, the name and the named, which typically have a shared fate, but not always. The musical characteristics identifiable as the blues include many robust instances that are not called the blues by those who play and listen to them. Undiscerned memes can also flourish. For instance, changes in the pronunciation or meaning of a word can move to fixation in a large community before any sharp-eared linguist or other cultural observer takes note. There are more than a few people, comedians as well as anthropologists and other social scientists, who earn their living detecting and commenting on evolving trends and in cultural patterns that have heretofore been at best dimly appreciated. Until these and other problems of initial theoretical orientation are resolved, skepticism about memes will continue to be widespread and heartfelt. Many commentators are deeply opposed to any proposals to recast questions in the social sciences and humanities in terms of cultural evolution, and this opposition is often expressed in terms of a challenge to prove that memes exist. Genes exist. These critics grant. But what are memes? What are they made of? Genes are made of DNA. Are memes made of neuron patterns in the brains of enculturated people? What is the material substrate for memes? There are some proponents of memes who have argued in favor of an attempt to identify memes with specific brain structures, a project still entirely uncharted, of course. But on current understandings of how the brain might store cultural information, it is unlikely that any independently identifiable common brain structures in different brains could ever be isolated as the material substrate for a particular meme. While some genes for making eyes do turn out to be identifiable, whether they occur in the genome of a fly, a fish, or an elephant, there is no good reason to anticipate that the memes for wearing bifocals might be similarly isolatable in neuronal patterns in brains. It is vanishingly unlikely, that is, that the brain of Benjamin Franklin, who invented bifocals, and the brains of those of us who wear them should spell the idea of bifocals in a common brain code. Besides, this imagined path to scientific respectability is based on a mistaken analogy. In his 1966 book, Adaptation and Natural Selection, the evolutionary theorist George Williams offered an influential definition of a gene as any hereditary information for which there is a favorable or unfavorable selection bias equal to several or many times its rate of endogenous change. And as he went on to stress in his 1992 book, Natural Selection, Domains, Levels, and Challenges, a gene is not a DNA molecule. It is the transcribable information coded by the molecule. P11. Genes, genetic recipes, are all written in the physical medium of DNA, using a single canonical language, the nucleotide alphabet of adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine, triplets of which code for amino acids. Let every strand of smallpox DNA in the world be destroyed. If the smallpox genome is preserved, translated from nucleotides into the letters A, C, G, and T, and stored on hard disks on computers, for instance, smallpox is not truly extinct. It could have descendants someday because its genes still exist on those hard disks as what Williams calls packages of information. 1992, p13. Memes, cultural recipes, similarly depend on one physical medium or another for their continued existence. They aren't magic, but they can leap around from medium to medium, being translated from language to language, from language to diagram, from diagram to rehearsed practice, and so forth. A recipe for chocolate cake, whether written in English in ink on paper or spoken in Italian on videotape, or stored in a diagrammatic data structure on a computer's hard disk, can be preserved, transmitted, translated, and copied. Since the proof of the pudding is in the eating, the likelihood of a recipe getting any of its physical copies replicated depends, mainly, on how successful the cake is. How successful the cake is at doing what? At getting a host to make another cake. Usually, but even more important is getting the host to make another copy of the recipe and passing it on. That's all that matters in the end. The cake may not enhance the fitness of those who eat it. It may even poison them, but if it first somehow provokes them to pass on the recipe, the meme will flourish. This is perhaps the most important innovation in Outlook permitted by recasting investigations in terms of memes. They have their own fitness as replicators, independently of any contribution they may or may not make to the genetic fitness of their hosts, the human vectors. Dawkins, 1976, put it this way: what we have not previously considered is that the cultural trait may have evolved in the way that it has, simply because it is advantageous to itself. p. 200 of Reverend Edid. The anthropologist F.T. Cloak, 1975, put it this way: the survival value of a cultural instruction is the same as its function. It is its value for the survival, replication of itself, or its replica. Those who question whether memes exist because they cannot see what material thing a meme could be should ask themselves if they are equally dubious about whether words exist. What is the word cat made of? Words are recognizable, re-identifiable products of human activity. They come in many media and can leap from substrate to substrate in the process of being replicated. Their standing as real things is not in the slightest impugned by their abstractness. In the proposed taxonomy, words are but one species of memes, and the other species of memes are the same kind of things that words are. You just can't pronounce or spell them. Some of them you can dance, and some of them you can sing or play, and others you can follow by making something out of the various building materials the world provides. The word cat isn't made out of some of the ink on this page, and a recipe for chocolate cake isn't made of flour and chocolate. There is no single proprietary code parallel to the four-element code of DNA that can be used to anchor meme identity the way gene identity can be anchored for most practical purposes. This is an important difference, but one of degree. If the current trend of language extinctions continues at its present pace, in the not-so-distant future, every person on Earth will speak the same language, and it will then be difficult to resist the temptation, which should still be resisted, to identify memes with their now practically unique verbal labels. But so long as there are multiple languages, to say nothing of the multiple media in which non-linguistic cultural items can be replicated, we are better off to keep strictly to the abstract, code-neutral understanding of a meme as a package of information, bearing in mind that, for high-fidelity replication to occur, there must always be some code or other. Codes play a crucial role in all systems of high-fidelity replication, since they provide finite, practical sets of norms against which relatively mindless editing or proofreading can be done. But even in the clearest cases of codes, there are often multiple levels of norms. Suppose Tommy writes the letters separate on the blackboard, and Billy copies it by writing separate. Is this really copying? The normalization to all lowercase letters shows that Billy is not slavishly copying Tommy's chalk marks, but rather being triggered.
The end. Alexandria Vox is a library that speaks, a living archive of humanity. Alexandria fell once. It does not need to fall again.